Chapter 374. Xia family. Bam. 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 Although the woman had been poisoned, she could still hold on for a while. However, her expression darkened. She could hold on for a while, but the poison was quickly invading her body. How long could she hold on? Bam. 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 The woman continued to block and retreat. She saw that there was a path leading to the top. As long as she could get to the top, she might be able to survive. However, her actions made the poison invade her body even faster. Pfft. The woman could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her ears were already bleeding, and her skin was turning purplish-black. She can't hold on for much longer. Attack with all your might. The bald man shouted. Bam! 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 Loud noises echoed in the cave. Fortunately, there was a formation supporting the cave. Otherwise, it might really collapse. The shock waves from the collision of true energy illuminated the surroundings. The bald man and the others knew that she was trying to escape, so they chased her to another place. At this moment, the woman was almost forced into a corner. She was at the end of her rope. In a few more seconds, she might not even be able to stand properly. However, at this moment, the shock waves from the collision of true energy illuminated the corner. The bald man's eyes narrowed, and his entire body trembled. He saw that there was actually a person standing in the corner. He was so scared that he had goosebumps. There was actually a person standing in the corner with a cold expression like a ghost, and he did not notice it. There's someone. One of the people behind the bald man also noticed it. What? The other 5 people were stunned. One of them swept a ray of sword light towards the corner. Bam! The ray of sword light was defeated. Immediately after, Yi Xian, who had been hiding for a long time, walked out from the corner. The 7 people stopped attacking and looked at Yi Xian in shock. This corner was not connected to any passageway. In other words, Yi Xian had been hiding here for a long time. Heavens! There was a person hiding in the corner, and they did not notice it. Was this person a ghost? The 7 people had goosebumps all over their bodies. Suddenly, Xiao! Several rays of cold light swept out from the corner. The speed was beyond their reaction time. Rip! 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 A few crisp sounds rang out. Then, the bald man saw the heads of his brothers fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had died. Not good. When the bald man heard the whistling sounds, he hurriedly raised his hand to block. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened. This was because in front of him, there was actually a figure that was very close. Hiss! Another crisp sound rang out. The bald man lowered his head and found that a long sword had pierced through his chest. His heart had already been pierced through. As he fell backwards, he saw the heads of his last 2 brothers slowly falling to the ground. Plop! 7 people, 7 corpses. Yi Xian took advantage of the dark environment to kill 7 people effortlessly. However, after the 7 corpses fell to the ground, a muffled sound came from behind Yi Xian. He turned his head in surprise and found that the woman had also collapsed. Is the poison too deep? Yi Xian muttered. He walked over and collected her interspatial ring and weapon. Now, he had 2 choices. 1. Watch the woman turn into a pool of blood. 2. Save her. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian still felt that he should save her. This was because he found the woman pleasing to the eye. She also had a peerless appearance. He did not want such a beauty to die. Forget it. I'll be the good guy this time. Yi Xian cut his wrist. In an instant, blood gushed out. He dripped his blood into the woman's mouth. Now, he was immune to the poisonous fog. His blood was the best antidote. A second later, his wrist was restored. At the same time, the woman's eyes trembled. Then, she opened her eyes. The poison in your body has been temporarily removed. Follow this path and your life will not be in danger. Yi Xian turned around and showed the woman his handsome back. He slowly walked over to collect the 7 corpses and their belongings. My interspatial ring. When the woman woke up, she found that the 2 interspatial rings on her left and right hands were gone. She immediately murmured, "I saved your life. It's not too much to ask for a reward. You can go now," Yi Xian said. He cleaned up the battlefield and left. His blood was very effective in detoxifying the poison. After the woman drank it, the poison in her body was removed in the blink of an eye. She frowned as she got up. After thinking for a while, she followed him. TSK, I've made a fortune again." After leaving, Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Ding! The host has broken through to 37 dragons of power. This time, he had improved by another 2 dragons of power. How satisfying! At this moment, Yi Xian, who was wandering around, suddenly frowned. He turned around and shouted into the dark tunnel, "Why are you following me?" As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the shadows. "You took my interspatial ring." The person who followed him was, of course, Miss Xia, who was saved by Yi Xian. "Don't tell me you think that your interspatial ring is more valuable than your life. Turn around now and go back up. It's not too late." Yi Xian kindly reminded her. "There's something very important in the interspatial ring." Miss Xia replied. "Something very important." Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the devouring space and poured the useless items back into the woman's interspatial ring. He said, "I've taken all the valuable items. I'll return these to you. There's an antidote and a weapon inside." After tossing the interspatial ring to the woman, he left again. The woman took the interspatial ring. She was shocked. After thinking for a while, she decided to follow him again. "I've returned the items to you. Why are you still following me? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Yi Xian sensed that the person behind him was following him again. He immediately turned around and shouted angrily. The woman paused again. Then, she said, "I've been separated from my family." "If you've been separated, then go back up and wait," Yi Xian replied coldly. "No, their antidotes are all with me. Without them, they won't be able to hold on for long. If you lead me to them, I'll give you a reward." The woman shook her head. "Won't they look for you when they've run out of antidotes? Besides, you're not dead. Can't you look for them yourself?" Yi Xian asked again. "There aren't many treasures in the poisonous fog. If I go back, I'll waste a lot of time. I need to go down to the 3rd floor immediately to compete with the other factions for the rainbow fruit." The woman hesitated for a moment before replying. "The 3rd floor. The rainbow fruit." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Chapter 375. Sneak attack. "I can help you find them, but the price won't be low." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "How many do you want?" the woman asked. "I want sacred beast corpses, 100 sacred beast corpses with 50 dragon power. Of course, the higher the realm, the smaller the amount." Yi Xian directly stated the price. Sacred beast corpses. This request was difficult for the woman, but it also shocked her. Why would he want sacred beast corpses? 100 sacred beast corpses with 50 dragon power, perhaps no one had them, but there might be corpses with 50 dragon power and above. "My father has some 50 dragon corpses. what do you want them for? The woman asked curiously. As long as you have them, it's fine. As for why I want them, there's no need for me to tell you. In addition, I have another condition. Tell me what's on the third floor. Yi Xian said coldly. The woman paused, then said, there's no harm in telling you. Long before we came, we received news that the rainbow treasure tree is on the third floor of this plantation. Moreover, there are many dangers along the way. Even experts with 50 dragon power can fall. Since you know, why don't you prepare more antidotes? Yi Xian asked in surprise. That mysterious person didn't tell us that the second floor is a poisonous fog. The woman replied. So he's using these people to open the way and weaken our strength. Yi Xian's heart sank. It seemed that mysterious person in white didn't have good intentions. Moreover, even experts with 50 dragon power could fall. This wasn't a normal level of danger. However, the more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. Tell me the situation of the experts of this trip. Yi Xian continued. I am Xia family Xia Hai's daughter, Xia Yu. My Xia family has 3 experts with 50 dragon power. In addition, there are 3 sects with 50 dragon power experts, adding up to 9 people. The woman replied. 3 people, adding up to 9 people, that was 12 experts with 50 dragon power. This trip was indeed unusual. Your Xia family can actually contend with the sects. Yi Xian said in surprise. That's right. My Xia clan is the most powerful clan in this area. We are on par with the other 3 major sections. Xia Yu nodded. If that's the case, how did you get separated from the others? Someone else asked. Xia Yu replied, when we came down, we met the firestorm way of the 3 great sects. Hearing this, Yi Xian also understood that it was the result of a fight between the 2 factions. Alright, I can escort you. As for whether or not we can find the Xia family, that will depend on luck. If you really find it, I hope you won't turn against me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Although he saved Xia Yu, it didn't mean that he wouldn't kill a woman. The reason why he made this deal with Xia Yu was because he could only use Beast King's rampage once more. This time, he would need 100 holy beast corpses with 40 dragon strength. Next time, he might need 50 dragon strength, so he had to be prepared in advance. If he succeeded, then he would be able to use Beast King's rampage twice in this operation. This was very important. The reason why Xia Yu found Yi Xian was because she had met the experts of the Firestorm Way and fought them. After that, she encountered the 7 people. Her body was full of injuries, and she didn't have much qi in her body, so she wanted to find a bodyguard, just in case. Although she didn't know Yi Xian, he had saved her life. He didn't take advantage of her when she was in danger, so she found Yi Xian. After the 2 reached an agreement, they began to move quickly to find the whereabouts of the Xia family. What you gave me just now, was it your blood? While searching, Xia Yu couldn't help but ask. That's right, I am immune to poison. This poisonous fog has no effect on me. Yi Xian casually replied. Xia Yu suddenly realized why Yi Xian didn't take a single antidote along the way. So this was the reason. The second floor of the cave was filled with poisonous fog. If one didn't have enough high-level antidotes, they would probably die here. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. By now, Yi Xian had already seen many poisonous creatures, such as poisonous scorpions, poisonous centipedes, and poisonous snakes. They were all hiding in dark corners, waiting for an opportunity to attack martial artists who passed by. If Xia Yu was allowed to go down alone, he would probably die halfway. However, Yi Xian had the ability to sense things. As long as it was a living thing, he could sense it even if it was motionless. After all, in addition to the supersonic bat bloodline, he also had the Beast King bloodline. Fortunately, the strength of these poisonous creatures was not bad. They were all above 30 dragons. Their Saint Beast souls were a large amount of experience for Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to test the poisonous plants on the way, so he could only pass by in a hurry. Yi Xian brought Xia Yu and walked all the way down. After about 2,000 meters, they finally heard a trace of movement. Although there were many sounds of fighting before, they were very far away. This time, it was nearby. Wait! Xia Yu suddenly called out to Yi Xian from behind. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked curiously. These aren't people from my Xia family. They're from the Yang family under the Firestorm Way, Xia Yu explained. Oh. Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he didn't plan to go forward. He turned around and asked, how strong is the Yang family? The leader has 42 dragon strength. The rest are between 38 and 40 dragons, Xia Yu replied. But when we came down, there was only one path, and they blocked it. Do you want to wait for them to leave, or? Yi Xian tried to ask. Xia Yu hesitated. He guessed that the Xia family's team had already gone down. If they didn't hurry, the Xia family's lives would be in danger. If you help me stop the expert with 42 dragon strength, I can take care of the rest. Of course, if you want to wait, you can. Fangjing, your Xia family might encounter others along the way. When the time comes, you won't lack antidotes. Yi Xian decided to leave the choice to Xia Yu. Are you confident? Xia Yu asked softly. There's a total of 8 people down there. If it's a sneak attack, I'll only need 3 seconds to take care of the other 7, Yi Xian said slowly. Although he only had 37 dragon strength, if he didn't count his movement techniques, he could compete with a 45 dragon strength expert in speed. If he used Beast King Rampage, he could even fight a 55 dragon strength expert. Then I'll help you stop the leader. Xia Yu nodded. Then follow behind me. Don't make a sound. I'll sneak attack first. Yi Xian said as he continued to go deeper. They were only a few dozen meters away from the Yang family's team. As long as they were careful, they could succeed in a sneak attack. Chapter 376. Ambush, Patriarch, the road ahead seems to be even more dangerous. Are we really going to continue? Nonsense, we've lost a few experts, how could we give up halfway? If we can obtain a 7-colored fruit, then our Yang family will be able to dominate the 4 great forces and become the ruler of this region. However, we don't have enough detoxification pills, and the poisonous fog ahead is even stronger. I'm afraid that the detoxification pills won't last until we find the rainbow fruit. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you're afraid of death, then go up yourself. In a wide open space, the 8 members of the Yang family sat in a corner to rest and heal. However, what they did not notice was that 8 sharp blades had quietly approached them. The 8 sharp blades moved slowly, not making the slightest sound. When they got close to the Yang family team, they suddenly exploded. Be careful. The patriarch of the Yang family shouted, but he was still a step too late. 4 heads flew into the air, including an expert with 40 dragon power. Yi Xian used his powerful senses to control the 8 blades to launch a sneak attack. He didn't expect things to be so easy. His various methods could be said to be perfect. Go! After the successful sneak attack, Yi Xian shouted coldly. Then, he and Xia Yu rushed out of the tunnel and attacked the remaining 4 people. The patriarch of the Yang family slashed out a slash, but it was easily defeated by Xia Yu. However, he also understood who the newcomer was. Xia Yu, it's you. The Yang family patriarch exclaimed in shock. Xia Yu did not waste words and directly charged over. Although there was a difference of 2 dragons, Xia Yu came from one of the 4 major powers, the Xia family. It should not be a problem for him to hold back the expert with 42 dragons. As for the remaining 3, they would be left to Yi Xian. Yi Xian shot forward like an arrow, controlling the 8 sharp blades to attack while wielding a heaven artifact to attack madly. 1 second. It only took him a second to kill the remaining 3 people. Then, all 7 interspatial rings fell into his hands. Ding! Host has broken through to 38 dragons' power. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian's fighting spirit soared. He turned around and charged towards the Yang family head. Damn it! Don't even think about leaving this place alive. The patriarch of the Yang family was flustered and exasperated. Suddenly, a powerful true qi gushed out from his body. Burning your true qi. Xia Yu was stunned. Burning true qi was a very common martial art. It was to temporarily increase one's strength at the cost of one's realm. As for the burned true qi, it would need to be cultivated again. If he was not careful, he could lose 5 or even 10 dragons of strength. The Yang family patriarch forcefully increased his strength from 42 dragons to 45 dragons, greatly increasing his strength. However, this was of no use. Xia Yu has 40 dragon strength. Facing 45 dragons, she can't do anything. However, Yi Xian had already broken through to 38 dragons, and with the help of the mysterious 8 blades, he could fight his opponent even if he didn't use Beast King Rampage. Get out of the way, I'll deal with him. Yi Xian reminded and attacked with all his might. 38 dragons against 45 dragons. Even in the outside world, it was rare to see such a scene, because under normal circumstances, the former would be instantly killed. But now, Xia Yu saw it. So strong, challenging 7 dragons. Who is he? Xia Yu couldn't help but be interested in Yi Xian's identity. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing echoed between the stone walls. Yi Xian had the 8 Barren Wind Killing Array in one hand and the Heavenly Wind Sword technique in the other. He was evenly matched with the patriarch of the Yang family. However, Yi Xian's speed of growth was beyond the expectations of the 2 people present. Ding! The proficiency of the Heaven Crippling Body technique has increased. Current proficiency is 70%. Although the Heaven Crippling Body technique was not like the Heavenly Wind Sword technique, which had the Sword Saint Bloodline's comprehension, Yi Xian's aptitude was not bad, and his cultivation speed was also extraordinary. His speed soared, bringing great pressure to the patriarch of the Yang family. How can this kid be so fast? This is impossible. The patriarch of the Yang family broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, he was making a decision in his heart. He was thinking as he dealt with Yi Xian's attacks. Finally, he made a decision. Run. Even after burning his vital energy, he could not do anything to Yi Xian. Now, he was at a disadvantage. If they continued fighting, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he could only run. Yi Xian understood the patriarch of the Yang family's intentions. He immediately controlled the 8 sharp blades to seal off the patriarch's path of retreat. 8 Barren Wind Killing Array, first layer. Just now, the 8 sharp blades were used to stab, which was faster. To seal off the patriarch's path of retreat, it was better to use the first layer. The patriarch of the Yang family had been burning his vital energy for some time. Now that he could not retreat, he could only continue to block Yi Xian's attacks. Half a minute after they exchanged blows, an unforeseen event caused the patriarch of the Yang family to fall into an irrecoverable situation. One of his wyverns suddenly disappeared. 44 dragons of strength. Ha, you're finished. Yi Xian shot forward and increased his attacks. The patriarch of the Yang family's face was gloomy. With 45 dragons of strength, he could barely block Yi Xian's dual attacks. Now that he had fallen to 44 dragons of strength, he was not far from death. 3 seconds later, he finally could not block anymore. A sharp blade cut into his thigh. The wound was so deep that his bone could be seen, greatly reducing his speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian did not hesitate to kill. Rip! A crisp sound entered Xia Yu's ears. Immediately after, she saw a head fly into the air. It was the patriarch of the Yang family. Plop! The head fell to the ground and rolled into a corner. He's finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Challenging 7 dragons seemed to be his limit. If he really encountered an expert with 45 dragons of strength, he would probably need to put in a lot of effort. Yi Xian walked over and put away the patriarch of the Yang family's belongings. As the patriarch of the Yang family, there were naturally good things in his universe ring. Moreover, this time, the Yang family's team had collected all the natural treasures and left them with him. This way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Ding! The host has broken through to 39 dragons of strength. Yi Xian had broken through again. Xia Yu said in surprise when she saw Yi Xian suddenly have another wyvern. Haven't you seen someone break through in the middle of a battle? Yi Xian casually replied. Xia Yu was speechless. She really had never seen a genius break through in the middle of a fierce battle. Alright, if these people can reach the 3rd floor, then your Xia family and the 3 major sects should have reached as well. Let's continue on our way. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly chose a passage to enter. Chapter 377. Rendezvous. At this rate, Xia Yu would only be able to stay on the 3rd level for a few hours at most. There were more than 10 people in the Xia family. If they didn't have enough antidotes, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Xia Yu couldn't help but quicken her steps when she thought of this. This time, they didn't run into anyone apart from the poisonous creatures. They soon reached a depth of 2,500 meters. The precious tree sect's plantation was simply too large. From 1,000 to 2,500 meters underground, natural treasures could be seen everywhere. In addition, Yi Xian didn't know just how large the underground maze was. There were many forks in the paths, and it was easy to get lost inside. Thankfully, it was easy to find the way down, so Yi Xian didn't get lost here. It was no wonder that the precious tree sect had been destroyed. Even without the rainbow treasure tree, the natural treasures that had been planted in the precious tree sect were enough to drive a faction crazy. When Yi Xian and Xia Yu were 3,000 meters down, they finally heard the sounds of human conversation. They quickened their steps and walked out of the tunnel. The 3rd level was very large, stretching as far as the eye could see. At the same time, the ground here wasn't dirt, but a path made of countless vines. At this moment, there were already over 100 people gathered there. The line of sight on the 3rd level was still good, and Xia Yu immediately spotted her Xia family group. Father! Xia Yu jogged over. Yi Xian followed closely behind. When he heard Xia Yu's voice, Xia Hai also turned his head in surprise, saying with shock, it's good that you're all right. Father, here are the antidotes. Xia Yu hastily took out the antidotes. We've gotten quite a few along the way, so there's no rush. Xia Hai nodded and distributed the antidotes. Only after that did his gaze fall onto Yi Xian, who was following him. This is? Xia Hai asked in surprise. After we were separated, I ran into some trouble and almost lost my life. He saved me and I asked him to escort me down. Xia Yu explained. I see. Many thanks for saving my life, little brother. Xia Hai hastily cupped his fists. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, you're too polite. I was hired by Miss Xia. Father, don't you have a few holy beast corpses in your interspatial ring? Give them to him. Xia Yu remembered her promise and said immediately. This. Xia Hai was stunned. Although the holy beast's corpse couldn't compare to the holy beast's soul, it was still a corpse of more than 50 dragons. If it was cooked and eaten, it could increase one's strength by a lot. This could greatly increase the overall strength of the clan. At this time, a middle-aged man behind Xia Hai walked out and coldly shouted, "Brat, isn't your appetite too big?" Xia Yu hurriedly explained, "Third uncle, it's just a corpse. We don't want the holy beast's soul. Moreover, there are so many natural treasures here. What do they have to do with the Saint Beast's corpse?" The middle-aged man asked coldly. Xia Hai didn't want to say anything more on this topic. He directly handed over an interspatial ring and said, "All right, Yu'er's life is more important. Little brother, there are 3 holy beast corpses with 55 dragon strength and 6 holy beast corpses with 51 to 53 dragon strength." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He excitedly received the interspatial ring and "Thank you, senior." With these corpses, he could use Beast King's rampage again. This meant that he could use it twice. After fulfilling his promise, Xia Yu turned to look at the hundreds of people around and said, "Father, what are we doing here?" Shui Hai said, wait for those who entered this poisonous fog to come back." Xia Yu and Yi Xian turned around and saw that the poisonous fog 100 meters in front of them was extremely dense. It was so dense that they could only see 10 meters in front of them. At this time, they were also in the poisonous fog. However, the poisonous fog 100 meters away was obviously more poisonous. Moreover, they didn't know what was in this poisonous fog, so it was very dangerous. "Why aren't we dispelling this poisonous fog?" Xia Yu asked in surprise. Shui Hai shook his head and said, "We can't. We tried to dispel this poisonous fog before, but in the next moment, more poisonous fog would surge out. Moreover, it would become denser and denser. If we continue to dispel it, I'm afraid we won't even have a place to stand." After hearing this, Xia Yu didn't say anything and quietly waited. As for Yi Xian, he also stood behind them and looked around at the same time. Other than the Xia family, the people from the other 2 great sects were also present. In addition, there were also many lower-ranked sects and families. There was even a group of scattered people. However, the Firestorm Wei, which was one of the 4 great powers like the Xia family, was not present. Everyone waited for a while, but no one came out of the poisonous fog. Damn it, there really is danger in there. Even Xia Yang couldn't come out. Xia Hai gritted his teeth and said. Xia Yang was the expert that the Xia family had sent into the poisonous fog. He had 48 dragons of strength, and his movement technique was exceptional. He was the strongest person in the Xia family's team besides the 350 dragons experts. Even Uncle Xia Yang couldn't come out. Xia Yu frowned. She was already used to death. In order to survive in this world, it was impossible to not make some sacrifices. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the poisonous fog. Then, a figure rushed out. Someone came out. Immediately, the leaders of the various great powers rushed over. Xia Hai did the same. "It's Xia Yang." Xia Hai opened his eyes wide and looked at the figure that rushed out of the poisonous fog. This person was Xia Yang of the Xia family. However, he was missing an arm and even his shoulder. The wound was still bleeding, and no one knew what had hurt him. "Xia Yang, are you okay?" Xia Hai rushed to Xia Yang's side. The leaders of the various great powers also approached, trying to hear some news. "Master, there are a large number of Yin wind mantises in this poisonous fog. Be careful." Xia Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of purple blood halfway through his sentence. Then, he fell down and died. This kind of news could only be told to Xia Hai, but he knew that he couldn't hold on any longer, so he didn't think too much about it. "Xia Yang." Xia Hai opened his eyes wide and found that Xia Yang's wound had festered and turned black. It was obvious that he had died from poison. At the same time, when the people of the other great powers heard Xia Yang's words, they were also shocked. Wind mantises. They are the sacred beast wind mantises with 45 dragons of strength when they reach adulthood. Moreover, there are a large number of wind mantises. This Xia family expert should be able to resist this poisonous fog, but he was poisoned to death. These wind mantises must have mutated. There's poison on their blades. The people of the various great powers looked at each other. They didn't expect that this unfathomable poisonous fog would be so dangerous. Chapter 378. Joining hands among the major forces present, other than the Xia family, only the other two major sects had 50 dragon power experts. As for the rest, they only had 40 dragon power experts. An adult wind mantis had 45 dragon power and was extremely fast. In this kind of situation, it could at least cause trouble for a 50 dragon power expert. Thus, many people hesitated. Xia Hai put away Xia Yang's corpse and returned to the Xia family's camp, saying, "We won't go in first, let's wait." Wait for what? Naturally, they would wait for the next expert to come out and see if there were any other dangers. However, they were disappointed. They waited for more than 10 minutes and did not see a second person come out. It seemed that all of them died inside. "Patriarch, what do we do now?" Someone in the Xia family team asked. Xia Hai hesitated. Should they go in or not? If they went in, they might be wiped out. If they did not go in, they would have died in vain. One had to know, in order to come to the third layer, several of them had died. Of course, if they gave up on the rainbow fruit and returned to the first layer to collect treasures, it was not a bad choice. However, eating a rainbow fruit that could allow one to break through to 60 dragon power was not a small temptation. "Father, what do we do?" Xia Yu looked at Xia Hai worriedly. Xia Hai was still deep in thought. At this time, from the corner of his eye, he saw someone leading a team into the poisonous fog. It's that group of independent cultivators, the strongest is only 45 dragon power. They're really courting death. If there's a crisis, this team will definitely fall apart. Xia Yu's third uncle said coldly. After this group of independent cultivators, the second group entered. The rainbow fruit's power was indeed not small. Then, the third group, and the fourth group. The last group was very smart, using the first few groups as cannon fodder and entered behind them. Soon, there were only 3 groups left. Xia family, Flying Cloud sect, and White Cloud Gate. Patriarch Xia, Gate Master Bai, what's your decision? Flying Cloud sect's Gate Master asked from afar. Why, Gate Master He, what's your opinion? White Cloud Gate's Gate Master narrowed his eyes. Flying Cloud sect's Gate Master said with a smile, how about this, the 3 of us temporarily join forces to break through this area. If we see a rainbow treasure tree, we'll divide it equally, how about it? Equal distribution. Hearing this, Xia Hai couldn't help but ask, Sect Master He, have you forgotten about the mysterious person who gave us the beast skin map? After being reminded like this, the Flying Cloud sect master's figure also trembled. He had forgotten about this. The mysterious man in white had told them the location of the precious tree sect's plantation. How could they not come in? I had people pay attention to that mysterious person. At that time, he also drilled into the ground very early, but I haven't seen him yet. Could it be that he has already entered? The Flying Cloud sect master frowned. Or perhaps, they are still behind us, or even hiding somewhere so that we can take the lead and eliminate the Yin Wind Mantises inside. The White Cloud Gate sect master added. Xia Hai pondered for a moment and said, that person's strength is unfathomable. For the time being, let's classify him as someone with 50 dragons of strength. If the 3 of us join forces, we should be able to make him somewhat wary. So, Patriarch Xia agrees to the alliance. The Flying Cloud sect master asked. Xia Hai shook his head. If it's just to break through this level, joining forces isn't a problem. However, can you guarantee that there will be exactly 3, 6, or 9 rainbow fruits? This question also stumped the Flying Cloud sect master. The legendary rainbow treasured tree was very miraculous. It would bear 1 rainbow fruit every 10 years, but it couldn't bear fruit all the time. What if there were a total of 19 rainbow fruits? Who would the extra one go to? What if there were 16, or 20? How about this, we'll join forces first. If there are still fruits left after the 3 of us divide, we'll draw lots. It's only 1 or 2 anyways. If the rainbow treasure tree has truly lived for 1,000 years, there will be at least a few dozen fruits. It's absolutely enough to divide. The White Cloud Gate sect master said. All right. The Flying Cloud sect master nodded. If there were 30 fruits, each of them would get 10. It was better to be peaceful. If that mysterious person appears, we'll see how things go. The White Cloud Gate sect master added. The Flying Cloud sect master and Xia Hai both understood what he meant by seeing how things go. Seeing how things went was to see the other party's strength. If the mysterious person was weak, they would kill him. If he was stronger than them, they would divide the fruits among the 4 sides. Of course, if the mysterious person was much stronger than them, they could only die, and then the mysterious person would monopolize the rainbow fruits. After the 3 sides joined forces, they began to discuss the specific matters, such as how the 3 sides would stand and so on. Because it was Xia Yang who brought the news, the Flying Cloud sect and the White Cloud Gate let Xia Hai choose his position first. The first team didn't go far, so Xia Hai chose to be at the front, the Flying Cloud sect was at the back on the left, and the White Cloud Gate was at the back on the right. The 3 sides advanced in a triangle. With these 9 experts with 50 dragon power, it shouldn't be a problem. These more than 30 people were surrounded by the 9 experts in the center, and then entered the thick poisonous fog. As soon as they entered, their vision was immediately limited. They could only see things within 10 meters, so they could only rely on their strong perception. Yi Xian happened to be among them. The 2 sects thought that Yi Xian was a member of the Xia family, and the Xia family had no time to care about him. He mixed in with the 3 teams and followed Xia Yu closely. Although his vision was the same as others, he had the blood of the Beast King. He could feel that there were some creatures moving quickly 1,000 meters away. The 3-party team walked a few hundred meters forward. These few hundred meters could be finished in less than half a second, but it took them 3 minutes to walk. The 9 experts were also on high alert. Although the chilling wind mantis's realm was lower than theirs, this was not the land. If they were ambushed, even the experts with 50 dragons might die. They didn't dare to disperse the poisonous fog, because the more they dispersed, the denser the poisonous fog would be. Now they could see things 10 meters away. If they were courting death, they might not even be able to see things 3 meters away. Stop! Xia Hai, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted, and everyone in the team stopped. Master Xia, what's the situation? Asked the master of the Flying Cloud sect. Xia Hai walked a few steps forward alone and responded, blood. The Xia family people followed and found that the vines in front of them were full of blood and some pieces of meat. Obviously, these were left by the people who just walked in front of them. Chapter 379. Wind Mantis. Everyone, be careful. The Flying Cloud sect leader immediately shouted. The bloodstains here should be left by the people who walked in front of them. This meant that there might be Wind Mantis around. Xia Hai walked over, picked up a piece of clothing and said, "This is a piece of clothing from the Wang family." This sentence scared everyone. The Wang family. Their 3-party team was the last to enter, and they were following behind the second-to-last team. And this second-to-last team was the Wong family. It seems that they encountered the Yin Wind Mantis. Before the Flying Cloud sect leader could finish his words, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the side. He was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, something is attacking." As soon as his voice fell, everyone also heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Immediately, the Flying Cloud sect leader launched an attack with the other two experts. Hiss! Hiss! In two muffled sounds, two giant dark green mantises as tall as a person fell in front of the Flying Cloud sect leader. Fortunately, it's just two 45 dragon Yin Wind mantises. The Flying Cloud sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully put away the corpses. These Yin Wind mantises can travel freely in the poisonous fog. We are living targets. Moreover, this poisonous fog is very poisonous. We don't have many antidotes left. I suggest that we speed up. The White Cloud sect leader suggested. Okay, I agree. The Flying Cloud sect leader nodded. Xia Hai also felt that they could not delay any longer. The more they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. He also nodded. At that moment, they quickened their pace, but they did not dare to go too fast. This way, if anything happened, they could respond in time. Just 10 minutes after they entered the poisonous fog, Yin Wind mantises attacked again. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they slowly approached. A sacred beast with 50 dragon power was not lower than a human's intelligence. They deliberately moved lightly, and even Xia Hai and the others did not notice. However, Yi Xian sensed it. Something is approaching. It's only 1,000 meters away from us. Yi Xian, who was mixed in the Xia family team, suddenly reminded. What? His words made Xia Hai, who was walking in front, stop in his tracks. Kid, we let you stay here, but that doesn't mean you can talk nonsense. Xia Yu's third uncle said angrily. False information was very deadly. Yi Xian ignored him and continued, there are 6 Yin Wind mantises. They are only 700 meters away from us. Oh, 600 meters. His words made all the Xia family members widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Xia Hai of the 52 dragons did not notice it, so how did Yi Xian detect it? Could it be true? Little brother, are you sure? Xia Hai didn't ask how Yi Xian knew about this. He only wanted to know if the news was true. I'm sure. We're only 400 meters away. I think they'll make their move soon. Yi Xian nodded. Xia Hai raised his eyebrows and said in shock, be careful, the enemy is attacking. His words almost made the two teams behind him jump up in fright. Yin Wind mantises again. The Flying Cloud sect and White Cloud sect leaders were shocked. They had just raised their vigilance when they noticed the Yin Wind mantises that suddenly came out of the poisonous fog. What fast speed! 50 dragon Yin Wind mantises. Their expressions immediately changed. This time, a 50 dragon sacred beast appeared directly. This was really dangerous. In an instant, the 6 Yin Wind mantises came out, and all of them had the strength of 50 dragons. Fortunately, these 6 Yin Wind mantises were evenly distributed, and each of the 3 forces encountered 2 of them. Xia Hai of the Xia family had the strength of 52 dragons, and the other 2 experts also had the strength of 50 dragons. Flying Cloud sect's leader had the strength of 53 dragons, and the other 2 had the strength of 51 and 50 dragons. As for White Cloud sect, their leader had the strength of 51 dragons, and the other 2 had the strength of 50 dragons. They were still able to handle the 2 50 dragon Yin Wind mantises. Apart from these 9 experts, the rest of the people did not move. This level of battle was no longer something they could interfere in. All they could do now was to stay vigilant in case more Yin Wind mantises came. This battle was without the slightest suspense. Whether it was the number of people or the realm, the human side was superior to the Yin Wind Mantises. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 Yin Wind Mantises were killed. Xia Hai put away the corpses of the 2 Yin Wind Mantises and said, "These Yin Wind Mantises are really full of poison. If they are cut, ordinary detoxification pills can't cure them. Fortunately, they only have the strength of 50 dragons." Xia Hai was very satisfied with the 2 souls of sacred beasts with the strength of 50 dragons. He turned to look at Yi Xian and the team and said, "Little brother, although I don't know how you found them, this time it's all thanks to you. These 2 Yin Wind Mantises' corpses are yours as a reward." Yi Xian did not argue and directly accepted it. At this time, Flying Cloud Sect and White Cloud Sect had also been dealt with, but they did not know that it was Yi Xian's credit. "Little brother, if you find these Yin Wind Mantises again, please be sure to tell me in time," Xia Hai said solemnly. Using some sacred beasts' corpses in exchange for such important information, this trade was naturally worth it. This time, if it was not for Yi Xian, the Yin Wind Mantises would have killed their way into the crowd in an instant. At that time, the casualties would have been very heavy. These 6 Yin Wind Mantises are slowly approaching and then preparing to launch a sneak attack. If they attacked at full speed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have time to tell them. Yi Xian shook his head. "It's okay, just do your best. The corpses are all yours," Xia Hai said. "I will." Yi Xian nodded. Although his physique was only 39 dragons, with the Beast King bloodline, he could sense the Yin Wind Mantises faster than others. The stronger his strength, the stronger his senses. However, the Yin Wind Mantises were extremely fast. If they exceeded his reaction time, he would not be able to inform Xia Hai. The team began to move forward again. However, before they could take 2 steps, danger struck again. This time, it was far more dangerous than the previous 2 times, because the Yin Wind Mantises that attacked had 55 dragon strength. Although there were only 3 of them, the speed of their sneak attack was almost beyond Yi Xian's current reaction time. Yi Xian had just opened his mouth when the 3 Yin Wind Mantises attacked. Moreover, they did not bother the 9 people and directly attacked the team. In an instant, the team was thrown up with countless broken limbs. They were still too slow. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This was not his fault. At this time, a 55 dragons Yin Wind Mantis attacked the Xia family's team. There were only 15 people in the Xia family's team. After excluding the 3 masters Xia Hai, Yi Xian, and Xia Yu, there were only 10 people left. In the blink of an eye, the Xia family lost 5 masters with 40 dragons. Chapter 380. Sacred Tree of Life. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. He saw that the ill wind mantises had turned to look at him. Not good. Yi Xian hurriedly unsheathed the Bahuang sword and formed a shield. Clang! As soon as the shield was formed, the ill wind mantis's sharp sides fell. Fortunately, the Bahuang sword was indestructible, so it blocked the attack. Xia Hai and the other 2 also reacted and immediately rushed forward. Yi Xian temporarily avoided the attack. Although the sacred beast of 55 dragons was stronger than Xia Hai by 3 dragons, but with the 3 of them working together, they could still fight it. They were afraid that there would be other ill wind mantises attacking them. Just as the 9 of them were fighting against the 3 Yin wind mantises, more Yin wind mantises appeared. This time, there were quite a few of them. There were more than 10 of them. Not good, there is a large group of ill wind mantises coming. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this time, he had not seen the rainbow treasure tree. If he used Beast King Rampage, it would be a waste. However, if he did not use it, this team would be wiped out. Yi Xian was part of this team. Moreover, he might need more people later, so he had to leave some people behind. That's all we can do. Beast King Rampage, kill. 39 dragons of power increased by 30%, instantly becoming 51 dragons of power. In addition to the 20% increase in movement speed, his speed had exceeded 60 dragons of power. The strongest person present only had 53 dragons of power, and Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed them. In an instant, he killed his way out. These dozen wind mantises only had 40 dragons, so he could kill them in a second. He killed one, devoured one, and his strength soared. In less than 3 seconds, he annihilated a group of wind mantises in front of him. Ding! The host has broken through to 40 dragons of power. Beast King Rampage had a duration. With the increase in level, Beast King Rampage would increase again. At this time, there are still wind mantises in the other directions. I'll go and kill those 355 dragons first, and leave the rest to them. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he took out a mask and put on a cloak before rushing back. He suddenly remembered that if he changed his identity and stole the kill, the other party would not dare to say anything. He rushed back at top speed, holding a heaven tool in his hand, and instantly killed the Yin Wind Mantis that was besieged by the 3 masters of the Xia family. Then, he unceremoniously swallowed it. Ding! Host has broken through to 42 dragon power. A 55 dragon sacred beast soul allowed Yi Xian to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. What? Xia Hai and the other 2, who were besieging the Yin Wind Mantis, were shocked to see their opponents suddenly die and disappear. The physique of the 3 of them was not weak. They could barely see the expert who had killed the Yin Wind Mantis. Who is it? Xia Hai's eyes widened. It should be known that the 3 of them could only delay for the time being. It would take some time to kill the Yin Wind Mantis. As for the flying dragons that circled around Yi Xian, there were actually a total of 55 dragons, surpassing everyone present. Could it be the mysterious man in white? After killing the Yin Wind Mantis, Yi Xian did not stop. He immediately rushed out and killed the 2 from Flying Cloud Sect and White Cloud Gate. Ding! Host has broken through to 45 dragon power. At this time, the effect of Beast King Rampage had just passed. The sect master of Flying Cloud Sect and White Cloud Gate were also stunned. Where did this expert come from? He actually killed the Yin Wind Mantis with 55 dragon power in 1 hit. There are still Yin Wind Mantis. Don't be careless. Yi Xian disguised his voice, reminded them, and then killed again. At this time, the Yin Wind Mantis had already killed in the team. The whole team was divided, and some of the weaker ones even turned around and ran back like scattered sand. I can't stay here anymore. It seems that I have to act on my own. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he charged out once again. With his 45 dragons cultivation, including his movement bonus, he could reach 55 dragons. If he used his movement technique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill the 55 dragons Yin Wind Mantis in an instant. He wanted to take this opportunity to greatly improve his strength. Or, he could go in alone and take a look. There were indeed a lot of Yin Wind Mantis in this area. Yi Xian killed all the way and moved forward. However, just 2 minutes after he left the team and moved alone, he found some blood stains and some broken limbs. Originally, this would not have attracted his attention, but he actually found a finger on the vine, a human finger wearing an interspatial ring. Most importantly, there were several Yin Wind Mantis corpses. The team in front, even if they were attacked by the Yin Wind Mantis, it's impossible that they did not collect the corpses, right? Yi Xian was very surprised. He put away the interspatial ring skeptically and found that there were still many heaven and earth treasures in it. Obviously, no one had touched them. Then, he put away the corpses and continued to move forward. He walked in a straight line for a while. As expected, he found some Yin Wind Mantis corpses, but there were no human corpses. If those teams were attacked, they might have scattered. It's impossible that they did not find any human corpses. As expected, this sea of vines is not that simple. The corpses. Before Yi Xian could finish his thought, he felt a gust of wind. The wind did not come from all directions, but from under his feet. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed. He suddenly jumped up and slashed at the ground. Clang! The sword qi struck a hard object and instantly dissipated. Yi Xian focused his eyes. It was a vine that stretched out from the ground. It was as thick as a human thigh. It's just as I thought. He widened his eyes. Just now, he was wondering if those human corpses were dragged down and absorbed by these vines. Now, it seemed that was the case. Presumably, in addition to the sneak attacks of the chilling wind mantises, the teams that came in earlier were also attacked by these vines. Whoosh whoosh. The vine attacked again. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He slashed at it with the Bahuang sword. Clang! The Bahuang sword collided with the vine, making a metallic sound. Yi Xian now had 45 dragon power. He used the sky wind sword technique, but he was still unable to cut this vine. How was this possible? Suddenly, Yi Xian had an idea. He immediately condensed the dragon-slaying sword. Dragon-slaying sword, dragon's judgment. Whoosh! A huge slash broke through the air and cut the vine. Then, Yi Xian took a big step forward and held the broken vine in his hand. Ding! The host has successfully fused with the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Chapter 381. Tree Demon, Ding. Assimilation of the sacred tree of life successful. When he heard the notification in his mind, 2 rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's eyes. As expected, this sea of vines was most likely created by the rainbow treasured tree. Only a 1,000-year-old plant could allow Yi Xian to exchange for the sacred tree of life bloodline. After assimilating with the bloodline, Yi Xian felt the true qi in his body quickly recover. In the blink of an eye, the true qi consumed by the dragon's judgment was replenished. What a powerful recovery ability! It's invincible. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The sacred tree of life was known for its recovery ability. Yi Xian reckoned that even if he cut off his arm, it would still regrow. But in the next moment, what he thought happened. The vine that he had cut off a section of actually grew a new branch right in front of him. Damn it, I can't fight like this. Retreat. Yi Xian hurriedly turned tail and ran. Since the other party could recover like him, he naturally couldn't fight to the death with the vine here. He had to find the main body first. At the same time, he understood the fate of the 3-way team. Total annihilation. Total annihilation. And even if he went back, he probably wouldn't be able to save them. After all, vines were constantly growing out of the ground and attacking him. From 1 to 2 vines, then to 3, and finally to 5 vines. The 5 vines were incredibly tough, and their speed surpassed the vines of the 55 dragon strength in wind mantis. If it was a normal person, they would have been stabbed to death and dragged away. But this still couldn't kill Yi Xian. After assimilating with the sacred tree of life, Yi Xian's true qi recovery speed was really fast. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly circulating his cultivation technique, it was even faster than when he took pills. At this moment, he was like a perpetual motion machine. He dodged and cut down the vines blocking his way as he advanced. Along the way, he encountered many wind mantises, but they were all killed by him. When the notification sounded again, he had already broken through to 46 dragon strength. It's too scary. I ran at least 100,000 meters. According to the speed of the 3-way team, even if there were no vines, we would still die from the poison. Yi Xian felt very helpless. The speed of the three parties was just too slow. Something that could have been done in a few seconds had to be dragged on for several minutes. That said, they were acting cautiously. Unfortunately, it was useless. What awaited them was countless vines. Since he had left the team, the next step was to find the rainbow treasure tree. As long as he could obtain a single rainbow fruit, he would be able to break through to the 60 dragons level. This would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Although he couldn't see anything in this poisonous fog, and with his eyesight, he could only see 12 meters. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary place, and there was no illusion array. Just now, he had confirmed the location, so he went straight there. More vines appeared as the battle progressed. At this moment, there were 10 vines attacking Yi Xian at the same time. Even an expert with 60 dragon strength would have a hard time dealing with them. At this moment, Yi Xian's brows suddenly furrowed. He finally sensed something different. This thing was extremely large, reaching dozens of meters tall. It was also constantly twisting. It was clearly a living thing. Yi Xian's first impression of it was that it was like the giant octopus in the deep sea. However, it had many more tentacles than the giant octopus. The rainbow treasure tree. This was Yi Xian's first reaction. Looks like I found the right one. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed over. When he was only 500 meters away from the rainbow treasure tree, the poisonous fog suddenly thinned out. His vision also widened bit by bit. When he saw the rainbow treasure tree clearly, his whole body trembled. How was this a rainbow treasure tree? What a joke! Right now, in front of him was a withered black tree that didn't even have a single leaf. It was as if it had been burnt. However, this black tree had dozens of thick branches swaying from top to bottom. It was constantly twisting, making Yi Xian feel disgusted. Seeing this, Yi Xian thought of the appearance of burning mercury sulfide. In other words, it was the serpent of Pharaoh. Demonic tree, this is a demonic tree. Yi Xian recognized it. He had heard of it before. A demonic tree was a strange creature. Although it was a plant, it was like a holy beast. Simply put, this demonic tree was also a type of holy beast. It just didn't have a holy beast soul. Whoosh! 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 Just as Yi Xian appeared, this demonic tree twisted its branches and stabbed at Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had to face dozens of vines and branches with 55 dragon power. Fortunately, he had already fused with the sacred tree of life's bloodline. His inner chi quickly recovered, allowing him to continuously use dragon's judgment to cut these vines in half. However, this demonic tree also had extremely strong recovery abilities. The demonic tree couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian didn't have the energy to spare to attack the demonic tree's trunk. The two sides were in a deadlock. Damn, what happened to the rainbow treasure tree? Why is this disgusting demonic tree so strong? Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he felt that this disgusting demonic tree's attack speed had increased by quite a bit. Moreover, even the vines and branches' defenses had become stronger. Why was this? Could it be that this demonic tree destroyed all three sides' teams? Yi Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, then they were in trouble. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't make up his mind. He could still use Beast King's Rampage one last time to kill this demonic tree. However, he couldn't guarantee that this demonic tree was mutated from the rainbow treasure tree. Moreover, what if there was danger below? Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly landed on the demonic tree's trunk. "Your Excellency, please stop." A familiar voice rang out. Then, the vines and branches stopped moving. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and saw a man in white standing on the trunk. It was the masked man who rode the white crane. It's you. Yi Xian cried out in surprise. This mysterious man had finally appeared. The mysterious man was still wearing a mask. When he saw that Yi Xian recognized him, he nodded and said, "That's right, it's me." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Those beast skin maps were all made by this mysterious man. But this mysterious man could actually stand on the demonic tree's trunk. It was very strange. Yi Xian's doubts were more or less solved. He looked at the mysterious man and said coldly, "All of this is your trap, right?" "That's right." The masked man admitted directly, "All of this was my plan. Right now, I'm afraid that only you and I are alive on the third floor." Chapter 382. Chilling Wind Mantis King, as expected. Yi Xian's heart sank. It seemed that the alliance between the three parties had been destroyed, including Xiaoyu. "You did this to absorb their corpses?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Yes, I wanted human corpses." The mysterious person nodded. "When I discovered it, its life was about to come to an end. I just so happened to receive the heritage of the precious tree sect from 1,000 years ago. Therefore, I used human corpses to nurture it into a demon tree that feeds on human essence." The heritage of the precious tree sect. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This fellow was indeed connected to the precious tree sect. "That rainbow fruit," Yi Xian murmured. "It's already a miracle that it survived 1,000 years. How can it bear fruit?" The mysterious man sneered. After a short pause, he said, "However, if it absorbs enough human blood essence, it can still bear a fruit. Originally, I wanted to kill these people, but I didn't expect an unforeseen event to occur. Kid, I'll give you a chance now. As long as you submit to me, I'll give you the second fruit that the demon tree bears. How about it? Submit?" Yi Xian snorted coldly. "Don't even think about submitting to someone." However, he focused on another key point in the mysterious man's words. The second fruit. This meant that the first fruit would belong to the mysterious man. He guessed in his heart, just how strong was this mysterious man. "Since that's the case, why don't you do it yourself?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "I only have 50 dragons of strength, so I can only lure them in and let the demon tree do the work." The mysterious man didn't hide anything, as if victory was in sight. 50 dragons of strength, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He hadn't thought that the mysterious man's cultivation level was only 4 dragons higher than his. He estimated that he could kill the mysterious man instantly even without using the Beast King's rampage. Of course, that was if the demon tree didn't interfere. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. You can't kill me, because there are more than just demons here." Suddenly, the mysterious man shouted, "Come out!" What? His actions made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Could it be that the mysterious man had other helpers? At this moment, the demonic tree suddenly twisted violently, and then a crack appeared on its trunk. When Yi Xian saw the figure walking out of the demon tree, he was also shocked. Yin Wind Mantis. This Yin Wind Mantis was different from the ones he had seen before. Not only was its entire body a strange purplish red, but it was also taller and bigger. It's the Yin Wind Mantis King that coexists with the tree demon. Its strength has already reached 65 dragon power. With it around, you won't be able to escape, the mysterious man said proudly. He was the one who had nurtured the rainbow treasured tree into a tree demon, and this Yin Wind Mantis King had grown by relying on the tree demon. Therefore, he could indirectly command the Yin Wind Mantis King. "Then you want me to submit to you so that I can help you collect human corpses, right? If that's the case, why don't you let it out?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "No, the Chilling Wind Mantis King coexists with the tree demon. It can't be too far away. The mysterious man shook his head. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, what if I don't submit to you? The mysterious man sneered and said, I have 100 ways to make sure that you won't be able to survive. I like to attack those who think they have outstanding abilities the most. Remember, this is my territory. So what? Do you think that just the tree demon and this Wind Mantis King alone can pose a threat to me? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The mysterious man mimicked him and asked, do you think that with your strength, you can go against the Wind Mantis King? Hee. Yi Xian only laughed coldly. Suddenly, 10 dragons flew out from his body. 46 dragon power. Then, he used Beast King Rampage right in front of the mysterious man. 46 dragons turned into 60 dragons in an instant. What? The mysterious man was shocked. Yi Xian actually increased his strength by 14 dragon power. How was that possible? However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against the Wind Mantis King. After all, the Wind Mantis King was a sacred beast with 65 dragons. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian also had a 20% movement speed bonus. If he didn't use martial arts, his speed would surpass that of a martial artist with 70 dragons. If he used the heaven-shattering body technique at 70%, this Wind Mantis King would definitely not be able to keep up with him. Whoosh! Yi Xian didn't want to waste time. After using Beast King Rampage, he rushed out directly. The Wind Mantis King screamed and went up to meet him. As for the tree demon, it twisted its branches and attacked Yi Xian. Clang! Yi Xian took out the Dragon Slayer sword and slashed at the armor of the Wind Mantis King. Its defense is so strong. He frowned. This Wind Mantis King had also mutated. Its strength was much stronger than that of a sacred beast with 65 dragons. It probably reached 67 or 68 dragons, so its defense was very strong. Whoosh! After the Wind Mantis King approached Yi Xian, it also began to attack with its double sides. Its attack speed was very fast. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's movement speed bonus, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it. At the same time, the tree demon also used its branches to attack Yi Xian. The branches of the tree demon were very tough and very difficult to cut off. Facing this double attack, Yi Xian also felt a little pressure. Although his strength had reached 60 dragons, his true chi was still at the realm of 46 dragons. It wouldn't be so easy to cut off the branches and the shell of the Wind Mantis King. Moreover, the tree demon's recovery was very strong. Even if it was cut off, it would grow back immediately. Moreover, there was a Wind Mantis King on the side, so he changed his battle plan. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The ringleader here was referring to the mysterious man and the tree demon. The mysterious man had received the inheritance of the precious tree sect. There must be a lot of good things in the ring. If he could get the ring, he might be able to break through again. The tree demon was too difficult to deal with. It would be a good choice to kill it first. Anyway, the Wind Mantis King would be the last to be killed. Whoosh! Yi Xian suddenly burst out with speed and rushed toward the tree demon. The mysterious man's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Yi Xian to have such strength. It was a mistake. Fortunately, the tree demon and the Wind Mantis King were blocking him. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have run in front of him and cut off his head with his sword. Damn it, come out! The mysterious man cursed angrily. In the next moment, another crack appeared on the trunk of the tree demon. Then, another Wind Mantis King walked out of it. What? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 2 Wind Mantis Kings. Chapter 383. Underworld Swordplay. Yi Xian finally reacted. If there was only one Wind Mantis King, how could it produce so many tiny mantids? Although it was said that the female mantis would eat the male mantis while they were doing it, that was for ordinary mantises. The yin-wind mantis was a holy beast. His expression became extremely gloomy. 2 yin-wind mantis kings with 65 dragon strength and a tree demon, even if it was 70 dragon strength, it would be able to deal with a 70 dragon strength martial artist. Ha ha ha, boy, you didn't expect this, did you? Since you want to play, I don't mind playing with you. The mysterious man laughed. Humph, Yi Xian snorted coldly and used all his strength to break through. However, when the second yin-wind mantis king joined the battle, he was stopped and even forced to retreat. What should we do? He thought quickly in his mind. Under such circumstances, he no longer had any helpers. With 30 dragon strength, he would be sending himself to his death. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Previously, when he had collected so many corpses, he had forgotten one thing, and that was the fusion of martial arts. At this moment, there were still more than 50 sword-type martial arts in the devouring system that had yet to be fused. This was his last straw. Otherwise, he could only flee. Ding! Fusion of martial arts failed. 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 Ding! Fusion of martial arts successful. Host has obtained a middle-grade heaven-level martial art, Underworld Sword Art. Do you want to learn it? After hearing this notification, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately replied, yes. Ding! Host has learned the Underworld Swordsmanship. Current level is 10%. He had finally fused his powers. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This time, he did not use the Sky Wind Sword technique, but the Underworld Sword technique. But now, his position was even more dangerous. Beast King's rage had a duration. If he didn't leave after the duration was up, he would be dead for sure. Since the beginning of time, who hasn't died? Dying early or dying late doesn't make any difference. Let's fight. Yi Xian couldn't care less and began to fight to the death with the 2 yin-wind mantis kings. Although the Underworld Sword Art was a middle-grade heaven-tier martial art, it was only at 10% completion. No matter how strong it was, it could not be stronger than the Sky Wind Sword Art at 100% completion. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of a sword saint and had a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 20%. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is at 30%. In less than 3 seconds, his mastery of the Underworld Sword Art had increased by 20%. Right now, the power of the Underworld Sword technique had just caught up with the Heavenly Wind Sword technique. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 40%. At this moment, the power of the Underworld Sword technique had already surpassed the Sky Wind Sword technique. Originally, he was already at a disadvantage. Now that his attack power had increased, he immediately fought back. However, it was still not enough to kill the 2 yin-wind mantis kings. Ding! Underworld Swordsmanship's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 50%. This time, it was enough. Ha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes burst out 2 rays of light and condensed into the Dragon Slayer sword again. Dragon Slaying Sword of 8 Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. A huge white slash swept out and slashed towards the Devil Tree. Yi Xian had tried to attack the Devil Tree from a distance, but the Dragon's Judgment was broken by the sides of the 2 yin-wind mantis kings. This time, the male wind mantis king still rushed over and slashed with his sides, preparing to break the dragon's judgment. However, this dragon's judgment was only Yi Xian's attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Underworld swordsmanship, sword of underworld. While the male mantis king was away, Yi Xian suddenly attacked the female mantis king. With a slash of his sword, the female mantis king's head flew off. The underworld swordsmanship's 50% proficiency level had already surpassed the sky wind swordsmanship's 100% proficiency level. Coupled with the Beast King bloodline's Beast King deterrence, even if the female mantis king's armor was hard, it could not withstand the slash. The female mantis king was dead. Yi Xian rushed forward and devoured the female mantis king's corpse. Ding! Host has broken through to 48 dragon power. When the notification sounded, 3 more dragons appeared beside Yi Xian. 63 dragon power. Beast King Rampage, a divine skill. The male mantis king had just broken the dragon's judgment, and by the time it reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of it. Underworld swordsmanship, sword of underworld. A slash containing the aura of death swept across the male mantis king's head. It suffered the same fate as the female mantis king, being beheaded by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to 50 dragon power. The number of dragons changed once again. Now, Yi Xian had 65 dragon power. The 2 mantis kings were killed by Yi Xian within a second. This scene happened so quickly that the mysterious man did not have time to react. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already slashed out with the dragon's judgment. The dragon's judgment cut through dozens of branches, then sank into the trunk of the demonic tree, which was at least 10 meters thick. Crack! The trunk of the demonic tree was cut in half at the waist, then fell backward. No! The mysterious man standing on a branch shouted loudly. This demonic tree was something that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Just a little more, and he would have been able to condense a fruit if he had just gotten a few more human corpses. Just as he was feeling pained, a figure flew over. He only saw a flash of cold light, and then he saw his own body. Like the 2 mantis kings, it had its head chopped off. Plop! His head fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He would never have thought that he, who could control 2 wind mantis kings, would die at the hands of Yi Xian. In fact, when the last dragon's judgment was slashed out, the duration of Beast King's rampage had already passed. However, both wind mantis kings were dead, so this battle was a foregone conclusion. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with only 50 dragon power? You're courting death. Yi Xian snorted coldly and took off the mysterious man's mask. It was a face that he had never seen before. However, this mysterious man's age was beyond his expectations. He estimated that this person was at most 25 years old. He was just curious. Now that he saw the mysterious man's true face, he did not think much of it. He turned around and put away the mysterious man's yin and yang ring. When he turned to look at the demonic tree, he found that the decapitated demonic tree began to wither quickly, then turned into a thick layer of ash. What a pity. If I devoured it, it would have been worth a lot of experience points. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He began to check the mysterious man's yin and yang ring, and found that there were indeed many good things inside. Most of them were heaven and earth treasures. At the same time, there was a pile of books on the cultivation of heaven and earth treasures in the Precious Tree sect. Yi Xian was not interested in this, but he still recorded it into the devouring system. Ding! The host has broken through to 52 dragon power. Chapter 384. He got the wrong person. Ding! Host has broken through to 52 dragon's power. After devouring everything inside, Yi Xian's strength increased again. Although there was no rainbow fruit that could allow one to break through to 60 dragon power, Yi Xian's harvest this time was quite good. One had to know that when he came, he was not even 30 dragons. Now, the matter was finally over. Yi Xian observed his surroundings for a moment before quickly leaving. However, he didn't leave the third level. Instead, he ran around in the poisonous fog. In this fog, there were still wind mantises. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. He looked down and realized that the vines under his feet were beginning to wither. Wei Zhentian. He hastily called out Wei Zhentian. Boom! The entire sea of vines turned into ashes and collapsed. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted quickly and sat on Wei Zhentian's back. So that's how it is. This poisonous fog is emitted by the pile of poisonous heavenly treasures below. Yi Xian rode Megatron and quickly descended. Down below, there were countless skeletons of human beings and corpses of sinister wind mantises, as well as many cosmos rings and poisonous herbs. Yi Xian jumped down from Wei Zhentian's back again. Previously, he didn't dare to collect these poisonous plants. Now that he had fused with the sacred tree of life's bloodline, he wasn't afraid anymore. Immediately, he began to collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and interspatial rings. As for the wind mantises that were still alive, he just killed them one by one. The fog had yet to descend, so he took this opportunity to explore the entire third floor. At the same time, he also discovered the corpses of the 3 Sect Alliance members, which naturally included the Xia family. What a pity, such a beauty is gone just like that. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. After sweeping through the third floor, he returned to the second floor. There were still many poisonous plants on the second floor, so he strolled around for a while before returning to the first floor. The first level's natural treasures were almost completely swept clean. After all, many people retreated in the face of the second level's poisonous fog and returned to the land. When Yi Xian devoured all of these things, he broke through to 55 dragon power. Of the 4 great forces in this area, the strongest was only 54 dragons, and he had already surpassed that. Looks like I can't stay here any longer. I have to go to a more prosperous place. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now, he also understood the geographical structure of the Bloodstone continent. He was currently in the Luoxia region, which was under the jurisdiction of the Battle King Hole. The Luoxia region was divided into countless territories. His current territory was extremely small, and it couldn't even be considered a low-level territory. After all, there was a spirit realm expert in a low-level territory. However, when he returned to the land, he discovered that there were other people here. However, he felt that something was wrong because he saw a few people who seemed to be interrogating others. They're out. Someone's out. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw Yi Xian, the strange white-clothed man wearing a mask. Master, that's him. At this time, someone suddenly pointed at him and shouted. Oh. An elder turned his head to look at Yi Xian in surprise. You're the one who killed my disciple? Your disciple? Yi Xian turned his head with some surprise, wondering if the other had mistaken him for someone else. The youth who'd pointed at him just now continued, Master, he's the one who set the trap and killed Junior Brother, stealing the precious tree sect's heritage that originally belonged to us. Yi Xian was now certain that the other had mistaken him for someone else. This was because he was still wearing a mask. The mysterious person was also wearing a mask and wearing white, and was about the same height as him. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? I'm going to capture you and let you experience the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. The elder roared loudly and charged towards Yi Xian with large strides. 65 dragons. This elder was actually an expert with 65 dragons. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was obvious that this elder was definitely a local and had come from another territory. At this time, he'd also thought things through. The mysterious person must have killed someone and stolen the precious tree sect's heritage. He must have heard of what was happening here and hurried over. What was even more coincidental was that he'd mistaken him for the mysterious person who'd died. Although Yi Xian wanted to explain, the elder was too fast and didn't give him a chance to speak. He was in front of him in the blink of an eye. This elder had 65 dragons of strength, the same as the 2 wind mantis kings. However, his strength was absolutely above the 2 mantis kings. The elder's casual punch contained unparalleled strength. If this punch had landed on Yi Xian's head, it would have blown Yi Xian's brains apart. However, Yi Xian wouldn't allow him to be so presumptuous. Bahuang's sword, break. With a crisp sound, the Bahuang sword shattered into 8 sharp blades and attacked Yi Xian from 8 directions. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the heaven-shattering movement method to dodge the punch. Whoosh whoosh. The elder was slightly surprised when the wind from the punch whistled past him. Humph, have you already swallowed that rainbow fruit? A mere 55 dragons is nothing to this old man. The elder's body trembled as a thick surge of true qi rippled out, sending the 8 blades flying. However, the Bahuang wind formation was only one of Yi Xian's attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out a low-rank celestial weapon. An aura of death began to spread out. Yi Xian chopped down with extreme speed. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down, giving the elder a sense of oppression. What? The elder once again felt incredulous. It was extremely rare for a cultivator with 55 dragons of strength to be able to train a sword method to such a level. However, he wasn't to be trifled with. Clang! The elder took out a long sword and blocked the chop. Then, he used his true qi to push Yi Xian's long sword away and counterattacked. His attack wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's. 100% mastery. Yi Xian reacted instantly. He didn't expect to see an expert who had trained his martial arts to 100% mastery. However, he wasn't afraid. Bahuang's sword, assemble. He reassembled the Bahuang sword. His opponent's offensive and movement techniques were on par with his. Therefore, if he wanted to win, he had to use the Bahuang sword. The Bahuang sword was stronger when facing a strong opponent. Yi Xian held it in his hand. The strength of his true qi wasn't any weaker than the elder's. Moreover, he could use the elder to increase the proficiency of the underworld swordsmanship. This brat does have some ability. The old man frowned, but his eyes flashed with killing intent. His 3 disciples were right behind him. His 65 dragons of strength couldn't do anything to a 55 dragons brat like Yi Xian. It was really embarrassing. Therefore, he didn't want to capture Yi Xian. Instead, he attacked with all his might to kill Yi Xian. However, after exchanging more than 10 moves with Yi Xian, he realized that he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Moreover, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 385. Kill. Ding. Yellow Spring Sword Technique's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 60%. Ding. Yellow Spring Sword Technique's proficiency level has reached the upper limit. When Yi Xian heard this notification in his mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Proficiency level should be related to his cultivation level. As long as he continued to break through, the number would increase again. But this was a topic for another time. Right now, he had to kill this old man first. If you don't give me a chance to speak, then I'll kill you. I'll send you to hell with my 60% proficiency level Yellow Spring Sword Technique. Yi Xian's aura surged as he turned his anger into strength and attacked madly. Originally, he and the old man were evenly matched. However, as his proficiency in the middle-grade heaven-class underworld sword art increased, he broke the balance. The situation was tilting in his direction, and the old man was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. How is this possible? The old man's 3 disciples were shocked. Although they only had 50 dragon strength, they understood the old man's strength. But today, the old man couldn't do anything to someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. This was too surreal. What's going on? Why does Master seem to be at a disadvantage? Impossible, there must be a problem. The other must have used some underhanded method. It's only been a few months, but this person's cultivation level has soared to 5 dragons. His battle strength has also skyrocketed. This must be the effect of the precious tree sect's inheritance and the rainbow fruit. The 3 of them had greedy expressions on their faces. They had come here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to avenge their junior brother. Secondly, to obtain the rainbow fruit that could allow them to break through to 60 dragon powers. Swish! At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and the 3 saw the old man rapidly retreat. Master's arm has been cut off. The 3 were very shocked. At this moment, the old man suddenly shouted, "Bastard brat, this old man won't let you have peace even if I die." The old man's voice reverberated in the air, and then his body began to expand. Bam! After a huge sound, the old man's body suddenly exploded, sending pieces of flesh flying everywhere. Yi Xian was also astonished. What kind of F***king martial arts was this? How could he self-destruct? However, when the old man self-destructed, he had already used his true energy to protect himself, so the flesh and blood did not splatter onto him. However, the moment the old man died, a red mark drilled into his body. Ding! Host has been hit by the soul-chasing imprint. Soul-chasing mark. Yi Xian frowned in astonishment. What was this? When did he get it? He looked down and was shocked to find that his chest was stained red. Just now, he had used his Xinqi to block the attack, but what he had blocked was the old man's blood essence using a special method. It was a type of sensory imprint. What the hell is this? Yi Xian reached out and tried to wipe it off. Realizing that he couldn't wipe it off, he flipped open his shirt to take a look. There was already a red dot on his chest, but he still couldn't wipe it off. Just as he was thinking about it, the old man's 3 disciples looked at each other. An expert with 65 dragons of power was beheaded by Yi Xian with 55 dragons of power. This was a challenge that surpassed 10 levels. Run! The 3 of them immediately reacted and turned to run. You want to run? Yi Xian's eyes flickered, but he did not chase after them. He quietly collected the old man's interspatial ring. However, the 8 sharp blades had already shattered and caught up to the 3 of them. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds were heard, and 2 heads flew. Meanwhile, the 3rd person was stopped by several sharp blades and did not dare to move at all. Don't kill me. The last person was so scared that he wet himself and hurriedly begged for mercy. Yi Xian put away the old man's interspatial ring, then slowly walked over and said, "What is this red dot on my body?" The young man swallowed and said slowly, "If I tell you, you won't kill me." However, just as he said this, he felt a chill on his arm, and a fresh severed arm was thrown into the air. I'll tell you. The young man endured the pain of his severed arm and hurriedly said, "This is a secret technique of the Gui Yuan sect. It condenses all the blood in the body into a single drop and leaves a mark on the enemy's body. Anyone who practices the Gui Yuan sect's techniques will be able to sense it." So you're saying that I'm now a GPS signal transmitter? Yi Xian thought to himself. If he encountered someone from the Gui Yuan sect, he would definitely be thought to have killed someone from the Gui Yuan sect. When that time came, he would attract a lot of trouble. I've already told you. Can you spare? The young man said. However, before he could finish speaking, the 8 desolate blades were suddenly activated. Then, another head was thrown into the air. Facing an enemy, Yi Xian would not show mercy. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, it would only bring him more trouble. Then, he put away the 3 people's interspatial rings. Ding! The host has broken through to 58 dragons of power. The old man and the 3 people were quite wealthy. It allowed him to jump from 55 dragons of power to 58 dragons of power. At this moment, if the old man could be resurrected, he would probably be killed by Yi Xian in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed that there were more than 10 warriors from the family who had been captured by the old man and the other 3 for interrogation. "Sir, please spare our lives." The leader of the warriors took the lead and knelt down. Then, everyone else knelt down. Although Yi Xian had killed many people, it was not to the extent of killing innocent people. Moreover, these people were not at a high level, so he was too lazy to make a move. "Hand over your interspatial rings and I'll spare your lives." Yi Xian's cold voice fell into everyone's ears. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately, this group of people took off their interspatial rings. Then, the leader of the warriors handed them over to Yi Xian. They also understood that Yi Xian wanted to let them go. Otherwise, they would have become corpses long ago. Even an expert with 65 dragons of power had died at the hands of Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. After keeping the interspatial rings, Yi Xian quickly left and disappeared in front of this group of people. Phew! This group of people heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were penniless, it was already very difficult to keep their lives. After leaving, Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian and went to a quiet place. There were many ores in the old man's interspatial ring. Together with the heaven artifacts that he had collected, Wei Zhentian had the chance to eat a good meal. This time, it was a close call, but I used up my last Beast King rampage. Next, I have to go and get some corpses of the sacred beasts of 60 dragons. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beast King rampage was his greatest trump card. In this world where danger lurked everywhere, he needed to have a trump card that he could use at all times. This time, he rested for 3 full days. Chapter 386. How unlucky. His heaven-shattering method had also improved slightly in these 3 days, breaking through to 80%. As for the yellow spring sword technique, he still couldn't improve it, so he could only give it up for now. During this time, he also experimented and tested the sacred tree of life's abilities. Indeed, the sacred tree of life possessed unparalleled recovery abilities. He hardened his heart and cut off his left arm. Immediately afterwards, he saw the severed arm begin to shrink and turn into a puddle of blood. But before this, a new arm grew out from where his severed arm had been, looking exactly the same as before. The sacred tree of life was indeed amazing. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to this. If a top-rank bloodline was already so strong, how strong would a divine-rank bloodline be? As for the soul-chasing seal, Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it. He estimated that as long as he reached 65 dragons of strength, he should be able to get rid of it. 3 days later, he left on Wei Zhentian, who'd grown to 50 dragons of strength. Now, this area couldn't hold him anymore, so he had to go to a higher-level place. His destination this time was a place called Redwood Region. This territory could barely be considered a low-level territory because its lord was a spirit realm expert. Wei Zhentian's speed had increased greatly after breaking through to 50 dragons of strength. Yi Xian arrived at Redwood Region in just 2 days. 2 days of hurrying had caused Yi Xian's mouth to grow thin. He had Wei Zhentian stop outside the city, then prepared to enter the city to eat a good meal and take care of some matters along the way. What he wanted to do now was to find an auction house and pass down the precious tree sex method of cultivating worldly treasures. Even the worst sect in Redwood region was stronger than the Precious Tree sect, but that didn't mean that no one wanted the sect's methods. In fact, they might even pay a high price. After all, this was a land of great talents. If a large sect obtained it, they might be able to grow a spirit tree that was even better than the rainbow treasured tree. Of course, he also wanted to purchase some sacred beast corpses with 60 dragons of strength. Yi Xian entered the city called Devil Ape City. The demon ape was an extremely powerful saint beast, with a strength of 70 dragon powers. The city lord of the Devil Ape City had cultivated a technique that allowed him to temporarily transform into a devil ape. Yi Xian walked in. After asking around, he found a good restaurant and prepared to have a good meal. The restaurant was a good place to hear many things. This time, Yi Xian heard about the Undying Sword God. The Undying Sword God had attempted the Sword God Pagoda more than 1,000 times, but he had never succeeded. Furthermore, the Undying Sword God was heavily injured this time, so he should be able to rest for a while. Yi Xian didn't take it to heart because he was too far away from the Undying Sword God. The Undying Sword God was an expert that had surpassed the spirit's 4 realms. He had already reached the Nihility God realm. As for Yi Xian, he hadn't even reached the spirit realm. This kind of thing, it was better to just listen. When the dishes were served, Yi Xian was like a hungry tiger and began to eat like crazy. However, when he was halfway through his meal, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young masters, this way please." The waiter led the 2 of them upstairs. "Senior brother, where did the elders go?" "The elders went to find the Devil Ape City's city lord. They will be here soon." "City lord? How does the elders know the city lord?" "Nonsense, the city lord of the Devil Ape City was once an elder of our Gui Yuan sect. Where do you think we get all our cultivation resources from?" "So that's how it is." The 2 white-clothed youths chatted as they walked upstairs. At the same time, when Yi Xian heard the conversation between the 2, his chopsticks couldn't help but stop. Gui Yuan sect. The elder he killed in the Precious Tree sect's plantation was a member of the Gui Yuan sect. Damn, my luck is too bad. The Gui Yuan sect is actually established in the Redwood territory. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, the 2 of them had already gone upstairs. Suddenly, the young man in the lead frowned and looked straight at Yi Xian. From the beginning, he'd had a strange feeling in his heart. Now that he saw Yi Xian, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother, this feeling, could it be the soul-chasing mark?" The leading youth's junior brother asked in surprise. The leading youth's face was cold. This was the first time he had encountered the soul-chasing mark, so he didn't immediately react. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. He stealthily placed his hand on his long sword and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, he has the soul-chasing mark on him. He must have killed someone from our Gui Yuan sect. Later, you will help me capture this person. But, we don't know his cultivation level." The junior brother replied in a low voice. "So what? The reason why our Gui Yuan sect has been able to survive until now is because of our unity. Now that we have seen the person who killed our disciples, how can we let him go?" The youth said in a low voice. His junior brother was still a little worried and said weakly, "Senior brother, why don't we wait for the elders? Junior brother, you were promoted to a true disciple, but you are still so weak. Since you are afraid, I will do it myself." After the youth finished speaking, he pulled out his long sword with a clang and charged towards Yi Xian. "Brat, how dare you kill someone from our Gui Yuan sect? Today, I will avenge my junior brother." When these words fell into Yi Xian's ears, a simple and unadorned long sword appeared in his hand. Crack! The Bawang sword broke into 8 pieces and flew out in an instant. The youth only had 58 dragons of strength, which was the same level as Yi Xian. Facing the attack of the Bahuang wind formation, he probably wouldn't even last a second. Indeed, in less than a second, the youth was chopped into several pieces. Not only that, but his junior brother also died miserably. When the two heads fell to the floor of the second floor of the restaurant, the entire second floor fell silent. Someone actually dared to kill someone in the Devil Ape City. No one in the Redwood territory agreed. The Devil Ape City also had its own laws, and one of them was that it was forbidden to kill in the city. However, Yi Xian had already violated this law. After all, he had already killed someone from the Gui Yuan sect, so he might as well kill two more. He quickly stood up, put away the two people's belongings, and turned to leave. However, just as he jumped out, a loud roar resounded in the sky. How dare you kill a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect? You are courting death. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head and saw three elders running towards him on the roof. Gui Yuan sect elders. One with 68 dragons, two with 67 dragons. Yi Xian glanced at them and his heart trembled. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against the three of them. However, this was the Devil Ape City. If he fought, what if the mayor of the Devil Ape City was attracted? Chapter 387. Lord of Demonic Ape City, I don't care if you're from the Gui Yuan sect. Kill. Yi Xian immediately made a decision in his heart. He estimated that if he killed these three people, he would at least be able to break through to 60 dragon power. Suddenly, his aura surged as he condensed a dragon-slaying sword and charged forward. Brat, you're advancing instead of retreating. Do you think the three of us are trash? One of the Gui Yuan sect elders was furious as he raised his hand and slapped towards Yi Xian. This slap was like a mountain pressing down on Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not care at all as he slashed down with his dragon-slaying sword. Dragon's Judgment. Bang! The two energies collided and a shockwave swept out in an instant, sending some of the stronger martial artists flying. Those who could live here were all weak. The weakest among them had 40 dragon power and would not be killed by the shockwave. However, these buildings were different. In an instant, the surrounding buildings collapsed with a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the air as a great battle broke out. Brat, I don't care which sect you're from. Since you dared to kill my people, I want you to pay with your life. After witnessing Yi Xian's power, the leading elder roared in anger. He was different from the two Gui Yuan sect disciples. He was very familiar with the soul-chasing mark, so he could sense it in an instant. At the same time, he also guessed that Yi Xian should be from some big faction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block his attack with only 58 dragon power. Die! The three of them did not dare to be careless. They instantly rushed to Yi Xian's side and attacked together. As for Yi Xian, he was also holding his dragon-slaying sword and using a mid-grade heaven-level martial art, the underworld sword technique. Although he was weaker than the three of them, with the 20% increase in movement speed, the mid-grade heaven-level martial art, the underworld sword technique, and the 8 desolate sword, it was only a matter of time before he killed the three of them. I have to end this quickly. Die, my sword falls to the underworld. Yi Xian swept out his sword and struck one of them with lightning speed, sending him flying. Although he was not able to kill him, he was able to severely injure him, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Most importantly, the pincer attack of the three instantly turned into 2. This must be a mid-grade heaven-level martial art. The two old men who were still present were stunned for a moment before they reacted. That kind of attack power had already surpassed what they knew. Kill him and get the mid-grade heaven-level martial art. The two of them had the same thought. However, they underestimated Yi Xian's strength. 8 desolate sword, 60% mastery of middle-grade heaven-level martial arts, and sword saint bloodline. You think you can stop me? Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. His entire body moved like a ghost. His speed was even faster than the two of them. T-Dai's underworld sword descends. Yi Xian roared angrily as he slashed out again, sending an elder flying. Now, there was only one person left. Not good. The remaining elder's face darkened. Even if he was 10 dragons stronger than Yi Xian, the three of them could not do anything to Yi Xian. Now that he was the only one left, how could he fight? Retreat. The old man's eyes flashed as he explosively retreated. However, Yi Xian's speed was even faster than his. How could he leave? With 2 less obstacles, Yi Xian could focus on attacking the elder. In just a second, the elder was completely defeated by the 60% Imperial City sword techniques. Kid, you're courting death. The 2 elders who were sent flying by Yi Xian also came forward. However, they did not see that 2 beams of light had already shot out from Yi Xian's eyes. Underworld Sword Technique, S. Yi Xian's body suddenly emitted a sinister aura. Without hesitation, he turned around and slashed with his sword. A crisp sound was heard, followed by a head being thrown into the air. He was already heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced. However, he courted death by sending himself to Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally would not show mercy. After the death of the 67 Dragons Origin returning sect elder, Yi Xian took a step forward and took off his universe ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 59 dragons. Another flying dragon rose from the elder's body. He broke through in battle. The remaining 2 elders were shocked. They finally understood who they had offended. They immediately turned around and fled. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. With a few strides, he killed the other heavily injured old man. After devouring the items in the Qian Kun ring, he set his eyes on the elder of the Gui Yuan sect who had 68 dragons. City Lord, save me. The elder suddenly roared as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yi Xian frowned. Looking through the elder's silhouette, he saw a burly man rushing towards them. It was the city lord of the Devil Ape City. Oh no! His expression changed as he quickly chased after him. Underworld Sword Technique. An aura of death spread. Stop! The burly man in front of Yi Xian shouted. However, he could not scare Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his arm and the 3rd elder's head flew off. Blood splattered everywhere like a fountain. Dead! With his head chopped off, the elder's speed slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly took the elder's universe ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 60 dragons of power. When this notification sounded, Yi Xian's fighting spirit burned to the extreme. However, he did not have time to rejoice because the burly man had already rushed in front of him. The moment the burly man punched, Yi Xian's brain suddenly stopped working. It was as if time had been pulled back to a few centuries ago. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, the wind from the punch had already arrived. No, rather than calling it a fist, it would be better to call it a huge meteorite that smashed towards Yi Xian. So strong. If I get hit, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly. Yi Xian's heart sank. At this moment, he had no way to retreat. He could only face it head-on. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Bahuang sword shattered and reformed into the Bahuang shield in front of him. Coincidentally, the burly man's punch also arrived. An incomparably powerful force slammed into the 8 Desolation shield. Yi Xian did not have time to dodge and took the hit. Boom! The huge impact landed on Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian could only feel the qi and blood in his body churning. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he also felt that several of his bones were broken. Bam! The burly man's punch sent Yi Xian flying. However, he did not follow up with another attack. Pfft. Chapter 388. The fierce battle, you killed 3 of them. The muscular man looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. There were 7 dragons flying around him, all of them big. 70 dragon strength. He was the Devil Ape City's mayor. What the F***ck, it's just 2 more dragons. Isn't that a little too strong? Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. If the Devil Ape City's mayor took advantage of the situation and attacked him, he would be in danger. However, he was only hit by that punch because of the Devil Ape City's mayor's sneak attack. Otherwise, he would not have been hit. They wanted to kill me. Do you think I will be killed by them? Yi Xian said word by word. He was stalling for time so that the sacred tree of life could heal his injuries. In the blink of an eye, the broken ribs were broken down and replaced by new ones. This was the powerful recovery ability of the sacred tree of life. As long as he was not killed instantly, he would be able to heal indefinitely. The Devil Ape City's mayor was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You have the soul-chasing mark of the Gui Yuan sect. Did you kill the people of the Gui Yuan sect?" Yi Xian was also stunned. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered the conversation between the 2 Gui Yuan sect's direct disciples in the restaurant. The Devil Ape City's mayor was also an elder of the Gui Yuan sect. Naturally, he also practiced the techniques of the Gui Yuan sect. He wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. Can't I resist? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. The Devil Ape City's mayor snorted, "What you said has no evidence. However, it is a fact that you killed 3 elders of the Gui Yuan sect. Surrender and I'll spare your life." Yi Xian was able to kill 3 elders of the Gui Yuan sect. This was enough to prove his aptitude. A person with such aptitude would definitely have an extraordinary identity. In the Redwood territory, there were many cities that were more powerful than the Devil Ape City. There were even families that were more powerful than the Devil Ape City. He was testing Yi Xian. However, he did not know that Yi Xian came from a small continent. No, rather than a continent, it would be better to call him a small island. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally would not reveal his name. It's impossible for me to surrender. If you want to capture me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Xian laughed coldly. At this time, his injuries had already healed, and even his true qi had recovered to its peak. I'll give you another chance. You better cherish it. Your 60 dragon power is nothing in my eyes. The demonic ape city master narrowed his eyes. How do you know that I will definitely lose to you if we haven't fought? Yi Xian's expression turned cold. Just now, he had killed 3 elders of the Gui Yuan sect with the strength of 58 dragons, and one of them was 68 dragons. That was a strength that exceeded the strength of 10 dragons. Now, he had broken through to 60 dragons, while Devil Ape City's city master had 70 dragons of power. That was a difference of 10 dragons. However, Devil Ape City's city master's strength was not something that an ordinary 70 dragons expert could compare to. He had to take this seriously. After all, the sacred beast corpses that he had devoured were not enough for him to use Beast King Rampage once. Alright, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then I'll see what right you have to kill people in my territory. The demonic ape city lord shouted loudly as he madly dashed towards Yi Xian. He didn't know when he'd put on a pair of gloves. Sorrowful emptiness palm. Devil Ape City Master struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print destroyed the street as it rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no intention of retreating. He condensed his Dragon Slayer sword and used the Bahuang sword to make up for the difference in true qi between him and Devil Ape City Master. In terms of true qi, he was not inferior. In terms of speed, he was not inferior either. In terms of attack, he was even more superior than Devil Ape City Master. Underworld Sword Technique, a mid-tier heaven-level martial art, and the power of his Sword Saint bloodline allowed him to easily defeat the huge palm print. You do have some ability, Devil Ape City Master raised an eyebrow. He had underestimated Yi Xian. Again. Devil Ape City Master roared and rushed forward. This time, he wanted to fight in close combat. At this time, countless people had gathered on the rooftops in the distance. A battle of this level was not something that could be seen everywhere. Some talented people could learn a lot from this battle and improve themselves. However, no one present could see Yi Xian's speed clearly. They could only hear the huge movements and afterimages. So strong. Where did this kid come from? He can actually fight to a draw with the city master. Nonsense, how can it be a draw? The city master still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Yes, there's still the devil ape transformation. The city master seems to have cultivated this martial art to an extremely high level. Once he uses it, he can increase the strength of 5 dragons. Increasing the strength of 7 dragons by 5 dragons, that's 75 dragons. That's terrifying. A group of people began to chat. On the battlefield, the battle was intense. Tendon-splitting hand. Underworld sword style. Yi Xian and Devil Ape City Master both used their best martial arts. The latter's tendon-splitting hand had been cultivated to the pinnacle and was extremely powerful. Every time Yi Xian was hit, the meridians in his hand would instantly rupture. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. In less than a second after his meridians ruptured, they would automatically reconnect. Therefore, Devil Ape City Master's move had no effect on him. What's wrong with this kid? Normally, a person's entire arm would be crippled after being hit by my palm. But I've already hit him 3 times, and he's still able to fight back as if nothing happened. Devil Ape City Master thought as he attacked. He could not understand what was going on with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. He had deliberately extended his left hand to let his opponent hit him. His goal was to exhaust his opponent's true energy. At this time, he and Devil Ape City Master seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, he had the upper hand. However, Devil Ape City Master's realm was higher than his, and his true energy was more abundant. He did not care about a mere 3 palm strikes. The battle between the two was extremely intense. They fought from outside the restaurant all the way down the long street. The entire street was destroyed by them. Fortunately, the people had already dispersed. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the crossfire. A battle of this level could easily affect the crowd. If they were not careful, there would be heavy casualties. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you're just wasting time. I'll give you one more chance. As long as you surrender, I'll guarantee your safety. Devil Ape City Master shouted. This was the 3rd chance he had given Yi Xian. City Master really knows how to joke. Yi Xian snorted coldly and continued to attack. If Devil Ape City Master only had this much ability, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Moreover, he had the strength to retreat. If he wanted to leave, Devil Ape City Master would not be able to do anything to him. The two fought fiercely along the long street from the east to the west, destroying nearly half of the city. At the same time, Devil Ape City Master's true energy was reduced to less than half. Chapter 389. Kill as usual. This kid only has 60 dragon powers, but he has the ability to fight against me. The weapon in his hand should be a mid-grade heaven-class weapon, and the martial arts he is using should also be a mid-grade heaven-class martial arts. Where did he come from? The demonic ape city lord frowned. Yi Xian's identity was too mysterious, so he did not kill him. If it were anyone else, he would have used his trump card and killed them. As he pondered in his heart, He was completely unaware that he and Yi Xian had already fought all the way to his doorstep. The huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the City Lord Manor. Isn't that the City Lord? The City Lord is fighting with someone. He's so strong. Who is that kid? He can actually fight the City Lord to a draw. Cut the crap. Go and help. A few experts with 60 dragon powers shouted and joined the battle. The demonic ape City Lord did not stop them. He believed that more people could help him capture Yi Xian. However, what he did not know was that these people were simply giving Yi Xian benefits. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Yi Xian's eyes widened. What he lacked was given to him. As long as he broke through once or twice, he could kill the demonic ape City Lord. This time, there were 6 people who rushed out of the City Lord Manor. All of them had 66 dragon powers and above, and the strongest one had 68 dragon powers. The 6 of them joined the battle instantly, increasing the pressure on Yi Xian. It would be great if I could use Beast King's rampage once. Yi Xian felt helpless. Although these people were benefits, it was not that easy to kill one of them while being surrounded by 7 people. If he had enough sacred beast corpses, he could use Beast King's rampage. This would allow his 60 dragon powers to instantly increase to 80 dragon powers, giving him the ability to kill everyone in an instant. Unfortunately, he did not. I'm still a little short of corpses. As long as I kill 1 or 2 people, and if my luck is not too bad, I should be able to gather enough corpses, Yi Xian thought as he retreated. These people were all experts with 60 dragon powers, so there would definitely be sacred beast corpses with more than 60 dragon powers in their rings. Therefore, he decided to give it his all. Brat, die. The 68 dragons martial artist suddenly shot forward and thrust his sword at Yi Xian's chest. But this time, Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. Let's fight. In the face of this person's attack, Yi Xian did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with his chest puffed out. What? The 7 people present were all shocked. Was he going to risk his life? Hiss. While they were still in shock, a crisp sound rang out. They saw that Yi Xian's chest had been pierced by a long sword. It was only half a finger's distance away from his heart. Crazy. What a lunatic. This was the 7 people's evaluation of Yi Xian. Motherf asterisk cur, I didn't get hurt for nothing. I'll make you pay with your lives. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and sent out a slash imbued with the aura of death, killing the cultivator who had pierced his chest. Then, he put away the other party's interspatial ring. Devour. Ding. The host has broken through to 61 dragons of strength. This was good news. But this was only the first piece of good news. The corpses are enough. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. What? Seeing Yi Xian suddenly form a new dragon, the 6 people present were all shocked. Not good. Suddenly, the Devil Ape City mayor raised an eyebrow. He felt that Yi Xian was exuding an extremely dangerous aura, so he immediately made a decision. Devil Ape Transformation. The Devil Ape City mayor immediately used his trump card. Then, his hair began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a devil ape more than 2 meters tall. The number of dragons flying around him also increased to 75 dragons. Ah, you can do it, but so can I. Yi Xian roared at the sky. He ignored the long sword that had pierced his chest and immediately used Beast King Rampage. A formless pressure instantly spread out. 8 large dragons wriggled around his body. 80 dragons of strength. 80 dragons of strength, coupled with the Beast King bloodline's 2 agility advancements, made Yi Xian as fast as lightning. Rip. 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 Heads were tossed into the air one after another, accompanied by crisp sounds. In the blink of an eye, 6 experts from the city mayor's mansion were killed by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 62 dragons of strength. When this notification sounded out, Yi Xian's number of flying dragons increased once again. 81 dragons. His speed also increased again. Now, the Devil Ape City mayor knew that he had offended a peerless genius. This time, he would pay the price in blood. Damn it, the Devil Ape City master cursed in his heart. Soon after, his head flew into the air. The Devil Ape City mayor was dead. After his death, his interspatial ring naturally fell into the hands of the berserk Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 64 dragons of strength. As a city mayor, the Devil Ape City mayor was naturally wealthy. However, he was not stupid enough to put everything in his interspatial ring. Therefore, he only allowed Yi Xian to break through to 2 dragons of strength. However, Yi Xian's Beast King rampage had just begun. He did not want to waste this opportunity. Therefore, he chose to rush into the city mayor's mansion. Oh no, the city mayor is dead. The killing god is rushing in. The city mayor's mansion was in chaos. However, these people were relieved that Yi Xian did not intend to start a massacre. His goal was only the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 65 dragons of strength. Ding! The host has broken through to 66 dragons of strength. As time passed, Yi Xian gained more and more. Every time he broke through, his experience points would increase. Therefore, the raid on the city mayor's mansion only allowed him to break through to 2 dragons of strength. However, this was not bad. Now, he had a speed that was comparable to 80 dragons of strength. On this day, the Devil Ape City was in chaos. News of the Devil Ape City mayor's death would probably spread very quickly. I killed the Devil Ape City mayor and raided the city mayor's mansion. Therefore, the Lord should be targeting me. When the time comes, my portrait will be put up as a wanted criminal. Instead of that, I might as well cause another ruckus. Yi Xian left the Devil Ape City and rode Wei Zhentian away. This time, his destination was the Gui Yuan sect. He wanted to use the soul-chasing mark to cause another ruckus before the news spread. Now, he understood the strength of the Gui Yuan sect. The sect leader was an expert with 85 dragons of strength. The sect had 10,000 disciples, 3,000 protectors, and 100 elders. Yi Xian estimated that this time, he should be able to break through to 70 dragons of strength, or even higher. Chapter 390. Attack the Gui Yuan sect. The Gui Yuan sect was located to the north of the Devil Ape City. Even an expert with 50 dragon power would need to spend 3 days to reach there. However, Yi Xian rode on Wei Zhentian and only spent 2 hours to arrive. At this moment, he was already 10,000 meters above the Gui Yuan sect. He commanded his might shakes the heavens to descend. When it was 1,000 meters away, he jumped down and landed in front of the Gui Yuan sect with a boom. He even shattered the huge stone tablet in front of the Gui Yuan sect. What? This big movement immediately attracted the attention of the guarding disciples. Someone actually dared to destroy the stone tablet of the Gui Yuan sect. He was really looking for death. How dare you behave so atrociously in my Gui Yuan sect? Everyone, be careful. He has a soul-chasing mark on him. Quick, inform the protectors and elders. The disciples immediately surrounded him, but no one dared to step forward. The masked man, Yi Xian, descended from the sky and destroyed the stone tablet of the Gui Yuan sect. Normal people would not dare to do such a thing. As for these disciples, they only had 50 dragon power at most. If they went up, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Yi Xian would not foolishly wait here for the elders to arrive. He looked around and his figure flashed. Following that, cries of agony rang out one after another. "Ah, my hand! My interspatial ring! Everyone, leave quickly. This person wants to rob our Gue Yuan sect." In front of the Gue Yuan sect's mountain gate, there were cries of anguish. These disciples could not catch up to Yi Xian's speed and could only cry and shout. After collecting the interspatial rings, Yi Xian immediately rushed into the Gue Yuan sect. He wanted to increase his strength before the higher-ups of the Gue Yuan sect arrived. In the Gue Yuan sect, those with more than 55 dragons could become protectors, and 60 dragons were elders. Of course, the elders were also divided into ranks. The strongest elder had the strength of 80 dragons, and the sect leader was an expert with the strength of 85 dragons. In the vigor realm, every advancement was extremely difficult. If one did not have the assistance of heavenly and earthly treasures, they would have to work hard. Therefore, most people would stay in their own residences to cultivate. After Yi Xian broke through the mountain gate, he directly entered the residence of the disciples and began to rob from door to door. These disciples were not strong enough to stop Yi Xian at all. Among them, there were some female disciples who were in the middle of bathing and had their interspatial rings taken away by him. Ah, the Gue Yuan sect was in chaos. No one was able to grasp the exact location of Yi Xian. After sweeping through the residences of the Gue Yuan sect disciples, Yi Xian focused his attention on the buildings. The weapon shop, the martial arts pavilion, the spirit herb hall, and even the cafeteria were all visited by him. "I've finished cleaning up the outer sect. Let's head to the inner sect now," Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed towards the origin returning sect's inner sect. This time, he had gained quite a bit, allowing him to break through from 66 dragons to 67 dragons. This trip was indeed worth it. The Gue Yuan sect's inner sect was the most important. The inner sect disciples were stronger than the outer sect disciples. Furthermore, the elders and protectors all lived here. Although there weren't many of them, the value of the inner sect was higher than that of the outer sect. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the Gue Yuan sect hadn't reacted yet to plunder without restraint. At this moment, in the Gue Yuan sect's Gue Yuan treasure hall, 3 people were sitting there and chatting. "Son, it's not easy for you to come back. Why don't you stay for a few more days before leaving?" The Gue Yuan sect leader looked at his son whom he hadn't seen for many years and said slowly. The young man in front of him smiled and shook his head. "Father, I came back this time because it was on the way. A disciple of the sect who was traveling outside found a relic by chance, so I came to investigate." "Oh, what kind of relic is it?" the Gue Yuan sect leader asked curiously. The young man was stunned and turned to look at the old man beside him. "It's fine. The exploration this time will be led by you juniors. I am only following orders to ensure your safety. You can decide for yourself." The old man squinted his eyes and said. The young man nodded and said, "Father, this relic is said to have been built by the 6th Lord of the Redwood Territory, Qi Lian." "Oh. The 6th Lord." The Gue Yuan sect leader was stunned. The Gue Yuan sect was under the jurisdiction of the Redwood Territory, and the current Redwood Territory Lord was the 8th Lord. Therefore, he understood immediately. The 6th Lord, it is said that he had a great battle with an expert and then went missing. At that time, he had already broken through to level 1 Qi controlling realm and his strength was extraordinary. Moreover, he was proficient in refining corpses. He had once refined 2 silver corpses that were comparable to level 1 Qi controlling realm experts. The young man explained. "Yes, I have also heard that these 2 silver corpses were 2 generals under his command when they were alive. However, they were killed because of betrayal and were refined into silver corpses by him." The Gue Yuan sect leader nodded and said, "However, although the 6th Lord is dead, there must be danger in the relic." "I'm afraid, Father, you don't have to worry. We are not entering the relic this time. We are just cleaning up the area around the relic. Those sacred beasts only have 80 dragon strength at most. They are no match for me." When the young man said this, he habitually revealed a proud expression. He was 23 years old this year and had already broken through to 80 dragon strength. He was the disciple of an elder in the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. The Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was quite famous in the Redwood territory. It was said that the sect leader had already surpassed 100 dragon strength and was the #1 expert under the spirit realm. "I see. Then I can rest assured." The Gue Yuan sect leader nodded. "All right, father. I should leave now. My senior and junior brothers are waiting for me." After the young man finished speaking, he stood up. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from outside the main hall, causing the three of them to frown. "What's going on? Don't you know that sparring is prohibited within 3 miles of the Gue Yuan Treasure Palace?" The Gue Yuan sect leader frowned. Just as he finished speaking, an elder rushed in and said, "Sect leader, this is bad. Something big has happened." "What happened?" The Gue Yuan sect leader frowned and asked. He felt that something big had happened. "Sovereign, a thief has invaded our Gue Yuan sect and robbed our Gue Yuan sect's disciples, guardians, and elders." The elder reported. "Thieves? Robbed?" The Gue Yuan sect leader was stunned and asked, "What is this person's realm?" The elder paused for a moment and said, "When I saw him just now, he was at 69 dragon strength. Now, I am not sure." "What do you mean?" The Gue Yuan sect leader did not understand. "It's like this. According to the reports of the disciples, when this person appeared in front of our Gue Yuan sect, he only had 66 dragon strength. Then, he kept breaking through, 67 dragon strength, 68 dragon strength, 69 dragon strength." The elder said while swallowing his saliva. "What? In such a short period of time, he broke through from 66 dragon strength to 69 dragon strength? And he is still breaking through?" The Gue Yuan sect leader was shocked. Not only that, the young man and the old man were the same. Chapter 391. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Ransacking, "Then why didn't you capture him and bring him to me?" The Gue Yuan sect leader asked in surprise. The elder swallowed his saliva and said, "We don't have a choice. Although this kid only has 69 dragons of strength, his speed is astonishing. Dozens of elders have already been heavily injured by him, and he has taken all of their universe rings. Right now, he is fighting with the Great Elder, 69 dragons of strength against the Great Elder who has 80 dragons of strength." The Gue Yuan sect leader opened his eyes wide. This was a battle that surpassed 11 dragons of strength. The elder added, "Sect leader, you should go quickly. If you are too late, he will break through to 70 dragons of strength. Let's go." The Gue Yuan sect leader's face turned cold as he strode out of the Gue Yuan treasure hole. The young man and the elder looked at each other and followed him. Although the young man was a disciple of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect, he was once a member of the Gue Yuan sect. Naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, in the large square of the Gue Yuan sect, 2 figures were fighting. One of them was Yi Xian. "Ha ha ha, Great Elder, you are finished. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld." Yi Xian laughed and swept out his sword. Immediately after, an arm was thrown into the sky. The elder in front of him had a gloomy expression as he was sent flying with a kick. Yi Xian caught the broken arm and took off the universe ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 70 dragons of strength. When he heard the notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. No wonder so many people would engage in this kind of business. It turned out that it was so profitable. However, Yi Xian was only ransacking the Gui Yuan sect. From the beginning until now, he had not harmed anyone's life. The Great Elder's arm was suddenly chopped off, but as long as it was not chopped into pieces, it could be reattached. He only needed to rest for a while. When the surrounding people saw the Great Elder with 80 dragons of strength being chopped off by Yi Xian and then kicked away like a piece of trash, they were shocked speechless. Who was this person wearing a smiley face mask? What kind of grudge did he have with the Gui Yuan sect? What should we do? Even the Great Elder was defeated. Only the sect leader can suppress him. Not necessarily. Didn't you see how much faster that brat is than the Great Elder? And now that he has broken through, even if the sect leader comes, I'm afraid, even if sect leader can't win, can't he join forces with the other elders? A group of people from the Gui Yuan sect whispered to each other as their gazes landed on Yi Xian. Brat, who the hell are you? The Great Elder who had lost an arm questioned. Your Gui Yuan sect is arrogant and despotic, so I am here to suppress your arrogance. Yi Xian smiled slightly. The head elder of the Gui Yuan sect had a cold expression on his face. He had also heard about what had happened to the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect. Today, he had finally gotten his revenge. If you have the guts, don't leave. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect will be here soon. The Great Elder shouted in a low voice. Do you think I can't tell that you are trying to provoke me? However, since you have placed your hopes on your sect leader, I will go along with your wishes. I want to see what the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, an expert with 85 dragons of strength, is capable of. Yi Xian just stood there quietly. When he finished speaking, 3 figures entered his eyes. It's the sect leader. The sect leader is here. This brat is dead for sure. He actually dared to rob our Gui Yuan sect. The sect leader will definitely skin him alive. Isn't that the young sect leader? I heard that the young sect leader was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. I didn't expect him to come back today. When this large group of people saw the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, their morale immediately rose. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect quickly walked down. He looked at Yi Xian and asked in shock, "Who are you?" "You are the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect?" Yi Xian asked in return. "That's right." After receiving the sect leader's answer, Yi Xian continued, "Your people from the Gui Yuan sect once offended me and left a soul-chasing mark on me. Therefore, I am here today to seek justice." When the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect heard this, he couldn't help but frown. "You have no evidence. Why should I believe you? If that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to cut me into 8 pieces? Yi Xian said coldly. "Alright, since that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of." The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect took out a long sword and slowly walked over. Yi Xian also gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and raised his attention to the sect leader. The sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect was a sect leader. He was an 85 dragons expert. He had probably already trained his martial arts to 100% mastery. As for Yi Xian's heaven-shattering body technique, he had just trained it to 90% mastery. "I can still use Beast King's Rage once, but it's too wasteful. Let's try it first." Yi Xian held his sword and walked over. The two of them stood opposite each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, they finally made their move. Pang! Boom! Clang! The two of them began to fight. It was just the beginning, but the battle was already very intense. Among everyone present, there were probably less than 10 people who could see the two of them clearly. Where did this brat come from? His talent is not any worse than yours. The old man beside the junior sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect narrowed his eyes and whispered. The junior sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. He felt that Yi Xian seemed to be even younger than him. This made him feel a little unhappy. Father will definitely skin him alive. The young man snorted. That might not be the case. Why don't we make a bet? The old man suddenly said with interest. Oh. Elder Yen, what do you want to bet? The young man asked curiously. What do you want? The old man asked back. The young man paused and replied, I heard that Elder Yen obtained a 500-year-old dragon's blood grass a few days ago. All right, if your father wins, I will give you this 500-year-old dragon's blood grass. It will be enough for you to break through to 85 dragons. If your father loses, I don't need anything from you. Just treat it as a slap to my own face. The old man said very straightforwardly. Deal. The young man immediately agreed. This was a sure-win deal. If his father won, he would get a 500-year-old dragon's blood grass. If his father lost, he would not lose anything. Even a fool would do this deal. They looked at the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had already reached its climax. Although only 10 seconds had passed, Yi Xian and the sovereign of the Gue Yuan sect had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Brat, I admit that you are very strong. But do you think that if we continue to fight, you can win against me? The sovereign of the Gue Yuan sect said coldly. How do you know I can't? Yi Xian asked back. Chapter 392. Being hunted after all, Yi Xian's recovery ability was extremely strong. Even after fighting for so long, he was still in peak condition. On the other hand, the Gue Yuan sect leader's vital energy and physical strength were both decreasing rapidly. If the battle continued for another half a minute, the difference between them would be obvious. Since that is the case, I will show you the Gue Yuan sect's secret martial art. The Gue Yuan sect leader roared as his vital energy surged. In the blink of an eye, his strength increased by 3 dragons. 88 dragons. What? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the Gue Yuan sect leader to have such a martial art. However, his expression only changed slightly. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. You know it, so do I. Yi Xian's eyes widened as the hair on his body grew thicker. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a devil ape. This was the devil ape transformation of the devil ape city mayor. Yi Xian had obtained this after killing the devil ape city mayor. It was also a heaven-level martial art. However, the devil ape transformation did not have any proficiency. Every time it was used, it would consume 1 drop of the devil ape king's blood essence. The devil ape city mayor only had 3 drops of the devil ape king's blood essence in his yin and yang ring. He had used it once, so Yi Xian had obtained 2. Now, Yi Xian had also used 1. In the blink of an eye, 70 dragons of strength increased to 75 dragons of strength, which was even more than the Gue Yuan sect leaders. Originally, Yi Xian and the Gue Yuan sect leaders' speed were about the same. However, now that both of them had used martial arts to increase their strength, the gap had widened. Yi Xian's speed had surpassed the Gue Yuan sect leaders. What? The Gue Yuan sect leader was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. He did not expect Yi Xian to know the devil ape transformation of the devil ape city mayor. This was a tragedy. I originally wanted to use it sparingly, but you forced me to use it. Don't blame me for this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his body moved as fast as lightning. He rushed in front of the Gue Yuan sect leader. Not good. The expression of the old man who was watching from afar changed. His figure also dashed out rapidly. His speed far surpassed that of Yi Xian. However, this had happened so suddenly that he was a little slower. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Hiss. With a crisp sound, one of the Gui Yuan sect leader's arms was thrown into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. An 85 Dragon Power Expert's Universe Ring, how many good things would there be? However, just as he was about to succeed, a burst of energy suddenly attacked from the side. What? Yi Xian turned his head and saw a palm coming at him. This power was definitely not something he could block. What? 120 Dragon Power. Through the shadow of the fist, he discovered that there were 12 flying dragons rising around the elder. 12 big flying dragons. This meant that this old man was a super expert with 120 dragon power. It was rumored that when a martial artist broke through to 100 dragons, they could attempt to break through to the spirit realm. 120 dragons was far more than 100 dragons. How could there be a super expert with 120 dragons here? Damn it, I'll go all out. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Without hesitation, he used Beast King Rampage. Boom! A burst of energy suddenly rose. Yi Xian's 75 dragons instantly increased to 99 dragons. Bang! The palm hit Yi Xian and sent him flying. This time, the old man was also dumbstruck. Yi Xian's 75 dragons suddenly increased to 24 dragons. What kind of heaven-defying martial art was this? He was very surprised. At this moment, Yi Xian landed on the ground. This old man underestimated my strength. That was close. I was almost killed by his palm. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was aching. He knew that if the old man attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to survive even if he increased his strength to nearly 100 dragons. He would definitely be smashed into minced meat. Retreat. Facing such a powerful enemy, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately jumped up and ran away. This kid can't be left alive. The old man's eyes flashed. They were full of murderous intent. He was not afraid of Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian would return to the Origin sect after escaping. After all, he was about to leave the Origin sect. He couldn't possibly stay here, right? Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. In the blink of an eye, he gave chase. But in the next moment, he realized that Yi Xian's speed was not any slower than his. How was this possible? He can surpass the speed of an 85 dragon warrior with only 75 dragons of strength. Now, he is evenly matched with my 120 dragons of strength. This kid can't be left alive. The old man said in his heart. He followed closely behind Yi Xian. The two of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Xian's speed was not slower than the old man's. However, he had used a technique. Therefore, the old man only needed to chase for a while before he could catch up. Damn it, what a blunder. Why is there a super expert with 120 dragons of strength here? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If the old man had not suddenly attacked him, he would have obtained the Origin sect leader's universe ring and broken through again. It was also because of this old man that he gave up on the interspatial ring and turned tail to run. After all, if he was caught by the old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the current him was still in danger. Kid, don't waste your energy. You can't escape. The old man's voice sounded. Bullsh *T. Yi Xian could not help but curse. At this moment, he had already left the Origin sect. He thought quickly in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a dangerous place north of the Origin sect. Even an expert with 100 dragons of strength would not dare to enter. It seemed that he could only use this place to get rid of the old man. After all, he still had Wei Zhentian as his trump card. If the old man wanted to catch up to him, he would have to grow a pair of wings or break through to the spirit realm. That's the place. Go. Yi Xian gathered his courage and started to run frantically. This kid wants to enter the netherworld abyss. He's courting death. The old man seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's intentions and snorted in his heart. The netherworld abyss was the most dangerous place in the Redwood territory. Even an expert with 120 dragons of strength would not dare to enter. Although Yi Xian had the strength of nearly 100 dragons, once he stepped in, it was possible that he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Most importantly, the old man knew that there was a time limit for Yi Xian to suddenly become stronger. Once the time was up, if he stayed inside, he would definitely die. The old man was not in a hurry because the duration of Yi Xian's Beast King rampage had exceeded his expectations. He estimated that Yi Xian could slow down at any time. The two of them maintained this distance and slowly approached the netherworld abyss. Yi Xian's Beast King rampage lasted for a long time, but the devil ape transformation did not have much time left. Oh no, do I have to use the devil ape transformation again? Chapter 393. The netherworld abyss. Yi Xian had only obtained 2 drops of the devil ape king's blood essence. He had only used 1 drop just now. In other words, he could only use the devil ape transformation 1 more time. However, if he didn't use it, he would definitely be caught. But at this moment... The netherworld mist. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as if he saw hope. Not far ahead was the netherworld abyss, the most dangerous place in the Redwood territory. This time, he had to risk his life again. The old man also saw the netherworld abyss and hesitated. He was wondering if he should go in and take Yi Xian's head. He kept hesitating until Yi Xian entered the purple mist. But when Yi Xian stepped in, the effect of the devil ape transformation suddenly disappeared, causing his speed to decrease greatly. Good chance, 3 days muscle-shattering palm. The old man quickly followed and slapped out with his palm, hitting Yi Xian's back. The 3 days muscle-shattering palm was a mid-grade heaven-level martial art. Although he didn't master it well, it was enough to kill a person. Yi Xian was hit again and flew out. You were hit by my 3 days muscle-shattering palm. In these 3 days, your meridians will continue to crack and it will be extremely difficult to repair until you die. The old man's eyes shone with a murderous light. He continued to chase and take Yi Xian's interspatial ring. He wasn't coveting the things in Yi Xian's interspatial ring. He was preparing to return it to the Gui Yuan sect. As an expert with 120 dragon power, he didn't want to do such a thing. Moreover, he didn't want to do it. But at this moment... Hiss! Suddenly, a loud hissing sound was heard. The sound was so sharp that it hurt the old man's ears. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. When he recognized the shrill cry, his expression changed abruptly. A flying centipede comparable to a level 2 chi-controlling realm. The old man opened his eyes wide and hurriedly retreated. He didn't dare to enter the purple mist. Although he had 120 dragon power, he was still in the strength realm. As for the spirit realm, every time he broke through, he would obtain 100 dragon power. Second level of the royal heir tier was equivalent to 200 dragons. No, it should be at least 200 dragons, because 200 to 299 dragons were all considered to be at the second level of the royal heir tier. The old man was only 120 dragons, so how could he dare to stay here? When he heard the screams, he was almost scared out of his wits. Naturally, he did not dare to pursue Yi Xian and immediately fled. At this moment, Yi Xian had also entered the mist. Phew, luckily he didn't chase after me, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was also heavily injured. To be able to scare off an expert with 120 dragons with just a roar, it must be a super saint beast. I can't stay here any longer. Retreat. Yi Xian thought to himself and immediately left the fog. He had the Beast King bloodline in his body. Before he came in, he felt several auras that made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, these powerful saint beasts were not interested in him. Otherwise, he would be finished. This time, he was still scared but not in danger. This gave Yi Xian a sense of joy as he was reborn from the jaws of death. However, the old man's 3 days breaking tendon's hand made him suffer for the next 3 days. I will definitely take revenge for this. Just you wait. Heaven Grudge Sword Sect, right? I will remember this. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He had just heard the words Heaven Grudge Sword Sect. It was obvious that the old man was from the Heaven Grudge Sword Sect. After he came out of the netherworld abyss, he quickly summoned Wei Zhentian and flew into the sky. This was because he was in so much pain that he could not walk. Damn it, this move is really vicious. It actually kept tearing my meridians. If I didn't have the sacred tree of life's bloodline, I'm afraid I would have died. Yi Xian cursed in the air. The old man would never have thought that Yi Xian could survive the attack of the medium heaven level 3 days breaking tendon's hand. After the old man left, he returned to the Gui Yuan sect. Elder Yen, where is he? When the young man saw the old man return, he immediately asked. Elder Yen shook his head and said, he escaped into the netherworld abyss and coincidentally encountered a flying centipede, so I did not chase after him. But don't worry, he was hit by my 3 days breaking tendon's hand. In addition to the side effects of that martial art, he will definitely die. Hearing this, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Gui Yuan sect was fine. Yes, be careful this time. The Gui Yuan sect leader was also relieved. Elder Yen was an expert with 120 dragon strength, so Yi Xian was definitely going to die. Your father's arm is fine. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go. Elder Yen said to the young man. Okay. The young man replied, then turned to the Gui Yuan sect leader and said, Father, I will take my leave first. This time, Yi Xian rested for 3 whole days. Although he had broken through to 70 dragon strength, he had wasted a chance to use Beast King's rampage, which was not worth it. After being hit by the 3 days breaking tendon's hand, Yi Xian roared for 3 whole days. The heart-wrenching pain was torturous to him. He had to take revenge. 3 days later, in a barren mountain in the north of the Gui Yuan sect. Damn it, it hurt for 3 days. Wait until I break through, I will kill my way to your Heaven's Grudge Sword sect. In a cave, Yi Xian's angry voice could be heard. Then, he walked out. What he wanted to do the most now was to break through, break through, break through. Only when he was stronger could he take revenge. He did not dare to go to the Gui Yuan sect again. He did not know if the old man was still there. Therefore, this time, he wanted to go to a place to train. To break through and increase his strength. At the same time, he would hunt some Saint Beast corpses. If he wanted to use Beast King's rampage again, he would need a large number of Saint Beast corpses with 80 dragon strength and above. This time, his destination was a place called the Yin Ruins. There were many Saint Beasts in the Yin Ruins, such as Yin Wind Mantises, Yin Wind Spiders, Yin Wind Centipedes, etc. They were all Saint Beasts that liked the dark. These Saint Beasts were very difficult for ordinary people to deal with. After all, these creatures were poisonous. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. Immediately, he moved towards the Yin Ruins. Now, he had broken through to 70 dragon strength. Wei Zhentian had also eaten close to 70 dragon strength. Moreover, it seemed that he was going to break through faster than Yi Xian. With its help, Yi Xian's hunting speed would increase by a lot. In less than half a day, he arrived above the Yin Ruins. Little Tian, go down. Yi Xian ordered. Wei Zhentian quickly descended and put Yi Xian down. The Yin ruins was a strange place. Even if it was daytime in other places, it was endless night here. There was not a trace of sunlight. It was said that this place was a prosperous city thousands of years ago. There were hundreds of them. However, it was later abandoned and turned into a nest of dark creatures. Little Tian, help me scout up there. Yi Xian ordered again. Chapter 394. Yin ruins. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Wei Zhentian nodded and turned into a small bird that flew into the sky. He knew that Yi Xian needed a large number of Saint Beast corpses, so he wanted to find out where the beast hordes were. As for Yi Xian, he also looked around. At this time, he landed in a deserted city. The surroundings were dark, but Yi Xian could see clearly with the help of his bloodline. A Yin Wind Mantis Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed as he charged towards his first target. This Yin Wind Mantis that he had his eyes on, under the influence of the Yin ruins, had grown to the strength of 75 dragons. Although it was 5 dragons stronger than Yi Xian, it couldn't escape the fate of being instantly killed. Rip! With a crisp sound, the head of the Yin Wind Mantis was thrown into the air. Then, its corpse was absorbed into Yi Xian's devour space. Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Saint Beast's soul. The next Beast King rampage will require a large number of Saint Beast corpses with 80 dragons of strength. There are only 70 Saint Beasts in the Yin ruins, so I'm afraid it will take some time to collect them. Yi Xian thought in his heart and left the place. He estimated that if he used 70 Saint Beast corpses to make up for it, the unit would be at least 1,000, or even 10,000. Anyway, it would be a long slaughter. Yi Xian was very fast. Even if he did not use martial arts, his speed was comparable to an expert with 85 dragons. With such speed, these Saint Beasts could not catch up to him. They were all killed instantly. Yi Xian ran quickly, killing Saint Beasts along the way, devouring their souls and collecting the heaven and earth treasures in the Yin ruins. In 5 minutes, he killed hundreds of Saint Beasts and his cultivation base increased. He estimated that it would only take a few hours to collect the required number of Beast King rampage corpses. At this time, Wei Zhentian returned. How was it? Did you find anything? Yi Xian turned to look at Wei Zhentian, who had turned into a small bird. Gee. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. You're saying that you found 1,000 Yin wind spiders? Gee. Wei Zhentian nodded. All right, take me there. Wei Zhentian immediately turned into a big bird and flew away with Yi Xian. Over 1,000 Saint Beasts was a huge number. Yi Xian thought that if he were to devour all of these Saint Beast souls, he should be able to break through to 71 dragons. Not long after, Wei Zhentian brought Yi Xian to a canyon. The walls on both sides of the canyon were filled with potholes and countless caves. It was obvious that this was the nest of the Yin wind spiders. Hiss! Suddenly, a gust of wind entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw bundles of white spider silk flying towards him. He had been discovered. Yi Xian swung his sword and cut off the spider web, then jumped down. At the same time, Wei Zhentian turned into an aerial fortress like a transformer. Bang! 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 Wei Zhentian began to shoot at high speed. Although its realm was not as high as the Yin wind spiders, it had the advantage of being able to fly. Moreover, it had many attacking methods. While it was shooting, it would also shoot out tracking bullets to attack the nearest Yin wind spiders. If an ordinary person had formed a contract with Wei Zhentian, they would not be in such a state. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. He came from Earth. Plop! After Yi Xian landed on the ground, he shattered the Bahuang sword. He was not stupid enough to kill the Yin wind spiders alone. Naturally, he would use the powerful Bahuang wind formation. As for himself, he took out a high-quality heaven artifact and displayed the underworld sword technique. Bahuang wind formation. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. This nest of Yin wind spiders seemed to have at least 2,000 Yin wind spiders. After hearing the loud noise, these Yin wind spiders all crawled out of their nests. If one was surrounded by so many Yin wind spiders, even an expert with more than 80 dragons would have to shudder. However, Yi Xian killed them as if he was cutting tofu. His speed was so fast that it made one's heart palpitate. In less than 5 minutes, all of the Yin wind spiders with strength between 70 and 80 dragons were killed by Yi Xian. Then, he kept them in the devouring space. The entire canyon became very desolate. Ding! The host has broken through to 71 dragons' power. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Good. Wei Zhentian, continue to search. Yi Xian ordered. These 2,000 Yin wind spiders were devoured by him. The sacred beast spirit was left behind. Although the number was large, the realm of the corpses was not enough. They were still far from the Beast King's berserk state. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that while he was hunting the Yin ruins, many teams had entered the Yin ruins from various directions. Their target was the center of the Yin ruins. At this time, it had been half a day since they entered the Yin ruins. In this half a day, he had killed thousands of sacred beasts of different realms. This allowed him to break through to 72 dragons. Of course, Wei Zhentian's aerial reconnaissance was indispensable. Now, Wei Zhentian was back. How big of a group did you find? Yi Xian looked at Wei Zhentian, who had turned into a cute little bird, and asked. Chirp chirp. Wei Zhentian shook his head. What? You said that you encountered a team of 30 people. They seem to be from a large faction. Each of them has a strength of around 80 dragons. Yi Xian understood Wei Zhentian's meaning. The Yin ruins was a suitable place for training. Although there were not many opportunities, there were many sacred beasts here. It was a good place to earn money. While Yi Xian was hunting, he had seen many lone wolves. However, it was strange for such a powerful team to appear. After all, an expert with 80 dragons was enough to run amok in the Yin ruins. 80 dragons, were they going to flatten the Yin ruins? There's something fishy. Yi Xian was interested and said, take me to have a look. Don't be discovered by them. Wei Zhentian understood and turned into a big bird that could carry one person and flew high up in the sky. It was dark 24 hours in the Yin ruins. Even an expert with 100 dragons would not be able to discover Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian carried Yi Xian and flew towards the team. Soon, Yi Xian saw the team. When Yi Xian saw a young man among the 3 leaders, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this young man the young sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect? I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I didn't look for you, but you delivered yourself to me. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. That's right, this team was the disciples of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Yi Xian scanned the team but did not find the old man who had injured him before. He's not here, his heart sank. Chapter 395. Interest. Although Yi Xian really wanted to go down immediately and cause trouble for these people, he was afraid that the old man would be nearby. If they met, he would definitely enter the gates of hell this time. After all, the Beast King's berserk couldn't be used yet. Moreover, he wanted to see what the Heaven Hatred Sword sect was doing. At this time, the elite team of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect did not notice Yi Xian in the air. Yu Kong, the young lord of the Gui Yuan sect, who was walking in front of the team, asked, Senior brothers, how much longer do we need to travel? Hearing this, a tall young man replied, Soon, we will be there soon. I think it will take another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yukong nodded slightly. The tall young man asked again, "What's wrong, junior brother Yu?" Yukong shook his head, "Nothing, I just have a bad premonition." "Ha, don't worry, our purpose is to clean up that desolate city and find the hidden entrance." The tall young man laughed. "That's right, we are not qualified to enter the ruins of the previous overlord. Our mission is to kill the surrounding saint beasts and find the entrance." The third handsome young man leading the team said. "But, Elder Yen has been gone for half an hour." Yukong frowned. The tall young man continued, "Don't be afraid, Elder Yen is an expert of 120 dragons, stronger than the overlord before he broke through. He just went to the other forces first." "Yes, the secret of this ruins was discovered by the Heaven Hatred Sword sect, and then we told the other forces. If these people dare to burn the bridge after crossing the river, the sect leader will definitely destroy them." The handsome young man agreed. "I hope I am overthinking." Yukong nodded slightly and did not say anything. This time, he was looking for the ruins of the sixth Redwood Overlord. The Heaven Hatred Sword sect was the first to discover this news, but they did not have the strength to explore alone, so they invited other forces. Their team was the vanguard of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect, responsible for finding the entrance, cleaning it up, and then letting the experts of the sect explore. Soon, they found their target. At this time, they had already arrived at the largest abandoned city in the Yin ruins. "We are here," Elder Huis said that the entrance is in this city, but he does not know the specific location. "Therefore, we must tear down this city and find the entrance that is hidden by the formation," said the tall young man. "The other forces will probably take a while before they arrive. Let's make a move first. Junior Martial Brother Yu, your team will enter the city and clear out the saint beasts. We'll stay here and tear down the city." The handsome young man turned around and said. Yukong nodded. "Okay." Cleaning up saint beasts was a lucrative job. After all, martial artists also needed a large number of saint beast souls to cultivate. Then, Yukong left with a group of people. As for the remaining 20 or so people, they began to tear down the city wall. This scene entered Yi Xian's eyes, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly curl up. "He really delivered himself to my doorstep," he took out an Ultraman Tiga mask from the devouring space. After changing his outfit, he asked Wei Zhentian to bring him into the city. Just now, he had been observing for a while. That old man probably had something to do, so he wasn't with them. This was a great opportunity for him. For the time being, he couldn't take revenge for the 3 days of pain, but he could collect some interest. Yi Xian hid in the surrounding houses and waited quietly. In less than 10 seconds, several silhouettes entered his 1,000-meter sensing range. It was Yu Kang's team of 10. "Senior Martial Brother Yu, what should we do now?" a disciple of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect asked. When Yukong heard that, he said, "The 9 of you will split into groups of 3 and hunt the saint beasts. Don't wander too far." "Okay." The 9 of them nodded and split into 3 groups. As for Yukong, he was alone. He had 80 dragon power and had learned a middle-grade heaven-level martial art. His strength was second only to the 2 people from before. However, even his father, the sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect, who had 85 dragon power, was defeated by Yi Xian. He, who only had 80 dragon power, was naturally no match for Yi Xian. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian's first target was not him, but the other 9 people. Why? Because Yi Xian's demonic ape transformation could only be used once. However, the Gue Yuan sect had a martial art that could increase one's strength. The sect leader of the Gue Yuan sect had used it before, and his strength had increased from 85 dragon power to 88 dragon power. Yi Xian was worried that Yukong had it too. So, in order not to waste the demonic ape transformation, he dealt with the other 9 people first. After all, they were disciples of a large sect. Their talents were superior, and their strength was naturally incomparable to ordinary people. Little Tian, keep an eye on him. Yi Xian instructed and then disappeared into the shadows. The 9 elite disciples of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect were silently beheaded by Yi Xian. There was no sound at all. These 9 disciples of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect had 78 or 79 dragon power. Moreover, they seemed to be of high status, so there were many good things in their interspatial rings. Ding! The host has broken through to 73 dragon power. With the help of these things, Yi Xian also successfully broke through. Although these 9 disciples of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect did not offend Yi Xian, who asked them to join the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect. This was their fate. Alright, it's time to find trouble with Yukong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although Wei Zhentian had not returned, he could sense the direction of Wei Zhentian. Immediately, he chased after him. At this moment, Yukong was completely unaware that danger was approaching. Humph, how dare you be arrogant in front of me with merely 80 dragon power? Yukong snorted coldly. He was fighting with a chilling wind mantis. This chilling wind mantis had 80 dragon power, which made its armor extremely tough. However, it was useless in front of the elite disciple of the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect, Yukong. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yukong was using a middle-grade heaven-class martial art. Although he was not very good at it and only had 40% mastery, its power was much stronger than a lower-grade heaven-class martial art. Under the attack of the middle-grade heaven-class martial art, the chilling wind mantis was beaten to a pulp and soon died under Yukong's sword. TSK, a saint beast soul with 80 dragon power can improve my cultivation by a lot. Yukong sneered and kept the corpse. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of a gust of wind suddenly appeared, and before Yukong could react, a figure swept to his side. Rip! Immediately after, Yukong felt his legs turn cold and his entire upper body involuntarily fell to the ground. Both of his legs had been chopped off. What? Chapter 396. Total annihilation. Yukong's upper body fell to the ground. He turned his head in horror and saw a figure standing in front of him. It was a man in black wearing a strange mask. Who is it? Yukong couldn't figure out who wanted to kill him. Young sect master, how have you been? Yi Xian said coldly. Hearing this voice, Yukong immediately reacted. Didn't this voice belong to the thief who cut off his father's arm that day? You're not dead. How is that possible? Yukong couldn't believe it. He had heard with his own ears that Elder Yen, one of the 120 dragons, said that Yi Xian had been hit by the 3 days muscle-breaking hand. Now, 3 days had passed. How could Yi Xian still be standing in front of him, alive and kicking? Moreover, his strength had become even stronger. Do you think that I will die after being hit by the 3 days muscle-breaking hand? Yi Xian sneered and slashed twice, cutting off both of Yukong's arms. Yukong was reduced to a cripple. He couldn't escape or attack. Hiss! Yukong sucked in a few breaths of cold air. The pain of his 4 limbs being broken almost made him faint. This was the first time he had been beaten to such a state. He couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Let's cut to the chase. What's the name of the person who tried to kill me that day? Where is he now? Yi Xian asked coldly. Yukong clenched his teeth and growled, kill me if you want. Do you think I will tell you? That's where you're wrong. I'm looking for him to take revenge. If you tell me where he is, I will naturally find him and send myself to death. At that time, I might even be able to accompany you to hell." Yi Xian suddenly cracked a joke. Yu Kong was stunned. He couldn't figure out Yi Xian's intention. However, he would definitely not tell Yi Xian about Elder Yan's whereabouts. "Looks like you're a tough nut to crack. Don't worry, he will be buried with you." Yi Xian was too lazy to interrogate him. He swept his sword and cut off Yu Kang's head. After he died, his corpse was also put away by Yi Xian. "Let me see how many good things you, the young sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect, have." Yi Xian took his Qian Kun ring and poured its contents into the devouring space. He probed around and found quite a few precious items. Among them, the most useful item for Yi Xian was undoubtedly the 300-year-old dragon's blood grass. He estimated that this dragon blood grass would allow him to break through to the strength of 2 dragons. Immediately, he swallowed the dragon blood grass. Ding! Host has broken through to 75 dragon power. Then, he devoured those heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to 77 dragons power. The harvest this time also exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. Gaining 4 dragons of strength in one go was already very good. "Alright, little Tian, these are all for you." Yi Xian poured out all the heaven artifacts and ores from his interspatial ring. Then, he moved on to other things. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. He had obtained quite a few low-tier heaven-level martial arts. Naturally, he wanted to fuse them. When he was robbing the Gui Yuan sect, he forgot about this. There were hundreds of different sword techniques. Some were good, and some were bad. Yi Xian had the middle-tier heaven-level underworld sword technique. Naturally, he would not learn these. What he wanted was the middle-tier heaven-level martial arts. After dozens of notifications, Yi Xian finally revealed a smile. These 100 martial arts had finally been successfully fused together once. The Heaven's Hatred Sword sect was one of the big sects in the Redwood territory. Naturally, they would have middle-tier heaven-level martial arts. Yu Kong and the others had a few. Therefore, Yi Xian took the 6 middle-tier heaven-level martial arts, including the underworld sword technique, and fused them again. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. Ding! Martial arts fusion failed. The 3 notifications made Yi Xian's face fall. It was not that easy to fuse martial arts. This martial arts fusion is really a trap. Forget it. Even if I get an upper-tier heaven-level martial art, I probably won't be able to use it. Yi Xian shook his head and chose to give up. This was because he could only train the underworld sword technique to 60%. Even if he had an upper-tier heaven-level martial art, he would only be able to train it to 30%. Of course, he regretted that he did not find the Gui Yuan sect's martial art in Yu Kang's interspatial ring. However, it did not matter. After all, one's own martial art was still the most important. Immediately, he rode Wei Zhentian and left, heading towards the city's gate. The Heaven's Hatred Sword sect and the other 2 teams were all Yi Xian's targets. For safety's sake, he still circled around in the air a few times before landing on the ground. Although his martial art was lower than the weakest person, his strength was far superior to the others. In addition to his outstanding concealment skills, he easily defeated 10 people. What's going on? Where did the junior brothers go? The tall young man looked around in surprise and found that there were fewer and fewer people. Moreover, he had clearly instructed them not to go too far. However, he did not expect that these people had been killed. He continued to work. The group of disciples that came were all elites. They all had the strength to run amok in the dark ruins. Therefore, he was not worried. However, he could not help but frown in the next moment. This was because he saw that the handsome young man with 80 dragons of power had also disappeared. At this moment, only 3 people appeared in front of him. Senior Brother Wu, where are Senior Brother Chen and the others? A disciple also asked in surprise. Now, everyone present reacted. Their mission was to demolish the entire city. Naturally, they had to use violent means to do so. However, after they stopped, they did not hear any sound. It was obvious that only the 4 of them were present. Oh no, they're dead. The tall young man immediately reacted. However, at this moment, whoosh! Under the night sky, a cold light flashed. Before the tall young man could react, his head was separated from his body. The remaining 3 disciples' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The strongest person in the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect's elite team was killed in an instant. They could not even see how the tall young man died. Run! The 3 of them reacted. However, by the time they turned around, 8 cold rays of light had already shot out and taken their heads. Now, the team from the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect was completely wiped out. Yi Xian had also broken through to 79 dragons of power because of this. Not only that, but he had also collected enough sacred beast corpses. The icon of Beast King Rampage had lit up, which meant that he could use this trump card. If I use Beast King Rampage now, I can reach 100 dragons of power. Coupled with the movement bonus from 2 agility advancements, I should be able to fight that old man. Chapter 397. Silver Plume Palace. However, Yi Xian still wanted to use the Beast King Rampage to collect more Saint Beast corpses. Not only could he level up, but he might also be able to collect 2 Saint Beast corpses from the Beast King Rampage. However, the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect's elite team must have a motive for coming to the Yin ruins, so he had to postpone this plan. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Wei Zhentian, who was scouting in the air, suddenly landed and called out softly. Someone else is here. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and let Wei Zhentian carry him up to 1,000 meters in the air. Using the darkness, he hid. Then, he squinted his eyes and saw another team of dozens of people. I don't know which faction they are from, but the leader should be very strong. Yi Xian frowned. This team had exactly 30 people, but they were all older, probably around 40 years old. All of them were wearing silver clothes, which was very eye-catching in the night. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that these people's strength exceeded 90 dragons, or even 100 dragons. This team was actually from the Silver Plume Palace, which was on good terms with the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect. This team came from the same direction as the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect, so they saw the demolished city wall. They're already demolishing it. It can't be, there's no movement at all. Could it be that they just happened to find the entrance? Impossible, the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect only sent a team of disciples to find the exit. They're still gathering people, and it will take half a day for them to arrive. The Silver Plume Palace people began to discuss. The middle-aged leader had a cold expression. He walked into the city wall and felt a very strange atmosphere. He quickly circled around and found that something was amiss. The smell of blood. There was a battle here, and some humans died here. The middle-aged man frowned. What? When the others heard this, they were also shocked. Great Elder, could it be the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sects? Someone blurted out. There's a smell of blood here, something must have happened. You guys look around and see if you can find anything. The middle-aged man said. Then, the group of people dispersed and began to search for clues. They were all experts with strength of over 90 dragons, and there were even a few with strength of 100 dragons. The leader of the group was a super expert with strength of 115 dragons. Being in the Yin ruins was equivalent to them returning home. Although these people had separated, Yi Xian did not dare to move because he could see that these people were all first-class experts. These 30 people all had over 90 dragon powers, and there were even a few who had over 100 dragon powers. As for the middle-aged man in the lead, he was a super expert with 115 dragons. There must be something here. There are so many experts here. Could it be that this is the cave of some expert? Yi Xian guessed as he hovered in the air. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. In any case, there was definitely something good here. Otherwise, why would these great forces send so many experts? I'll watch from here. Yi Xian waited quietly above. The group of people below searched around but did not find anything. They only found a trace of blood. They guessed that the elites of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect had been killed. However, they did not understand who did it. In the Redwood territory, there were not many people who dared to provoke the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Moreover, they had cleaned up a group of elites. This was equivalent to forming a deadly feud with the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Forget it. We didn't kill them anyway. Since we're here first, we'll help them finish it. The three of you will form a group and begin. The middle-aged man did not care too much and instructed. This city was very big. However, for people of their level, they could flatten this place in less than half a day. Time passed bit by bit. After the Silver Feather Palace, another great force came. This force was called the Sun Moon Sect. The leader of this force was an expert with 120 dragons. Then, the Wild Dragon Sect came. Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect, Silver Feather Palace, Sun Moon Sect, and Wild Dragon Sect. These four forces were the four great sects of the Redwood territory. They were second only to the Redwood City's City Lord Mansion. At the same time, Elder Yen also came with the Wild Dragon Sect. When he heard that more than 30 elite disciples of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect had been killed, he almost fainted from anger. More than 30 elites. These people were the elites that the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect had nurtured as spirit realm seeds. Their deaths meant that all their previous efforts had been wasted. When Elder Yen heard the news, he could not help but roar towards the sky. He was determined to find the murderer. His roar almost frightened Yi Xian, who was sitting on Wei Zhentian's back, to the point that he fell off. It seemed that he had done a good job of drawing hatred. While the other forces were tearing down the city, he was running around the world. When the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect arrived, he had already taken more than 10 lives. All of them were substitutes for Yi Xian. This time, even the sect master of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was sent out. When he heard the news, he was furious. However, at this time, the entrance of the cave was found. It was in an ordinary courtyard. This made the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect hesitate. Should they go out to find the murderer or go down with the other three forces? However, it had been quite some time since the death of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect's elite team. The murderer might have already left the Yin ruins. Therefore, they could only go down first. The four forces brought a large number of people down. Above, each force left 3 people to guard the entrance. Each force had 3 people with 90 dragons of strength, so there were a total of 12 people. Leaving 12 people to guard, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was very interested in the underground. A place that could attract the interest of a group of experts with 100 dragons of strength would naturally have great opportunities. However, even this group of experts had to find the entrance. Therefore, drilling into the ground was definitely not going to work. Moreover, if he wanted to go down, he had to get rid of these 12 people first. 12 experts with 90 dragons of strength. It is indeed a little troublesome. Yi Xian estimated in his heart. If he did not count his movement techniques, his 79 dragons of strength could already be compared to an expert with 95 dragons of strength. However, the other party's movement techniques might have been practiced to full mastery. Moreover, they were all experts. Facing 12 people, his 79 dragons of strength was not enough. However, the Beast King's rage was his trump card. If he used it now, there was no need to go in. Therefore, the only thing that could be used now was the demonic ape transformation. The demonic ape transformation can increase my strength by 5 dragons with 70 dragons of strength. I wonder how much my 79 dragons of strength can increase my strength. Yi Xian thought helplessly. After thinking for a while, he quietly let Wei Zhentian land. Chapter 398. Celestial Stone Abode. I'll give it my all this once. If it doesn't work, then forget it. At most, I'll find a dangerous place to level up and take the opportunity to rob the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. Yi Xian made up his mind. The 12 experts were also divided into 4 directions to guard the cave entrance, with 3 people in each direction. Yi Xian stealthily snuck over. The direction he chose was the direction of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect. He was using the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect as a breakthrough point. Rather than saying that he was fighting 1 against 12, he was actually fighting 3 first. If everything went smoothly, then he might be able to increase his cultivation level. At that time, it would be easier for him to deal with 9 people. He held his breath, thought about it, and decided not to do so for now. Why am I so stupid? You can exchange for puppets in the devouring system. Even if it's a true profound realm puppet, you can still make some movements. It'll be much easier to split the 3 of them again. Yi Xian immediately took out a few puppets and sent them far away. When the time was right, he would make some noise. It's about time. Yi Xian calculated the time. Rumble. These puppets had been timed. Once the time was up, they began to attack each other. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The 12 people guarding the cave raised their heads in unison. It should be a saint beast. I'll deal with it. A member of the heaven-hating sword sect got up and ran into the distance. Soon, he disappeared into the darkness. However, not long after he left, another huge commotion came from another direction. How annoying. Can't you guys stop for a moment? I'm going to kill all the saint beasts in the surroundings. The second person also stood up and left. The second commotion was actually caused by Wei Zhentian. As a result, the 3 from the Heaven Hatred Sword sect were separated once again. Good chance. In the darkness, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He was hiding near Wei Zhentian. His target was the elder of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect who was running towards him. The elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect ran to the place where Wei Zhentian had bombarded just now empty-handed. Then, Wei Zhentian cooperated and transformed into a Yin wind mantis. A chilling wind mantis that I have never seen before. The elder of the heaven-hating sword sect was a little surprised. He raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The fist shadow penetrated Wei Zhentian's body, but in the next moment, Wei Zhentian's body returned to normal. This kind of attack had no effect on him at all. If he wanted to kill Wei Zhentian, he would have to use a martial art that was more powerful and had a larger area of effect. He would have to completely disperse Wei Zhentian's body. This elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect was not a fool. He immediately understood. However, at this moment, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Die! Yi Xian suddenly charged out from the shadows. What? The elder of the Heavenly Hatred Sword sect was shocked. With his realm, how could he not notice that someone was hiding in the surroundings? He narrowed his eyes and realized that Yi Xian only had 80 dragon power. However, he snorted coldly. You overestimate yourself. Die! The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he punched out. However, He died because of his own carelessness. The 8 desolate sword was enough to make up for the difference of 10 dragon power. Yi Xian's slash was much more powerful than the elder's. It instantly dispersed the fist's shadow and entered the elder's throat. A head flew up. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he could no longer speak. Instant kill. Idiot. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. He quickly put away the middle-aged man's interspatial ring and corpse. Ding. The host has broken through to 80 dragon power. Although it was said that one would not bring everything with them when traveling, the items in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring were enough for Yi Xian to break through. Previously, Yi Xian had used the devil ape transformation to break through from 79 dragon power to 80 dragon power. Now, he had truly reached 80 dragon power. Therefore, he temporarily possessed 81 dragon power. I can't stay here any longer. I have to kill the other person. He quickly rushed out and charged towards the first elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect. This elder was very careless and was easily killed by Yi Xian. At the same time, the items in his interspatial ring allowed Yi Xian to break through to 81 dragon power. It's so cool to challenge those of a higher level. Every time I kill, I'll level up. If I kill all 12 of them, I should be able to reach 85 dragon power, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then disappeared into the darkness again. The last elder of the Heaven Hatred Sword sect heard some commotion. He frowned and shouted, "What's going on between the two of you?" His voice was very loud, but there was no response. His expression changed. It seemed that something had happened. However, just as he was about to speak again, Yi Xian charged out of the darkness again. Rip! A crisp sound rang out. Heads flew up. It was another instant kill. 3 experts from the large sects with 90 dragon strength were all killed by Yi Xian within 5 seconds. What? The 9 experts in the other 3 directions were stunned. They immediately drew their weapons, looked at each other, and charged forward. At the same time, Yi Xian's level increased again. He reached 82 dragon power. However, the effect of the demonic ape transformation was minimal because of this. It could not increase his level to 83 dragon power. However, 82 dragon power was enough to kill these 9 people. Kill. Yi Xian randomly chose a direction and charged out. The strength of 82 dragons allowed him to possess a speed comparable to 100 dragons. These 9 martial artists with 90 dragon strength couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Instead, they were defeated one by Yi Xian. A minute later. Ding! The proficiency of the Heaven Crippling Body technique has increased. The current proficiency is at 100%. The effect is doubled. Ding! The host has broken through to 85 dragon power. After Yi Xian devoured everyone's items, he finally broke through to 85 dragon power. Now, he had the strength to go down. Although the essence blood of the demonic ape king was all used up, the demonic ape transformation was useless to him at his current level. His only trump card was the beast king's rage. Alright, let me see exactly where you 4 powers are going. Yi Xian entered the forcefully opened entrance. The tunnel was very dark. It was only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. It had only been 10 minutes since the 4 forces went down, so he walked very slowly. He was afraid of bumping into them. Yi Xian moved forward little by little. There was no sound coming from the tunnel. It seemed that the 4 forces did not encounter any danger. He walked for about half an hour before he saw a ray of green light. He cautiously approached and then took a look. His entire person was stunned. Underneath this city, there was actually an immortal's cave, a gigantic immortal's cave made of celestial blue stone. Damn it, now there is a cave made of celestial stone. How much is this worth? Chapter 399. Qi Lian Lord. Thinking of the beginning, Yi Xian almost died for a fist-sized celestial bluestone. Now, unexpectedly there is a huge immortal's cave built by celestial bluestone, which is incredible. Yi Xian saw the money and immediately stabbed a sword into the wall, but it was bounced back. Sure enough, there is a powerful defensive formation. The person who built this big immortal's cave is at least a master of the spirit realm. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He looked around and found that there was only one way to go forward, so he could only continue to go straight. He walked carefully for a while and found a big stone tablet. Later people, I am the Qi Lian Lord. I left a golden armor corpse king in the immortal's cave, and left the control method. If the destined person gets it, please pass on my corpse refining. This is the record on this big stone tablet. Qi Lian Lord. Yi Xian blinked and was confused. However, it can be seen from the name that this person should be a lord in the Luosha region, and he is proficient in refining corpses. Refining corpses, I don't know if the refining is a human corpse or a beast corpse. Yi Xian had some doubts in his heart. If it is a human corpse, then he can't devour it. If it is a beast corpse, then this red immortal's cave is a good upgrade for him. After the stone tablet, there is a door that has been pushed open. Obviously, the four forces have entered. Yi Xian silently approached the door, took a look, and discovered four forks in the road. Four roads, four forces, should be separated to search for treasures. Yi Xian secretly thought a word. Gotcha. At this moment, suddenly a crisp sound shocked his chrysanthemum shrank. He turned his head in horror and found that not far away, there were two people wearing bronze armor. No, it can't be said to be a person, it can only be said to be a humanoid creature. It has two sharp sides. Wind mantis. Yi Xian stared. The two armors had stooped backs, and the two sharp sides in their hands emitted a strange light. Their strength was unknown. This place was completely empty, and there was only one stone tablet. So where did these two bronze corpses come from? Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head and discovered that there were many beehive-like holes in the ceiling. These two bronze corpses had fallen from the ceiling. The next moment, Yi Xian discovered that the footsteps here were messy. There must have been a battle here. He calculated carefully and found that there were at least 150 holes. In other words, more than 100 bronze corpses should have fallen down. These two at the same time don't have the strength of the wyvern. I wonder what realm they are in. Yi Xian's heart sank as he looked at the two bronze corpses refined from wind mantises. Obviously, the strength of these two copper corpses was definitely stronger than when they were alive. Paw! At this moment, the two bronze corpses suddenly took a step forward and charged towards Yi Xian while brandishing their sides. So fast. This speed had already exceeded 90 dragon powers. Yi Xian, who was originally on tenterhooks and ready to use Beast King Rampage at any time, relaxed a little when he saw the speed of these two bronze corpses. He could still easily deal with 90 dragon powers. Dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation, appear. He condensed the dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation and charged forward. Yi Xian only had 85 dragon powers, but under the enhancement of his agility, his speed had exceeded 100 dragon powers. Dealing with these two bronze corpses was a piece of cake. But what was unbelievable was that these two wind mantises were refined into bronze corpses after death. Not only did their strength increase, but their defense also increased by a lot. Fortunately, they were still considered beasts, so the Beast King bloodline had an additional effect. They could not escape the fate of being killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the corpses. Although these two bronze corpses had their holy beast souls removed, their corpses could still be used by Yi Xian. Good, this is great. This is really a treasure trove. My need for the corpse of Beast King Rampage can be solved. Yi Xian was so happy that his mouth was almost crooked. Now that the 2 bronze corpses were dealt with, he turned his attention to the ceiling again. At this time, there were still hundreds of intact nests on the ceiling. If these bronze corpses were all taken down, then the corpses would be enough. Whoosh! Yi Xian used Dragon's Judgment and slashed at the ceiling, but it was dispersed by a layer of powerful energy. It seemed that there was also a formation on the ceiling. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to give up. He sat on Might Shakes the Heavens and tried to destroy the formation, but he spent a full 10 minutes without any effect. He gave up. However, his actions caused a huge commotion that was heard by all the forces. Strange, why does it sound like movement at the entrance? You must have heard wrongly. We are going to the left, and the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect is on the right. It must be the Heavenly Hatred Sword Sect's battle. Let's go. Have you forgotten the words on the stone tablet, a golden armor corpse king? It's terrible. I didn't expect that in addition to the 2 silver corpses that were comparable to the First Order of the Royal Qi, the Red Liao Lord actually refined a stronger golden armor corpse king. If we let the Silver Feather Palace get it, then this Redwood territory is my Silver Feather Palace master. The 4 forces are crazy, and the pace is very fast. 2 silver corpses of the First Order of the Royal Qi, they have heard that although there are only 130 dragons, they are very good. The Golden Armor Corpse King is definitely stronger than the Silver Corpse, perhaps reaching the Second Order of the Royal Qi. The most important thing is that the Red Liao Lord also left the method of controlling the Golden Armor Corpse King, which is a huge wealth. You know, the current Redwood Lord is only 190 dragon power, not to the Second Order of the Royal Qi. At this time, at the door of the Red Refining Cave. Oh, sure enough, it can't be destroyed, let's enter the cave. Yi Xian sighed and shook his head. It was not easy to see a hope and it was aborted. In desperation, he had to step into the Red Refining Cave. This time, he has to be very careful, because even a copper corpse has the power of 90 dragons, then the Golden Armor Corpse King, how strong is it? His power of 85 dragons, whether he can find the Golden Armor Corpse King is still a problem. After entering the Red Refining Cave, Yi Xian paused at the crossroads. 1 left, 1 right, 1 left, 1 right, 1 left, 1 right. Yi Xian casually took out a weapon and turned it, the tip of the sword pointed to the left. Just to the left. Yi Xian did not think about it and entered the passage on the left. For forks, for forces, unless they have a map, otherwise they will not gather together, it must be scattered to explore. This road chosen by Yi Xian is the direction of the Silver Feather Palace. He is very careful to move forward, although there are treasures in front, but there are also dangers. Chapter 400. Alone Chuang Yi Xian estimates that as long as you go to a specific area, these copper corpses will fall. Therefore, he began to run around this passage, and the purpose was to lead these copper corpses down. Gotcha! His guess was correct. After he accidentally stepped into an area, the ceiling suddenly cracked open, and 2 bronze corpses fell down. This time, they were wind spiders. 2 spider copper corpses, each with 8 legs, rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian hated this kind of disgusting thing with many feet, and immediately killed the past. These 2 spider copper corpses, one has the strength of 91 dragons, the other is 92 dragons. However, this is not of any use. In less than 2 seconds, they were cleaned up by Yi Xian one by one. The copper corpses do not have the soul of the holy beast, so for Yi Xian, it is only the corpse of the beast king Rage. This cleaning of the copper corpses just makes Yi Xian not accidentally catch up with the big forces in front of him. The appearance of this copper corpse is also strange, falling from the ceiling, rising from the floor, walking out of the wall, where Fangjing can come out. Yi Xian was extremely happy to kill. However, about half an hour after he entered the red refining cave, he also successfully collected thousands of corpses ranging from 99 dragons to 95 dragons. Now, he can use the Beast King Rage twice. At the same time, he also encountered a second fork in the road. This time, there are 3 forks in the road. Although I don't know which side is in my direction, these 3 forks should let them divide into 3 roads. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He recalled that this time the 4 forces, each side has about 30 people. If the army is divided into 3 roads, then each road should be no more than 10 people. Unfortunately, the number is still a bit large. Even if Yi Xian uses the Beast King Rage, it is not necessarily able to destroy the 10-person team. After all, this is the top force of the Redwood territory. Maybe there will be a middle-grade heaven tool or a middle-grade heaven-level martial art, which is very difficult to deal with. He carefully moved forward for half an hour. After killing hundreds of corpses, he finally encountered the 3rd fork in the road. This time, there are also 3 forks in the road, which makes Yi Xian's eyes light up. If the 10-person team is divided into 3 roads, then there are 3 people on one side. 3 people, he can deal with it. Do it, I hope there are only 3 people. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Even if he encountered a strong enemy, he could retreat. At the moment, he took off the mask of the Ultraman Tiga and then put on a Detective Conan mask. Death Primary School Student. It's time to show your power. Kill. Yi Xian roared in his heart as he ran in a straight line, not even bothering with the copper corpses on the way. In front of him, there were indeed 3 martial artists. They were all elders of the Silver Plume Palace. Are you kidding? We are only encountering copper corpses now. Next, there are iron corpses and silver corpses. With our realm, if we encounter a few iron corpses, we will have to fight to the death. Do you want to find the golden armored corpse king? If we encounter the golden armored corpse king, we are dead. You can't say that. What if we accidentally get the method to control these corpses? The 3 of them were chatting as they moved forward. Rumble. At this time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind them. Their tiger bodies shook. They turned around and found a huge stone rolling towards them. What the hell is this? We walked all the way, why didn't we see such a big stone? It should be another mechanism. This Qi Lian overlord, in addition to liking to refine corpses, is also proficient in mechanisms, forging, and has a lot of tricks. I'll do it. A Silver Feather Palace elder walked out and suddenly punched the rolling stone that was dozens of meters high in front of him. The wind of the fist was whistling, bombarding the huge rolling stone. Rumble. The huge rolling stone was instantly smashed into pieces. However, when the rolling stone was torn apart, a person suddenly rushed out of the rolling stone. It was Yi Xian. Copper corpse. The 3 Silver Feather Palace elders were stunned. After seeing Yi Xian's strange mask, they suddenly reacted. However, they still felt that something was wrong, because Yi Xian's body was surrounded by flying dragons. 85 dragons. It's a human. The 3 of them opened their eyes. In this red refining immortal's cave, there are other humans. Hey, a mere 85 dragons, dare to come to the trouble of the 3 of us, see me shake you to death. The middle-aged man who smashed the rolling stone of Wei Jintian took a few steps forward and blasted a punch at Yi Xian. However, this punch was avoided by Yi Xian. He was a little surprised. He was a master of 95 dragons. His attack was actually avoided by Yi Xian, who was 10 dragons. This was a shame. He blasted a few more punches, but they were all dodged by Yi Xian. At this time, he was only 1,000 meters away from Yi Xian. Boy, I want you to die. The middle-aged man's eyes were bright, and he greeted him. His speed was much faster than Yi Xian. But how did he know that Yi Xian was just luring the enemy? His explosive speed was similar to that of a martial artist of 85 dragons. 800 meters. 600 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Just as the two were about to come into contact, Yi Xian's speed suddenly skyrocketed, and the Bahuang sword in his hand also condensed into a dragon-slaying sword. Die! Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and the speed that exceeded the strength of 100 dragons burst out in an instant. Hiss! A crisp sound spread in this passage and fell into the ears of the other two people. They saw a blood column soaring into the sky, like a spring, constantly sputtering blood in all directions. And this spring was their companion's throat. Instant kill. A 95 dragons expert was instantly killed. The two people looked at each other, and watched as Yi Xian put away the universe ring. Then, another flying dragon appeared around him. 86 dragons. At this time, the two people finally reacted. Kill him. In an instant, flying dragons also rose around the two of them. The two of them both possessed 96 dragons' powers. Just now, Yi Xian had used a sneak attack to successfully kill the 95 dragons expert, but now it would not work. Their explosive speed was not slower than Yi Xian's at all. Sure enough, there is a middle-grade heaven-class movement technique. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He did not find a middle-grade heaven-class movement technique in that person's universe ring. It seemed that the other party destroyed it after learning it. Boy, how dare you kill someone from Inu Palace? Die! An old man with white eyebrows roared, and launched a storm-like attack at Yi Xian. Chapter 401. Chapter 401, New YRK Silver Feather Body Technique, Overestimating Yourself. Yi Xian shouted in his heart and greeted him. Although the other party has a mid-grade heaven-level body technique martial art, but because of the realm, they are not very proficient, only a little better than the heaven destruction body technique. And their own speed, but it is a lot worse than Yi Xian, so this battle, in less than 10 seconds, is also the winner. No, it is the life and death. Two heads flew up and fell to the ground, and two blood fountains, staining the ground of the red refining cave. Hoo-hoo, the luck is not bad, the first to meet people with more than 90 dragons. If you meet 100 dragons, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and the remaining two Qinkuan rings were put away. Ding! The host broke through to 87 dragon power. Realm, again promoted. He threw the ore, weapons, and so on to Wei Zhentian. While Wei Zhentian was eating, he also took a break and looked at the other things in the Qinkuan ring. Well? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered something that wasn't right. It was a brocade box with a few heaven-level martial arts inside. However, Yi Xian suddenly found that the brocade box actually has a compartment. In the compartment, there is a martial art called the Silver Feather Body Technique. Mid-grade heaven-level body technique martial art. Yi Xian opened his eyes. Did not expect to have such a harvest. With this body technique martial art, my combat power can be improved to a higher level. Yi Xian was overjoyed and immediately learned this silver feather body technique. Ding! The host has learned the silver feather body technique, the current proficiency is 10%. Yi Xian still remembers that after learning the underworld sword technique, 30% of the fire can be comparable to the 100% fire of the sky wind sword technique. If this silver feather body technique is practiced to 60%, he will deal with these two people. I am afraid it will be easy. On the side, Wei Zhentian has finished eating. Ever since he gained the ability to transform and reassemble, Wei Zhentian would eat in all sorts of strange ways. This time, he had transformed into a large cauldron and tossed the ores and heaven-tier artifacts into it, saving him both time and effort. Refine it. There will be more in a while. Yi Xian grinned and stood up. Next, he used the copper corpse in the red refining immortal's cave to practice the silver feather body technique, and it was easy to reach 30% of the fire. Then, he went back the way he came and prepared to go to another fork in the road. Maybe this trip to the red refining immortal's cave, he can break through to the spirit realm. As long as he could reach the spirit realm, he would be able to fly in the air. Needless to say, this feeling was extremely pleasurable. Just now, when he came here, he was very careful, but this time, he ran with all his might. Soon, he entered the second path. Then, they caught up with the second Silver Plume Palace team. This team had the same arrangement as before, 1 with 95 dragon power and 2 with 96 dragon power. Yi Xian used the same method to kill all of them. Ding! The host broke through to the power of 88 dragon power. Now, Yi Xian was only 2 dragons away from the power of 90 dragon power. The 6 people who died also gave Yi Xian a lot of holy beast corpses. This kind of thing, Yi Xian cannot be too much. Then, he went to the third fork in the road and killed the third team. This time, his strength had increased. One person had reached 98 dragons and 297 dragons. This allowed Yi Xian to successfully break through to the strength of 89 dragons. Even his silver feather movement technique had broken through to 50% mastery. Good luck, it seems that at the second fork in the road, I chose a good place. Yi Xian grinned. This time, he was going back to the second fork in the road. 12 people have died in the Silver Plume Palace, 3 outside and 9 inside. At this time, they still have about 20 people left. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he faced the leader of the Silver Plume Palace team, he had the ability to kill him. Although he would have to waste a Beast King's rage, it would allow him to break through to the power of 100 dragon power. This was definitely a good deal. At this time, Yi Xian returned to the second fork in the road, then entered the second fork in the road. He hoped that he could meet the leader of the Silver Plume Palace team. He entered the second fork in the road, then randomly chose a road at the third fork. After walking for a while, he saw 3 people. In the middle of a battle. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Looking from a few thousand meters away, he saw 3 figures moving quickly. In addition, there was a 2-meter-tall iron corpse. He took a closer look and found that all 3 of them had 99 dragon powers. The 2-meter-tall Iron Man looked a little like a Tauren. This should be a barbaric bull demon. It was born with 70 dragon power, and when it reached adulthood, it would reach 90 dragon power. Yi Xian estimated that this barbaric bull demon iron corpse should have more than 100 dragon power. The 2 sides fought to their heart's content. This barbaric bull demon iron corpse was very strong, and its defensive power far surpassed that of the copper corpses. It fought to a draw with the 3 people, and the battle was very intense. Yi Xian hesitated in his heart. With his 89 dragon strength, his speed had already surpassed everyone present. However, he liked to take advantage of others, so he watched quietly. The 3 elders of the Silver Plume Palace team up. Although they fought to a draw with the barbaric bull demon iron corpse, they had the advantage in numbers. If they really wanted to compare, the Silver Plume Palace team had the upper hand, beating the barbaric bull demon iron corpse until it kept retreating. Yi Xian also slowly approached. He was thinking to let the Silver Plume Palace team kill the barbaric bull demon iron corpse first, then ambush them. But who knew that the situation would suddenly take a turn for the better? One of them accidentally stepped on a mechanism, and another iron corpse suddenly fell from the ceiling. This iron corpse was also a barbaric bull demon. This was troublesome. 2 barbaric bull demons working together to deal with the 399 dragon demon experts of the Silver Plume Palace was not a problem. Not good, retreat. Seeing this, one of them immediately shouted, and then turned to leave. If they did not leave, they would definitely be dead. However, what they did not know was that on their escape route, there was another killing god. Bang! 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 The two barbaric bull demons' large feet stepped on the floor, creating loud rumbling sounds. Every loud sound was able to shake the hearts of the three people in front. They had suppressed the barbaric bull demon with great difficulty. If they were given a little more time, they would be able to kill it. But who knew that at this crucial moment, another barbaric bull demon would suddenly jump out? This was really terrible. Luckily, their speed was faster than the barbaric bull demon, so escaping this dangerous situation was not a problem. However, when they ran halfway, they found a figure standing in the middle of the passage in front of them, blocking their escape route. Wearing a strange mask, who is this person? The three people had this question in their hearts at the same time. Brat, who are you? Chapter 402. Inner hall. The person who blocked the other party's path was naturally Yi Xian, who was wearing the Grim Reaper's primary school student mask. He looked at the three of them charging towards him and took out his Bahuang sword. He cupped his fists and said, "Since you asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. My surname is Yi and my name is Liangqin. I, Yi Liangqin, will be the one to take your heads." Yi Liangqin. The three of them looked at each other and realized that they had never heard of this name before. At this moment, Yi Xian made his move. His figure flashed out like a ghost with a long silver belt behind him. It was very beautiful. When the three of them saw it, they were in disbelief. They exclaimed, "Silver feather movement technique." This shocked them. The silver feather movement technique was the most powerful martial art of the Silver Feather Palace. Only people of their level were qualified to learn it. However, how could Yi Xian know it too? However, this was not the time to be calculative because Yi Xian's speed was much faster than theirs. Split up and go. The three of them widened their eyes and split up under their leader's command. However, they forgot that there were two barbaric bull demons behind them. After they split up, the two barbaric bull demons also split up and chased after one of them. As for the third person, he naturally became Yi Xian's target. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Die! Yi Xian released his killing move. His opponent only managed to dodge once. The second time, his head was chopped off by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through to 90 dragon power. A notification rang in Yi Xian's mind when he took the interspatial ring from his opponent. With 90 dragon strength, if he added the bonus to his movement speed, his speed would be comparable to an expert with 110 dragon strength. After killing this person, Yi Xian dashed towards the other two. What? The two of them turned their heads to take a glance. When they saw the corpse and Yi Xian, who was running towards them, they were instantly scared half to death. There was a pursuer in front and a fierce tiger behind. The two barbaric bull demons were one thing, as they could still escape, but Yi Xian was actually able to kill an expert with close to 100 dragon force points. He was definitely more dangerous than the barbaric bull demon Iron Corpse. However, their speed was too slow compared to Yi Xian's. Hiss! Hiss! The two of them were killed one after another. At the same time, they helped Yi Xian break through to the power of 91 dragons. Now, it was time for Yi Xian to fight the two barbaric ox devils. Roar! The two barbaric ox demon iron corpses stared at Yi Xian with their bell-like eyes. Although they are dead, the Red Liao Lord uses a special method to keep them conscious, so they are not stupid. They can see that Yi Xian is much stronger than the three of them. Speed! You can't catch up to me, so you can only be my live targets. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and brought out his Dragon Slayer sword. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian immediately used his strongest attack. With the Beast King bloodline, Yi Xian has a 10% increase in attack damage against beasts. Moreover, after breaking through to the power of 91 dragons, Yi Xian's Bahuang sword has probably reached the level of a middle-grade heaven artifact. Middle-grade heaven artifact, middle-grade heaven-level martial arts, Beast King bloodline, all kinds of factors allowed Yi Xian to kill the 200 dragon-strength iron corpses like cutting tofu. In less than 5 seconds, they fell one by one. One was beheaded by Yi Xian, and the other was split in half by Yi Xian. 2 corpses with the power of 100 dragons, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. In his plan, the 4 major forces would become his stepping stones to help him break through to the spirit realm. Then, he would subdue the golden armored corpse king in one fell swoop. Of course, this is just a fantasy. The reality is often cruel. After putting away the 2 barbaric ox demon corpses, he rushed out again. He still went to find trouble with the Silver Feather Palace experts. However, at the same time, in the depths of the red refining cave, it was a large hole, but it was empty. Other than the pillars around it, there was nothing else. In the center of the hall, there is a huge golden coffin, and on the side of the golden coffin, there are 2 silver statues of 1 person tall. These 2 silver statues are lifelike. One is holding a crescent blade, the other is holding a 2-meter-long sword, mighty and extraordinary. At this time, the big sword statue suddenly opened its eyes. Someone entered the inner hall. This silver statue actually spoke. Suddenly, another statue also opened its eyes and said, "I hope someone can come in alive. I just hope those people don't die. When the time comes, how can we and Master be resurrected?" After Yi Xian broke through to the 91 dragons, he went to find the trouble with the Silver Feather Palace experts. His luck is really good. These Silver Feather Palace experts are almost all above 90 dragons and under 100 dragons, so there is no threat to Yi Xian. Yi Xian cleaned up a few teams of Silver Feather Palace experts and successfully broke through to the power of 94 dragons. At this time, he estimated that there were only 5 people left in the Silver Feather Palace. At the same time, he was also deeply surprised, because the 5 people of the Silver Feather Palace who exceeded the power of 100 dragons were all together. 500 dragons of strength, and 115 dragons of strength expert. This meant that they were moving very quickly. Yi Xian walked into the last passage and chased. What about 115 dragons, Yi Xian? If the Beast King is violent, these people will fall. Yi Xian ran in the last passage. At this time, it has been 1 or 2 hours since he entered the red refining cave. He soon passed through the area of the copper corpse and entered the iron corpse area. The copper corpse of the red refining cave is in the realm of 90 dragons to 100 dragons, and the iron corpse is between 100 dragons and 110 dragons. However, with his strength, killing these iron corpses is easy. Unknowingly, his Beast King is violent, which has 3 opportunities to use it, which makes his confidence increase. After that, Yi Xian simply swallowed those iron corpses and successfully broke through to the power of 95 dragons. After entering the iron corpse area, he ran for half an hour. This red refining cave is really big, which makes Yi Xian secretly speechless. So many celestial blue stones, if they are swallowed by him, do not know what realm can be broken through. After half an hour, he finally encountered something different. A stone tablet. Red refining inner hole. Yi Xian frowned, and after this stone tablet, there was another door. However, it was closed. What's the matter, this Silver Feather Palace people? Will they close the door when they enter? Yi Xian walked over with some surprise, only to find that the door was shaking, and a sound fell into his ears. Is there a battle inside? Chapter 403. Chapter 403. Chapter 403 Breakthrough Probability. This time, Yi Xian is even more surprised, because the 5 people in the Silver Feather Palace, one is 115 dragons, and 4 people are between 110 dragons. This kind of realm is enough to kill any iron corpse. What is it, fighting with them? Yi Xian curiously approached and put his ear on the door. Boom! Coincidentally, it seems that a heavy object hit the door, and the huge tremor almost deafened his ears. It's so intense, shouldn't it be the two silver corpses and those people? Yi Xian thought about it. Just now, he caught a person and asked about the news of the Red Refining Immortals cave, and he also learned about the silver corpse. He estimated that the silver corpse of the Red Refining Immortals cave should be between 110 dragons and 120 dragons. However, according to the strength of the 5 people in the Silver Feather Palace, this silver corpse should be more than 115 dragons. Is it to go in now, or wait for them to finish? Yi Xian thought about it in his heart, and finally he decided to go in now, because he couldn't wait and wanted to break through to 100 dragons. He bit his teeth, raised his spirit, and then pushed open the door. The door was open to the inside, and Yi Xian pushed it a little, cracked a gap, and then he went in. He squinted his eyes and saw that there were indeed 4 figures fighting with a 3-meter-tall silver corpse with chains. How come there are 4 people? Yi Xian was shocked and looked around. Sure enough, he found a human body in a corner. The most important thing is that the Qinkuan ring is still there. Yi Xian's eyes widened and immediately rushed over. At the same time, the 4 people who were fighting with the iron chain silver corpse were shocked, and they saw a mysterious person wearing a mask. Where did this person come from? The 4 people fought and distracted their attention on Yi Xian. They saw that Yi Xian swept to the side of the corpse and then took off his Qinkuan ring. Boy, stop! The palace master of the Silver Feather Palace shouted. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He directly swallowed the items in the interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to 97 dragon power. An expert was an expert after all. He had a lot of wealth, and it was enough for Yi Xian to increase his cultivation by 2 dragons. 97 dragons. Yi Xian only needed 3 more dragon strength before he could reach 100 dragon strength. At that time, he should be able to know the conditions to break through to the spirit realm. After breaking through, Yi Xian could not help but smile. He then turned to look at the 4 people who were struggling bitterly. Brat, who are you? The Silver Plume Palace Lord asked with a frown. I am Yi Liangqin. Yi Xian said as he walked slowly. Yi Liangqin. The 4 of them looked at each other. They had never heard of this person before. I don't care where you came from. Quickly help us kill this iron chain silver corpse, shouted the Silver Plume Palace master. He believed that since Yi Xian was able to come here, he must be extremely strong. With 1 more person, they would have a higher chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at them and realized that the 4 of them were actually at a disadvantage. The iron chain silver corpse was holding a large chain made of unknown material. Its attacks were fierce, and its defense was extremely strong. It was estimated to have reached 120 dragon strength. It was no wonder that the 4 of them were forced to flee. Facing such a strong enemy, they were probably very nervous. Why should I help you? Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. In his plan, the people of Silver Plume Palace were his stepping stones. Ask him to help. What kind of joke is this? You took something from my Silver Plume Palace. As long as you help, the items in the interspatial ring will belong to you. The Silver Plume Palace Lord offered a price. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and said, I have already obtained the items. Why should I agree? If you don't kill this iron chain silver corpse, don't even think about leaving this place. This door can only be opened from the outside, shouted the Silver Plume Palace Lord. Oh. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he was not worried. This iron chain silver corpse was not much of a threat to him. He calculated in his heart and said, "No, I don't plan to cooperate with you. Instead, I want to kill you first." What? The four of them were stunned when they heard that. At this moment, the iron-chained silver corpse swung the chain in its hand and hit one of them. In an instant, that person was sent flying. Seeing that, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Someone was here to give him benefits. He shot forward like an arrow. Underworld sword technique. Rip. This person was already half dead, and now he was hit by Yi Xian. How could he not die? Yi Xian obtained another interspatial ring. Ding, the host has broken through to 98 dragon strength. At this moment, he was only 2 dragon strength away from 100 dragon strength. Bastard! The palace master of Inu Palace was furious when he saw that. He rushed toward Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian could not hold it in anymore. "I'll let you all see my true strength," Yi Xian's Beast King rage. Yi Xian roared towards the sky, and the 17 flying dragons suddenly increased in number. 128 dragons. What? When the palace master of Inu Palace saw those flying dragons, his heart turned cold. 98 dragons, explosively increasing to 128 dragons. He calculated in his heart. That was an increase of 30% of his strength. Was he still human? Just as he was calculating, Yi Xian had already flashed in front of him and swung his sword. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. A slash with the aura of death cut across the palace master of Inu Palace's neck. Blood splattered. Yi Xian did not care where the palace master's head flew to. What he cared about was the interspatial ring. He scooped up the interspatial ring and took it off. Ding! The host has broken through to 100 dragon strength. The long-awaited notification sound finally rang out. What stunned Yi Xian was that he still could not break through to the spirit realm. However, this was within his expectations. He now understood that 100 dragon strength only met the requirements to break through to the spirit realm. Otherwise, how could there be so many spirit realm experts with more than 100 dragon strength? Ding! The host's current chance of breaking through is 10%. Do you want to try breaking through? Hint: if the breakthrough fails, the host will explode and die. What? When Yi Xian heard the notification sound, he was almost scared to death. Chance of breaking through, 10%. If the breakthrough failed, he would explode and die. Yi Xian carefully sensed it again. Indeed, as his realm increased, the chance of breaking through would increase continuously. Every time he increased 1 dragon strength, the chance of breaking through would increase by 1%. With 100 dragon strength, the chance of breaking through was 10%. This meant that if it was 190 dragon strength, the chance of breaking through would be 100%. At the same time, there were a few things that could help him break through and increase the chance of breaking through. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get rid of the irrelevant people first. Yi Xian temporarily put this matter aside and rushed out again. Chapter 404. Entering the inner palace, not good. The remaining 2 people's faces darkened. However, their speed was no match for Yi Xian, who had over 130 dragon power, and they were killed in an instant. Ding! The host has broken through to 101 dragon power. When the notification sounded, the probability of a breakthrough in Yi Xian's mind increased by 1%, reaching 11%. Now, only Yi Xian and the silver zombie were left in the palace. Whoosh! The silver zombie waved its chains and attacked Yi Xian. Humph, how dare you show off in front of me when you're so slow? Yi Xian snorted and dodged it easily, then swept to the front of the silver zombie. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. He swung his sword and slashed at the silver zombie's arm, but it did not cut off the zombie's arm. Its defense is really amazing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he swung his sword again. Plop! The silver zombie's huge arm was chopped off and fell to the ground. In the next moment, Yi Xian focused on its neck. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. After 2 strokes of sword descends to the underworld, the silver zombie's head fell off with a loud bang. Although it was strong, it was as fragile as tofu in the hands of Yi Xian, who was in the Beast King frenzy. Yi Xian put away the corpse. In the next moment, there was a loud rumbling sound all around. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that there were doors everywhere. There were exactly 10 of them, 9 small ones, and 1 big one. After the death of the silver chain corpse, all the doors were opened. Could it be that every fork leads to here, and that big door is the way out? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He looked around and did not find anything else. It seemed that this was the way out. However, the people from the Silver Plume Palace had almost died in his hands. He wondered how many people from the other 3 forces were left. It seems that the news of these people is also wrong. The chain silver corpse is just a kind of holy beast. It is not the 2 generals of the Red Liao Lord. So, there should be 2 more powerful silver corpse. After pausing for a moment, Yi Xian entered the largest door. The degree of danger that followed would most likely be extremely high, because they might encounter the powers of 3 parties, as well as the golden armored corpse king and the 2 powerful silver corpses. Yi Xian ran madly along this large passage. Previously, he had been very careful, but he discovered that there were no iron corpses along the way. After running for about 10 minutes, he saw another glittering golden door with a stone tablet beside it. Red Refining Main Hall. It seemed that they had arrived at their destination. Yi Xian carefully walked over and paused for a moment. He heard some people discussing inside. Hee, is it being distributed? Yi Xian grinned and pushed the door open. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against everyone from the 3 great powers alone. Boom! The door was pushed open and Yi Xian walked in. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the main hall. The Silver Plume Palace that Yi Xian had destroyed was actually the weakest of the 4 great powers. At this moment, there were already dozens of people in the main hall, which made Yi Xian very surprised. There are almost no casualties. Could it be that they didn't split up but directly rushed in as a group? Yi Xian was shocked. The leaders of the 3 great powers turned to look at Yi Xian. The Wild Dragon Tower's Tower Master said in shock, "Someone from the Silver Plume Palace." Obviously, these words were directed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still wearing the Death God primary school student mask. His attire was extremely strange. After hearing the words of the Wild Dragon Tower, he also shook his head and said, "No, I am not from the Silver Plume Palace." Hearing this, the 3 great powers present were all shocked. If he wasn't from the Silver Plume Palace, then how did he enter? You killed 12 of them. The Wild Dragon Tower's Tower Master reacted. That's right. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. He looked around and found the 2 silver-armored statues and the golden coffin in the main hall. It seemed that the 2 silver-armored statues were the last 2 silver corpses. The one lying in the coffin was probably the golden armored corpse king. As for the corpse controlling technique, it shouldn't have been discovered yet. However, at this time, Elder Yen from the Heaven Hatred Sword sect frowned. He felt that Yi Xian's voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Xian seemed to have read his mind and said with a smile, "Old man, don't you recognize me? That day outside the Netherworld Abyss, you hit me with a palm." When these words were said, Elder Yan's eyes immediately widened as he exclaimed, "It's you? How is this possible?" He recognized Yi Xian and was very surprised. This was because Yi Xian had been hit by his 3 days muscle-breaking hand. He would definitely die within 3 days. However, Yi Xian was standing here alive. You can't kill me with that trick of yours. Oh right, your Heaven Hatred Sword Sect's elite team all died at my hands. Are you here for revenge? Yi Xian said with a smile that was not a smile, although the other party couldn't see his expression. It's you. Before Elder Yan could speak, someone walked out of the team angrily. He was Yu Kang's master in the Heaven Hatred Sword Sect, with 102 dragon power. That's right, it's me. Yi Xian nodded. I'm going to kill you. This person shouted and rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at his flustered and exasperated appearance and helplessly shook his head. He had 101 dragon power, and the other party was only 1 dragon power higher than him. Rip! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yu Kang's master's body fell to the ground. His head flew not far away, and blood splattered everywhere. His interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. This scene entered the eyes of the crowd, causing them to be truly stunned. He was killed in an instant. Elder Yan was even more shocked. He said in horror, "How is this possible? You only had 70 dragon power that day, 70 dragon power." That's right. Yi Xian only had 70 dragon power when he broke into the netherworld abyss. In just a few days, he had increased his dragon power by 30 dragon power. How could Elder Yan not be shocked? Not only that, but the others present were also so shocked that they couldn't speak. Elder Yan, is what you said true? The sect leader of the Heaven Hatred Sword Sect asked in a low voice. Yes, sect leader. I used the 3 days muscle-breaking hand to send him into the netherworld abyss. Because of the roar of a flying centipede, I didn't go in. At that time, he only had 70 dragon power. He used a martial art to increase his realm and forcibly increased it to almost 100 dragon power. At the same time, he also had the same speed as me. Elder Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, yes, he should be using that martial art to increase his realm now. That day, Yi Xian used the Devil Ape transformation and Beast King's rampage to increase his dragon power to almost 100 dragon power. With the addition of his speed, he managed to escape. Yi Xian only had 101 dragon power. It was no wonder that Elder Yan mistakenly thought that he had used Beast King's rampage.
Chapter 8:15. After coming down from the stage, a few of them looked unhappy. They whispered that Yao Jing really likes to make her own decisions. We don't even want to play. She keeps trying to embarrass us. She said she was asking us, but we didn't say anything. She made the decision again. What kind of person is she? I hate people like her the most. What a great model. I really thought she was cute. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's see what they'll do. I wonder how Yi Qian is doing. It's so boring to meet such a troublemaker. As they spoke, they looked over at Yi Qian. Seeing that he was trying out the darts for himself and didn't even look at Yao Jing, they couldn't help but smile. I think Yi Qian didn't even notice her. What's there to notice if she's not good enough? If it were me, I wouldn't bother to look either. The girls giggled and whispered, but they didn't know that although Yi Qian didn't pay attention to Yao Jing, he saw her little actions. She just wanted to compete with her, but she was too cautious and didn't want to embarrass herself. She wanted to drag Yang Heng down as well, but she was afraid that it would be too obvious, so she dragged her seniors who were playing darts down as well. She wanted to do it naturally without causing any disgust. But girls were all petty. Yao Jing's actions had already made her seniors disgusted. But then again, if Yi Ying had Yao Jing's methods and schemes, she wouldn't have transferred to the province's second high school. Yao Jing, who was standing on the stage, felt embarrassed when she saw that her senior sisters had all left the stage without giving her any face. If it weren't for Deputy Director Yao, who was laughing and joking about this matter, boys like Wang Jin and the others, who were straightforward and didn't understand a little girl's thoughts, would have embarrassed Yao Jing even more. With the adults interfering, no matter how unwilling Wang Jin and the others were, they could only agree to let Yao Jing participate in the competition. Because the adults had already said that it was just fun, so they should play. Who said it was fun? The 5 of them really wanted to compete with Yi Qian and see if the target shooting expert could play darts. They even wanted to pull her into their team. The 5 boys were divided into 2 groups. Wang Jin, another boy named He Zhang, Yi Qian, and Yang Heng were in one group. On the other hand, Yao Jing was in a group with 3 other boys. Both sides had 4 people. In terms of numbers, it was a tie. In terms of skill, it was barely a tie. This was because Wang Jin was the best at darts among the 5 of them. Based on the center of the circle, the team that hits the center the most wins. The time limit is 10 minutes. The punishment was to do 50 sit-ups in a minute. No one is allowed to go back on their word. 50 per person. Wang Jin repeated the rules once more. His gaze unintentionally slid past Yao Jing's face with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Yao Jing was just about to say that she didn't want to do 50 sit-ups when she saw Yi Qian staring at her with a faint smile. Her eyes darkened and she swallowed her words. Heh, do you want to see me, Yao Jing, become a joke? Just wait and see. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. She lifted her chin slightly and gave Yi Qian a faint smile. She winked and said, "It's so fun. The loser has to do 50 sit-ups. I wonder who came up with this idea. 50 sit-ups in a minute. Yi Qian, don't you think it's too difficult?" "It's not difficult because I'm the one who set the punishment." Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile. There was a hint of calmness between his brows. He didn't take Yao Jing's words to heart and didn't let them affect his mood. Chapter 8:16. The smile on Yao Jing's face froze, and her pupils constricted. She quickly smiled sweetly and said, "You have guts. You must win later, or else it'll be so embarrassing. Good luck, Yi Qian." 50 sit-ups. Did Yi Qian think she was a boy? Even if she lost, she wouldn't embarrass herself. There were 3 other good players in her group. If she lost, they would be the ones to lose face. Sneering inwardly, Yao Jing adjusted her breathing and looked at the dart board in front of her. She thought about how she had thrown 5 or 6 darts without any problems. Her eyes flashed with confidence, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Then let's see how good Yi Qian is. Both groups, get ready. 10 minutes, start. The boy in charge of counting the time shouted. The first player, Wang Jin, stood at 2:37 meters and threw. The other group also stood at 2:37 meters and threw. 2 brass darts were thrown, and they hit the smallest circle in the middle at almost the same time. Good. 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 The adults watching below the stage all applauded. Not bad, he really had some skills. Both teams won the first round, and the audience applauded. Some people cheered for this group, while others cheered for the next group. With a good start, the members of both groups had smiles on their faces. "Don't take the darts, I'll do it." The boy in the second position reminded the player in front of him that a circle could hit 2 or 3 darts. After the first position threw, he immediately let the next player take over. This saved him the time to take the darts, so he could try to get more darts. Yang Heng, who was standing beside Yi Qian, laughed and said, "I'm a little nervous. Don't blame me if I miss." "Why aren't you nervous when playing basketball?" Yi Qian only had time to reply before it was her turn. She and Yao Jing were both in the third position. The dart on the dartboard was taken down by the second member. Yi Jian immediately stood at the 2:37-meter point and raised her hand with the dart tipped slightly upward. Holding the dart with 3 fingers, she leaned slightly to one side and raised her arm to throw the dart. She accurately aimed at the center point and threw the dart lightly. Just as she threw the dart, she suddenly saw Yao Jing, who was supposed to be throwing darts with her, run less than a meter away and throw the dart easily. "I said it was easy. See, didn't I hit it?" Yao Jing pulled the dart out of the circle, turned around, and smiled brightly. You don't even dare to play such a simple game. I haven't learned from Yi Qian, and I hit the circle. The situation was not just a little bit awkward, but she had also run so close to the dart. She must be here to cause trouble. The three boys in Yao Jing's group were dumbfounded. Running so close to her to throw the darts, was she really dumb or was she pretending to be dumb? She couldn't be here to make others laugh, right? The applause did not stop because of Yao Jing. It was all for Yi Qian, especially the girls. Their voices were so loud that the boys beside them had to cover their ears. Yi Qian, you can do it, you can do it. Come on, punish them with 50 sit-ups. No one paid attention to Yao Jing, and no one reminded her if she was wrong. Now that it was Yang Heng's turn, everyone's eyes were glued to him, afraid that they would miss the best moment. Yang Heng was the fourth player. Yi Qian dodged, and he immediately threw the dart. The dart fell to the ground, and the students in the class laughed. Our slam dunk master is good at basketball. Even the teacher said it was good. Forget about the darts. Chapter 8:17. I'm not good enough. I'm just giving it a try. Yang Heng stood on the stage with a handsome smile. I'm just here to make up the numbers. I'm not competing. Yang Heng wasn't angry at the students' teasing. He didn't know how to throw darts, but he saw Yao Jing causing trouble on the stage. He had no choice but to go on stage and suppress her to prevent her from being too arrogant. From the beginning, she had been targeting Yi Qian. She thought she had done it flawlessly, but in reality, anyone who paid a little attention could see that she was targeting Yi Qian. If even Wang Jin could see it, how could the other students not see it? He knew Yao Jing very well. When she realized that she was the one who had embarrassed herself, and Yi Qian had won all the way, she would hate Yi Qian even more. Then, she would be more careful and target Yi Qian even more. She would only have scruples if he stood on the stage to keep her in check. Yang Heng's self-teasing made the students of grade 12 class 1 laugh. Even though he had lost openly and honestly. It made it even more obvious that he was a true boy. Holding a dart in her hand, Yao Jing, who was standing in the trajectory of the dart, didn't react in time. She stood still and blocked the dartboard, successfully slowing down the fourth dart thrower in her group. Not only did she make a fool of herself, she also made a fool of her teammates. The boy was anxious and shouted at Yao Jing, who had just realized something was wrong. Why are you still smiling like an idiot? Go away. I can catch up. You're standing in the wrong place. Invalid throw. Standing in the wrong place? Invalid throw? How was that possible? She didn't throw the dart directly at the dartboard. Instead, she stood at a certain distance before throwing the dart. But they said that she was standing in the wrong place. Then, Yao Jing's expression became awkward. Then, she was really standing in the wrong place. Suddenly, Yao Jing realized that she had made a very serious mistake. First, the applause just now wasn't for her, but for Yi Qian, who was throwing darts with her. The boy who was standing at the fourth position tried to catch up with Yao Jing, but it was difficult for him to do so after Yao Jing's stroke. Fuck, quick, the three of us and the three of them. Let's see if we can even it out. Wang Jin is faster, Yi Qian is a little slower. If we hold on, we'll be even. She didn't know how to throw, yet she pretended to be very good at it. We were tricked by her. Soon, it was King Gold again. Fuck. Yi Qian didn't even take off his darts. The three boys did not lower their voices when they spoke. When the enthusiasm of the entire competition was raised, how could they notice that they had to lower their voices? Right now, he only wanted to win. Deputy Director Yao and Mother Yao, who had all heard it, felt a little awkward. No matter how awkward it was, both husband and wife had the ability to turn the situation around. Mother Yao sighed and helplessly said to Mother Yang, "This girl is making trouble again. Other people are having a serious competition, but she's just going up to liven up the atmosphere so easily." As parents, they always had to take care of their children. Mother Yang could understand, but she couldn't let her children be so indulgent. When it was time to say something, she still had to say something. Mother Yang, who didn't want to be upset at her son's birthday party, also smiled and said, "Little Jing has been like this since she was young. You'll get used to it." Deputy Director Yao also tried to smooth things over for his daughter. Jing, this child, is making trouble. She doesn't treat this as a competition at all. Her heart isn't ordinary. Others treat it as a competition, but she treats it as having fun. Chapter 8:18. Old Yao, your words have a double meaning. Ha ha ha, if you don't treat the competition as a competition, then you're being narrow-minded? You. Director Yang laughed and joked. Let the children play around. Old Yao, you're an adult. Why are you getting involved? Deputy Director Yao laughed as well. Yes. Let the children play around. We adults will just watch. But my little girl, Jing, she's going to throw a tantrum with me when she gets home. We have to let Heng persuade her. She doesn't listen to us. She only listens to Heng. Her rebellious period is here. We can only persuade her. Director Yang clapped his hands and stared intently at the stage. He was very interested in what Deputy Director Yao said, and he didn't deny it. At this time, Yao Jing was so embarrassed that she bit her lips. She really didn't know that there was a distance between the darts. No one told her. She thought that she just had to find the right distance to throw the darts. Yao Jing didn't run away from reality. Instead, she openly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry. I thought I could just stand anywhere and throw. I'll pay attention this round. Admitting her mistake resolved the awkwardness and made her team members look better. It's okay. You can just stand at 37 meters and throw. The boys in the same group didn't say much. Since the girl admitted her mistake, then forget it. Anyway, it was just a game. Admitting her mistake was more acceptable than hiding it. In this aspect, Yao Jing was much better than Yi Ying. Yi Qian's group had already thrown 2 rounds. In both rounds, Yi Qian hit the center circle. Wang Jin's heart trembled as he watched. He was really good. He didn't miss on his first try. Unfortunately, it was a 2-group competition. It would be more interesting if it was an individual competition. Yao Jing, don't go the wrong way. The second round was Yao Jing's turn. The boy beside her quickly reminded her, afraid that she would run to a distance less than 50 centimeters away from the darts board again. That wasn't throwing, that was stabbing. Stabbing the dart directly was as easy as raising your hand. A distance of 37 meters wasn't a short distance. Yao Jing stood at the distance and tried several times to throw the dart toward the center circle, but she still couldn't throw it. So far. How did Yi Qian do it? Quick. It was Yi Qian again. They're all in the 3rd round. Hurry up and throw it. Who cares if it hits or not? You have to make room for me. The guy behind Yao Jing urged. If the front didn't throw the darts, the team members at the back could only wait and waste time. If Yao Jing didn't care whether she could hit the target or not, she would have done it long ago. But because she wanted to hit the target, she kept trying. She turned her head and saw Yi Qian maintaining a slightly tilted posture as he threw the ball over effortlessly. Yao Jing heard another round of cheers and thunderous applause from the audience. She pursed her lips and felt very uncomfortable. She only knew how difficult it was after trying to hit 37 meters. It was difficult for her to even hit the dart board, let alone hit the center circle. No, I have to learn from her posture first. Maybe I'll be lucky and hit the target. Yao Jing didn't care about the urging of the guy behind her. She imitated Yi Qian's posture and threw the dart. The dart tip was at least a meter away from the target. It didn't even touch the darts and fell to the ground. Chapter 8:19. The sensitive girls could tell that Yao Jing was imitating Yi Qian. They all pursed their lips and giggled. She was making a fool of herself. Yang Heng, who also missed his target with a dart in his hand, glanced coldly at the embarrassed Yao Jing. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Provoking Yi Jian? I really don't know what kind of brain she has. When it was Wang Jin's turn to throw the darts again, his team was 1 round faster than Yao Jing's team, and the applause was all for them. As for Yao Jing's apology, it was like throwing a small stone into the sea. It didn't even cause a splash. Do you still want to play? Yang Heng stopped playing and walked to Yao Jing, who was smiling fakely. If you want to find fault, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. If you continue playing, don't blame me for not reminding you. You'll be the one making a fool of yourself. Yao Jing knew that she would be the one making a fool of herself if she continued playing, but she couldn't just quit like that. How embarrassing. She pouted and said unhappily, I don't want to play anymore. It's not as fun as I imagined. Come down with me. This kind of competition wasn't something she could handle. It was better for her to quit early and not embarrass herself even more. A cold light flashed in Yang Heng's eyes as he walked down the stage with a smile on his handsome face. A few men who were close to him reached out their hands and clapped happily. A boy said, with you as a comparison, we'll enjoy watching. Wang Jin and the others do have some skills. Yi Qian is even better. She has never thrown before and hasn't missed in 4 rounds. She's good at playing and learning. Most importantly, she's so beautiful and has such a good personality. I had some evil intentions at first, but I don't dare anymore. I'm afraid I'll blaspheme her. Yao Jing, who originally wanted to continue following Yang Heng, heard this. Her eyes flashed with a gloomy coldness, followed by a gloating malice. She needed to call Luo Ran and see where he was now. Blaspheme? She really wanted to see Yi Qian, a commoner girl, being blasphemed. She quietly walked out of the banquet hall and saw a few taxis stop at the entrance of the hotel. The first one to get out was Luo Ran. He got out in a huff and even the door was on fire. Luo Ran. She motioned for Luo Ran to speak with her outside the hotel so that no one could see them. Without Yao Jing and Yang Heng, it became a 3-on-3 competition. The whole process was very exciting. Wang Jin and the other 2 boys had to draw a line every time they threw the darts, but Yi Qian only needed to stand at a distance of 2.37 meters, and his throwing speed was only slightly slower than Wang Jin and the other boys. Mother Yang listened to her son's classmates excitedly discussing. She had always thought that Yi Qian had also learned how to play darts. Only now did she realize that Yi Qian had only learned it for a while. She said in surprise, Aya, this child is really good at both civil and martial arts. Maybe it's because I grew up in the army, so I'm familiar with these boys' games. Compared to the smile on Mother Yang's face, the smile on Mother Yao's face was much lighter. When her daughter came down from the stage, the smile on her face disappeared. Originally, her daughter was the most outstanding one. Who would have thought that she would be suppressed by Yi Qian again and successfully attract the attention of the Yang family? Her methods were so high that it made her, an adult, tremble. She said, it's not good for a girl to be too outstanding. For families like yours and mine, the most important thing is character. Chapter 8:20. Mother Yang glanced at her former neighbor and frowned slightly. Was she telling her that Yi Qian's character wasn't good? Over the years, she didn't like Jing's overbearing personality, so she didn't interact much with the Yao family. She didn't expect the old neighbor to have changed so much. She even liked to gossip behind her back. Her own child was excellent, but other children were also excellent. How could she say that other children's character wasn't good? She didn't have the grace and tolerance that an adult should have. I think they're all good. Those who can go to the experimental class and represent the country can't be too bad. Mother Yang said faintly and clapped with a smile. The 10 minutes of competition on the stage had already ended. Mother Yao's expression stiffened. Her old neighbor meant that those who could go to the experimental class and represent the country were good children, But those who didn't go to the experimental class and didn't go abroad to compete weren't good children? Why did it sound like she was talking about Jing Jing? Mother Yao, who felt uncomfortable in her heart, wanted to say a few more words. However, when she saw Mother Yang's elegant expression, smiling and applauding for the wonderful performance on the stage, she frowned and thought to herself, Huiying seems to treat Yi Jian differently. Mother Yao adjusted her expression and clapped with a smile. She didn't want to affect the relationship between the old neighbors. No matter what, her family had a good relationship with the Yang family. As long as Jing Jing and Yang Heng continued their relationship, it wouldn't be difficult for the two families to become in-laws. How could the picky Mother Yang take a fancy to a girl who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? For Yi Qian, she didn't care about other people's opinions when she was reborn. Especially for an adult like Mother Yao who was picky about other people's children, she wouldn't care. Yi Qian's team will definitely win. She only missed twice. Forget it. I think the two teams are about the same. But Li Qian's team is 2 rounds slower than Yi Qian's team. It's a bit difficult to win. While the students were discussing, Yi Qian's team did indeed win after calculating the center circle of the two teams. Based on the individual probability of hitting the center circle, Yi Jian only hit 2 fewer center circles than Wang Jin, which was the same as the other 4 boys. After careful calculation, the boys still lost. I can't believe this is your first time playing. How can the 5 of us believe such a high hit rate? Wang Jin and the other 4 looked at Yi Qian's individual score and were all in disbelief. Only 2 points less than Wang Jin. They had been practicing for a long time, but they were defeated by Yi Qian so easily. They couldn't accept it, and at the same time, their fighting spirit was ignited. Why don't we play with 2 darts and 3 darts again? Wang Jin's interest was piqued. He was reluctant to let go of his opponent. Yi Qian didn't want to play anymore. He smiled and said, I've never played darts before, but I like to play with a slingshot. It's the same hit rate. I just need to find the feeling. I can still throw a center circle. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it if I play a bigger one. How could Yi Qian, who was more thoughtful than the boys, agree? After all, it was Yang Heng's birthday party. It was Yang Heng's main venue. They played darts for the students to have fun, not for the guests to play. Chapter 8:21. Moreover, it was enough to play 1 round of this kind of competition. There was really no point in continuing to play. She said, don't use your ultimate moves. I was sweating just now. If we continue, I can't. My legs are a little weak. Yi Jian never thought that showing weakness was a sign of cowardice. She was confident, and there was no sign of cowardice between her eyebrows. If they continued to play, it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose. 2 darts at once, 3 darts at once. She didn't know if it was 2 consecutive darts, but the targets were similar. When she was training in the desert, Uncle Jen would throw 2 objects at the same time, and they would fly over together with the sand. She had to hit both objects at once to pass the test. If it was similar, she was confident that she could beat the boys. However, there was no need to continue. Enough was enough. At this point, the girls were waiting for the boys to start doing sit-ups. Wang Jin and the other 4 reacted quickly and said, if you're willing to bet, you're willing to lose. 50 sit-ups. Come, let's do it together. They finished the 50 sit-ups happily and ended the competition perfectly. Yang Heng, who was standing next to Director Yang, smiled and said, Dad, what do you think? I told you she's good at this. It's her first time and she's already so good. I'm so happy to have a friend like her. Oh, just a friend? No other thoughts? Director Yang smiled and teased his son, I think this girl is very charming. Are you sure you just want to be a friend? Yang Heng also smiled as he looked at his father who was teasing him. He said frankly, it's because she's very charming and I know very well what I'm capable of. That's why we're only suitable to be friends, and only friends. He wasn't belittling himself, but sometimes you have to know your limits. If you know you can't do something, then don't force it. Moreover, what's wrong with being friends? Being friends means you don't have to worry about your friend being taken away by others. Director Yang smiled in relief at his son's thoughtfulness. Yi Qian was indeed a good girl. Because she was too good, he knew his son couldn't control such a girl. Now that he didn't need to remind them, the problem didn't exist. How could Director Yang not be gratified? Yang Heng laughed and said, also, I dare say that if we continue to play, she may not lose. Now that you've said you don't want to play anymore, you're able to pick up and let go. You're even bolder than the boys. He is indeed very courageous. Children these days are able to leave some face for others without batting an eyelid. It's rare. Bureau Chief Yang had been in politics for a long time, so he naturally had a good eye for people. Nodding his head with a smile, he praised, she did not waste her talent. She grew up to be so outstanding even without parents. It's very meaningful to have such a friend. Dad supports you. Everyone in politics knew the importance of connections. Yi Qian was still a student, but with her talent, she would definitely achieve great things in the future. Being friends with such a person would not only spur his son on, but also help his son in the future. But after pondering for a while, Bureau Chief Yang reminded him in a low voice, Yang Heng, you have to treat people with sincerity. Don't pretend to be nice to her. We'll be friends for life. Since we've decided on them, we have to treat them well. Although it was said that there are no lifelong friends, only lifelong interests, as long as you met the right friend, it was worth it to make friends. Chapter 822. Even if they did not work together in the future, they were once friends who treated each other wholeheartedly. I know. That's why I thought of her as a friend from the start. Also, please help me keep an eye on Uncle Yao. Yao Jing is prejudiced against her. The last sentence was what Yang Heng wanted to say. Bureau Chief Yang frowned and nodded lightly. Although he did not say anything, his nod was enough to show that he knew what was going on. Seeing that his father had nodded, Yang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. The heavy burden in his heart had finally been lifted. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, I've always wanted to tell you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like it and Yi Jian wouldn't agree. Yao Jing may look lively, but she has too many tricks up her sleeves. Just now, her tricks were so frequent that I was annoyed just by looking at them. Uncle Yao and Auntie Yao did not stop her. They even indulged her and thought that it was just a small matter. In the long run, Yao Jing's character will bring trouble to Uncle Yao's family sooner or later. The father and son spoke softly. Yao Jing, who had contacted Luo Ran, came back and complained to her parents. Her delicate face was gloomy. She knew that this was Yang Heng's birthday party, but she stole the limelight. How can there be such an annoying person like her? Mom, talk to Auntie Yao later. Don't let her be deceived by her appearance. That's enough. You were in the wrong just now, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. Keep your head up and your chest out. Don't shrink your neck. Father Yao criticized in a low voice. Yi Qian is very outstanding. You have to admit that. You have to understand that you are not as good as others. Look at her. She fought against 5 people alone, and she didn't panic at all. She even forced the 5 boys to sweat. If you don't want your limelight to be stolen, you have to have the ability to steal the limelight from others. If it were you, with your character, you would definitely follow up the victory and make yourself look good. But look at her. She knows when to stop. Not only did she take care of the boys' faces, but she also won their respect. Moreover, this is Yang Heng's birthday party. He is the main character. Mother Yao was not Sun Dongqing. She had to teach her child when she made a mistake and did not know how to behave properly. She also criticized with a sullen face. You didn't even know how to read people's faces. What I taught you, where did it all go? Also, your dad and I have warned you not to go against Yi Jian. And you? You think you're the host today just because your Uncle Yang and Auntie Yang smiled at you? You're stealing the limelight. Even I'm embarrassed. Apologize to your Uncle Yang and Auntie later. Children can be immature, but they must know how to admit their mistakes. Calm as. The couple was not in the mood to watch anymore. They discussed in secret. At 9:30 p.m., a huge birthday cake was pushed up. The applause of the whole class did not stop. The candles were lit, and the entire banquet hall was brightly lit. Only a few small lights were left on. In the faint candlelight, a "Happy Birthday" song was played. Chapter 8:23. Yi Qian looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost time to leave. Today was the day she decided to meet Luo Ran. Now she was going to meet him at the back alley of the bar. In the cheerful birthday song, Yi Jian accurately walked to Wang Jin's side and said softly, "I have something to do. I'll be back later." "Okay, I'll leave you a big piece of cake to smear on Yang Heng's face." Wang Jin didn't know that Yi Qian was going to fight. He thought she would be back later. He didn't ask for more details. He was thinking about how to sneak up on Yang Heng. He didn't even notice when Yi Qian left. When Yi Qian left, she took 10 darts with her because she realized they were pretty good as weapons. When the lights came on and the cake was cut, no one ate it. Everyone was playing with the cake. Yang Heng was the worst. His clean and handsome face even had eyelashes. Yi Qian left? Did she say where she was going? Why didn't you wait for me to come back? When Yang Heng heard Wang Jin's message, he frowned so hard that a piece of cream almost fell off. After asking, he realized that he had misspoken, so he patted Wang Jin's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I was a little impatient." Wang Jin quickly said, it's okay." "I know. A girl said she was going to leave for a while. I didn't ask. She said she would be back later." He didn't know how late she would be back. How long would she be gone for? Yi Qian didn't say, so no one knew when she would be back. Yang Heng tried to recall Yi Qian's expression tonight. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything wrong with Yi Qian. He was playing darts happily and laughing happily. He didn't even take Yao Jing's provocation seriously. Every time, he would hit back with 4 ounces of jacks, causing Yao Jing to be in a disadvantageous position. If she didn't leave because she was unhappy, then it was very likely she left for personal reasons. She left? Does no one know why she left? When Mama Yang heard about it, she frowned slightly and said to her husband, "Old Yang, do you think that child saw that Jing was deliberately looking for trouble and left because she felt uncomfortable?" As he spoke, he paused and sighed. "I also said something I shouldn't have said. I don't know if that child is feeling uncomfortable in his heart." She repeated what she had said unintentionally. Yang Heng immediately said, "Mom, don't worry about this. She won't take it to heart. If he still hasn't returned by the time the event ends, I'll go look for him. He shouldn't have gone too far. Perhaps he really did have some urgent matters to attend to. I think that child knows his limits. You two don't have to worry. If he doesn't come back in half an hour, I'll send someone to check." Chief Yang trusted Yi Qian quite a lot. She was a young girl who could help the police solve big cases. She was a very meticulous child. Under normal circumstances, she would not put herself in danger. He believed that she really did leave because of an urgent matter and not because she was unhappy. The city before 10 o'clock was not as lively as it would be 10 years later. At this time, there were fewer cars and people. When you walked to the side of the road, the speed of the passing cars was twice as fast as it was during the day. Yi Qian walked out of the hotel at a leisurely pace. There were a few people following behind her. Chapter 8:24. It was late at night, and a single girl was followed by a few unidentified men. Anyone who saw this would feel that something was wrong. When Yi Qian came out of the banquet hall, she saw a few men sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby. One of them had a head of yellow hair. He was one of the men she ran into when she came back late from training last time. Brother Huang. That was what she heard someone call him. Seeing her come out, the men led by Brother Huang straightened their backs and looked at her. It was obvious that they were waiting for her. She didn't care about these people. The key person was Luo Ran, so she had to wait for him to come out. She walked out of the hotel unhurriedly and walked along the road until she reached the intersection. She waited for the traffic light to turn green. Several men who were following her stood not far away. They kept swinging something in their hands. It was a small knife that could be swung nimbly. A black car gradually came to a stop as the traffic light turned green. Yi Qian crossed the road as the traffic light turned green and arrived at the Caesar Hotel on the opposite side of the road. "Third master, look." The driver said softly, "It's the girl who left with Miss Xia last time. She's going to the wasteland where we're going to build the club. There are two groups of people following her." Ho Zi, who had just finished a business meeting and was a little drunk, narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people following her. He said calmly, "These people aren't enough to be her appetizers. Send a few of them to keep an eye on her. If there's anything, help her clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces." Not only was the little girl good at fighting, but she was also good with guns. It was a pity that he had never seen her before. It was all from their school. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't stop her. As long as nothing happened in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become Family Xia's daughter-in-law. Since that was the case, he would naturally take care of her as much as he could. Besides, he wanted the little girl to call him Brother Z. She even called him Brother Z. How could he just stand by and watch? The car drove directly to the entrance of the hotel. The doorman recognized that it was his boss' car. He immediately opened the door and waited for his boss to come out. The lobby manager quickly walked from the lobby to the revolving door and waited for Ho Zi to come in before saying softly, "Third master, we have an important guest on the 23rd floor." He softly said a name, but before he could finish his sentence, a tall figure appeared outside the revolving door. "I don't know when he left. He's behind you now." After the lobby manager finished speaking, he folded his hands in front of his lower abdomen and retreated to the side. Ho Zi turned around and suppressed the smell of alcohol in his stomach. Looking at the man who came in, Dan Feng's eyes were full of smiles. The smile on his handsome face came from the bottom of his heart. Even though there was a hint of vicissitudes in the corners of his eyes, it didn't affect his handsomeness at all. "No wonder Wei said that Nan province has become your second home. You come back here every few days and spend your pitiful holidays on dating. Be careful that the old lady at home will be angry." He joked. Gradually, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He raised his hand and directly hooked the shoulder of the man who was admiring his drunkenness with interest. Even his happy smile had a hint of sadness. "Your sister has something to do. Help me persuade her. Today, she suddenly said that she wants to break up with me. I'm fucking dumbfounded." "Break up? Fuck. She's the only woman I've had for 17 years. Why should she break up with me?" Chapter 825. I support my sister's decision to break up with you. My sister's first love is back. He's also single and a world-class architect. He's not any worse than you, Brother Z. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly. He went to the school to look for Yi Qian but couldn't contact Yi Qian. He wasn't in the mood to comfort a broken-hearted old man. He was called an old man by Little Fox when he was 20 years old. Ho Zi was almost 40 years old, so he should be an old man. He was almost 40 years old but still got dumped. How pitiful. Even if he was pitiful, it had nothing to do with him. Of course, he would stand on the side of his family. Xia Jinyuan removed Ho Zi's arm and said to the people around him, "Brother Z is drunk. You guys help him upstairs to rest." He didn't have time to care about other things. Even Uncle Chen didn't know where Yi Qian went. He called Lu Tuan and also said that Yi Qian hadn't been there for 2 weeks. Tonight. Where did Yi Qian go? Ho Zi was a little drunk, but he wasn't drunk to the point where he needed help. He looked at Xia Jinyuan's young and tall figure and sighed deeply because of the breakup. He smiled faintly and said, 23 years old. Wei is 23 years old and has been with me for 4 years. Just as he finished speaking, Ho Zi's single phoenix eyes suddenly tightened. What did old Sixth say just now? Did he say Iwei's first love was back? Damn it. No wonder he couldn't find anything after half a month of investigation. It turned out that he was back. Ho Zi suddenly felt a sense of crisis and restrained his expression. There was a faint but obvious trace of hostility on his face. He couldn't win against him in the past, and it was the same now. He wanted to steal his woman? No way. Old Six had done him such a big favor as soon as he came back. Naturally, he had to return the favor. Yi Qian didn't know that he was seen by Ho Zi. She heard the footsteps behind her, and with a faint smile in her eyes, she led these people to the wasteland behind Caesar Hotel. The development of the southern province's provincial capital was not as impressive as it would be 10 years later. If he wanted to find a quiet place to teach someone a lesson, he only needed to avoid the city's roads and a few heaven's eyes. Behind the Caesar Hotel was a piece of barren land. Weeds grew all over the ground, making it look like a natural lawn. It was late at night, and there wasn't even a street light. Yi Qian stood quietly by the side, waiting for them to come over. She walked quickly and calmly. Coupled with the darkness around her, the few hooligans who were following her felt their hair stand on end. Luo Ran, who was at the back, looked at the desolate surroundings. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he felt that this was an opportunity. Luo Ran, who had followed them all the way from the hotel, no longer hid at the back. He quickly caught up with Brother Huang in front of him and said fiercely, "No one will know even if you destroy the body in a place like this. She led us here in the middle of the night. You must teach this woman a lesson." Damn it, I can finally vent my anger. No matter how incompetent Luo Ran was, he could tell that Yi Qian had deliberately led them here. There were many people around him, and all of them were armed with knives. Luo Ran wasn't afraid at all. He just wanted to take care of Yi Qian as soon as possible so that he could vent his anger. Although he was in the underworld, he didn't have the experience of hooligans like Brother Huang. A woman had the guts to lead them here. Could there be another ambush? He didn't move immediately. Instead, he said, "We still have to observe her for a while. This little girl has guts. She led us all here by herself. Brother, why don't you think about how she can be so bold?" Chapter 8:26. You guys are really stupid. I arranged to meet her behind the bar. If there was an ambush, it would be behind the bar. It was rare for Luo Ran to be smart. He said in a low voice, "Don't tell me she can predict that we'll wait for her in the hotel? Will she arrange an ambush immediately?" Luo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to beat Yi Qian up to vent his anger. Yi Qian didn't want to wait any longer. She wanted to finish this as soon as possible so she could go back to the hotel and sleep. She was resting so early. She still had to rush to the training ground tomorrow morning to start her car training. She bent down and picked up 2 medium-sized stones from the bushes. She threw them in the direction of the voice. Before the stones hit the ground, Yi Qian's cold voice came from the darkness. "Luo Ran, you brought so many people here. Do you still need to hide? Damn it, they're provoking us." Brother Huang walked to the front with a knife in his hand. He was humiliated if he didn't stand up after being provoked by a student. Luo Ran originally wanted to listen to Yao Jing. It would be best if he didn't show himself. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less. He brought people here, so why should he be afraid of her? "Yi Qian, if I don't beat you until you call me grandpa tonight, my surname isn't Luo." Luo Ran took out a knife from his pocket and stared fiercely at the direction of the voice. He vaguely saw a shadow, but he didn't see anything. Yi Qian moved her hands and feet. She took the silver wire from her wrist and walked towards the group of people. The night was too dark for Luo Ran, Brother Huang, and the others. They wanted to surround Yi Qian and beat her up, but now they couldn't even see her exact location. But to Yi Qian, darkness was a good camouflage. Brother Huang was still looking for his target. He didn't realize that Yi Qian was less than a meter away from them. When he saw a shadow slowly walk into his line of sight, Brother Huang was delighted. He spat and fiercely ordered his men, "Use your fists first. Kill this girl, ah." As he spoke, one of his underlings standing to his right suddenly screamed and fell into the grass. His hands clutched at his neck, his legs kicked, and a sharp and terrified scream came from his throat. "Neck, my neck, brother. Huang, my. He could still shout at the beginning, but in the end, he couldn't make a sound. He was gasping for air, and there was no way for him to call for help. The Wolf Dao's survival method was to always remember to attack the most fatal part of the prey when attacking. The silver threads in Yi Qian's hands were most suitable for long wraps, and wrapping around a person's neck was the fastest, easiest, and most frightening. After a blood-curdling scream, there was only the sound of struggling gasping for air. Without any warning, something happened suddenly. Hearing the scream, Brother Huang and the others, whose scalps were numb, were all so frightened that they took a few steps back. There was panic in their expressions at that moment. Damn it! What happened? They wanted to break Yi Qian's spirit, but they were scared instead. Yi Qian wouldn't kill anyone. She walked over when the other party was about to suffocate and easily retrieved the silver threads. In the darkness, no one could see what she did. They only heard the hooligan who was the first to finish off the other party groan in pain. It was so painful that he fainted. Chapter 8:27. Yi Qian, who was missing a dart, stood where Brother Huang and the others had retreated. She smiled coldly, and her light voice was filled with killing intent. "What's wrong? We haven't even started, and you're all so scared that you want to run? Are you here for a fight? Luo Ran, what should I say about you? You're a weakling, and I didn't expect you to find someone who's also a weakling. You really make me look down on you. How about this, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let you go if each of you dismember an arm. How about that?" Of course not. Her words were hurtful and humiliating. Brother Huang kicked one of his men and shouted angrily, "Motherfucker! Get him! What are you waiting for?" If one came, one would be crippled. If a pair came, 2 pairs would be crippled. Yi Qian never minded using violence to solve problems. After all, using hands was always easier than using brains. The silver wire was a killing weapon. Even if it was usually used as a decoration, those who didn't recognize it would only think it was a bracelet made of silver. Once its true form was revealed, killing people would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. The person who had it in the past had killed countless people. And now, Yi Qian, who had gone through a life and death situation, was more flexible in using it to its fullest potential. Screams came from the wilderness. The screams made people's hair stand on end. The screams were so loud that the last few men couldn't even hold their knives steadily. They couldn't see where the person they were supposed to beat was. All they saw was a black shadow, and the black shadow of their brothers before they fell. As for the others, they couldn't see her, and they didn't know where she was. They couldn't even hear her voice. They only knew that she was right beside them, like a beast hibernating in the dark. She would suddenly jump out and give them a fatal blow. "Brother Huang, why don't we just leave? This woman is strange, too strange. I can't see where she is. I can only hear our brother screaming. Brother. Brother. Brother Huang, don't tell me they're dead." In the end, there were only 5 of the 10 men left, including Luo Ran and Brother Huang. In other words, Yi Qian had taken down 7 people in a short period of time. Even so, Yi Qian didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. She could more or less smell the white substance synthesized from morphine alkaloids on these people's bodies. Those who took this substance would collapse from the inside out. To take them down, Yi Qian only needed to prevent them from scratching her body, and prevent their blood from infecting her body. In such a good world, such a good time, and such a good life, she did not want to be infected with AIDS for more than 10 years and still be unable to be cured. As long as one of the people who ingested harmful substances got sick, and someone else used the needle he used, the chances of getting sick were quite high. Like crawling. It. Two. Hearing the sounds of the grass around them, Brother Huang shivered and realized that things weren't going well. He sniffed hard, and his voice cracked. Go. He would be an idiot if he kept fighting. That woman was obviously not easy to deal with. Chapter 8:28. He said that he wanted to leave, but he had to be able to do so first. Suddenly, the bright lights of several motorcycles came from the front. They were so bright that it was blinding and made people panic. Do you know whose place this is? If you don't, why don't you take a look at the words on the top of the building? Someone said coldly. He had never heard of the voice before, but the bloody smell in the voice was not unfamiliar to Yi Qian. Only someone who had killed before would have such a bloody smell. The entire building was Caesar Hotel. It was a little tall, so she couldn't see the words on the top of the building. At least, when Yi Qian looked up, she couldn't see it. Just because she couldn't see it didn't mean that Yi Qian didn't know where this place was. And those who knew where this place was might not know whose territory Caesar Hotel was. The person who spoke was one of Ho Zi's subordinates, who was both a brother and a friend. He also had a certain status in the underworld. People like Luo Ran didn't know that after hearing Yi Qian's words, he was already furious. He shouted angrily, I don't fucking care whose territory this is. This is between me and her. What does it have to do with you? The knife in Brother Huang's hand fell to the ground. He trembled and knelt down. It's Third Master's territory. Third Master, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that this high school student asked me to teach a little girl a lesson. I took his money and came here because I was possessed. Third Master, please spare me. Third Master, please spare me. Third Master, please raise your hand and let me go. Third Master, please spare me. Third Master, please spare me. The light was too strong. It shone on Brother Huang and the other hooligans, who were half squinting. It also illuminated the situation of the hooligans who had fallen earlier. Their shoulders were strangely twisted. One or two of them fell to the ground with a painful expression. They couldn't raise their hands to stuff their mouths and take out their clothes. They could only rub their bodies and legs on the grass and make gurgling sounds from their throats. It was easy for Brother Huang and the others to think that they were man-eating crawling monsters. No one cared about them. Brother Huang was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. He didn't have the time to care about his subordinates. Someone stepped forward and stood under the strong light. The figure was tall and slender, like a tall mountain. He didn't stop but walked towards them step by step. Against the light, Brother Huang's body trembled like a sieve when his eyes were blinded by the light. Then, he saw that his pale yellow pants were wet. He only saw a figure, but he was so frightened by the aura that he lost control of his bladder. Other than Luo Ran, who was still showing off his fierceness, the other three hooligans were so scared that their bodies were like leaves floating in the autumn wind. They were so scared that they couldn't even touch the ground, and could be killed at any time and sent to heaven. The figure didn't walk fast, but every step he took made Brother Huang and the other hooligans afraid of him. It was a murderous aura that only those who had lived on the battlefield and whose hands were stained with blood could have. No one could replicate it, and no one could compare to him. This kind of aura might be frightening to others, but Yi Qian was very familiar with it. He didn't expect that he would appear again. Compared to the last time he saw Xia Jinyuan a year ago, the number of times he appeared in front of him now was a little too much. The figure stood under the strong light and walked towards them step by step. He stopped in front of Brother Huang, who had lost control of his bladder. Chapter 8:29. Without giving the other party a chance to beg for mercy, he lifted his slender leg and kicked the other party in the face. A few bloody teeth flew out of Brother Huang's mouth. Little girl? Was he talking about his little fox? Asking for a beating? Looking for death? Ah! A blood-curdling scream burst out from Brother Huang's throat. His entire body was sent flying by the kick. He was half dead from the kick. Without further ado, this person's action scared the other 3 hooligans so much that they lost control of their bowels. Was the person who kicked Brother Huang Master Ho-san? Was he the third Master Ho, a well-known figure in the underworld who was known to be ruthless and feared by everyone? If it was really Master Ho-san, no one in the underworld would dare to say a word about it, let alone find out that it was Master Ho who did it. Master Ho-san, please spare our lives. It really has nothing to do with us. That brat said he was going to get rid of the girls in his school. We were paid to do it. We came with Brother Huang to do it. Master Ho-san, please spare our lives. Luo Ran, whose eyes were spitting fire, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. How dare you ruin my business?" He picked up the knife in his hand and stabbed it at Xia Jinyuan, who had yet to speak. Yi Qian saw this and threw the silver wire in his hand. It wrapped around Luo Ran's neck like a collar. He didn't even need to use any strength. The silver wire wrapped tightly around Luo Ran's neck as Luo Ran ran forward. Luo Ran's eyes widened as he tried to protect his neck with his hands. He wanted to pull out the thing that was strangling him. The more he struggled, the tighter the silver wire wrapped around his neck. The Grim Reaper was getting closer and closer to his face. Luo Ran was scared. "Let go of me. My father is a famous entrepreneur in Southern Province. How dare you do this to me? My father won't let you off. Damn it, let go of me. Let go." The thing that was strangling his neck was getting tighter and tighter. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. In the end, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. He could only gasp for air to keep him alive. Yi Qian walked over with a silver thread wrapped around one knee and said to the angry Xia Jinyuan, "It's just a small matter." "Why are you angry?" "I'm not angry." Captain Xia was not a person who would easily get angry. At this moment, she could see that Jun Yan's expression was indifferent. He was really angry. Little ghosts are hard to deal with. Some things can be dealt with in one go, so go back to the hotel and rest. "I'll deal with it," Xia Jinyuan said calmly. The murderous intent in his voice was like a knife that cut through everyone's hearts. Just by listening to the sound, Brother Huang and the other hooligans felt like they had died countless times. "Third Master, please spare my life. Third Master, please spare my life." We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Third Master. "Third Master, please be magnanimous and let us go. Please let us go, Third Master." At this moment of life and death, they didn't care about the gold under their knees. They knelt on the wasteland where their knees hurt and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. No one could clearly see Xia Jinyuan's face as he stood against the light in his casual clothes. They only knew that with such a man standing in front of them, all of them were little things that he could silently get rid of with a wave of his hand. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Luo Ran, on the other hand, was just a high school student who had been raised with money. No matter how arrogant he was, he would always say that he wanted to take other people's lives. However, when it came to his own life, he would be so scared that even his pupils would shrink. Chapter 830. He was intimidated by Xia Jinyuan's murderous aura. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet and stopped right in front of his heart. He was so scared that every cell in his body was reminding him to run, run. If he didn't run now, he might lose his life. He wanted to run, but in order to prevent Xia Jinyuan from helping him, Yi Qian lifted his leg and kicked Luo Ran in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Luo Ran was already having trouble breathing, and the pain almost made him pass out. "Yi Qian, how dare you fucking kick me?" Luo Ran, whose face was distorted by the pain, clutched his stomach and looked at Yi Jian ferociously. The fierceness in his eyes was not fearless, but shallow, cute, and stupid. Even at this point, he was still trying to be brave and fierce. If that wasn't stupid, then what was? Just a moment ago, he was so scared that he wanted to run. Now, because Yi Qian kicked him, he wanted to use his power to scare Yi Qian. What a stupid and ridiculous way of thinking. Yi Qian lowered his head and looked down coldly. He looked at Luo Ran like a god sitting high in the clouds, looking down at an ant. Not only did I dare to kick you, but I also dare to kill you. His voice was cold and chilling. You dare, you. If you dare to do something, why wouldn't I dare to do it? She said with a smile. Her eyes were as cold as ice on an ancient well. The surface of the ice was bone-chilling, and the depths of the ice were unfathomable. Luo Ran instantly choked and didn't dare to say anything for a long time. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the high school boy on the ground who still wanted to flaunt his power. He said to his little fox, if we don't deal with this kind of person now, he will be a scourge in society in the future. Dealing with him now will benefit the people. Let me handle it. Yi Qian looked up and glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who wanted to help him deal with the trouble. He smiled and said, I don't need you to deal with the matters between students. I really want to deal with it for me and get rid of these hooligans. Dead or alive, just don't let me see them again in the future. Her casual tone made Brother Huang and the others understand that they had begged the wrong person. They should have begged this young lady instead. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xia Jinyuan was really angry. How could he let them go? The man's thin lips curled up slightly, and he nodded with a smile. He only said one word, okay. He raised his hand, and 4 men with nothing in their hands got off the motorcycle. They walked over to the gangsters who were trembling with fear. Brother Huang, who was kicked in the face and almost lost his life, screamed and begged for mercy, Third Master, we won't do it again. We won't do it again. Please, Third Master, please let me go. Please. I beg you. His muffled voice was full of fear, and this fear of his life coming to an end infected Luo Ran. This arrogant boy in front of Yi Qian was so scared that his face turned pale. When Yi Qian heard Xia Jinyuan say, okay, he smiled and loosened the silver thread in his hand. If he really strangled Luo Ran to death, then it would not be worth it. Yi Jian turned around and stared at Luo Ran condescendingly. In the strong light, Yi Jian's usually gentle face was cold and hard. There was no emotion, only indifference. That kind of indifference made Luo Ran's heart tremble. He saw that she did not care about her own life. He saw that in her eyes, it was as if killing him was just a matter of raising her hand. He also saw that the thing that was strangling his neck was a thin thread that seemed to be made of silver. And this thread was particularly familiar to him. It was the silver item that Yi Jian wore on her left hand. Chapter 831. This was a weapon that could kill people. She casually carried a weapon that could kill people. Luo Ran looked like he had admitted defeat, but his mouth was still stubborn. He met Yi Qian's eyes and said in a trembling voice, Yi Qian, I'm warning you. My dad is rich. If you're afraid of killing me, my dad won't let you off. Yes. His family was rich. Rich people were the boss. Even the school couldn't do anything about him, let alone Yi Qian. With that thought, Luo Ran's arrogance gradually returned. He tried to stand up and glared at Yi Qian. His voice grew fiercer and fiercer. Let go of me if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, my dad will teach you a lesson tomorrow. If I can kill you, I naturally have the ability to prevent your dad from finding out that it was me. Luo Ran, you have to realize that your life is now in my hands, not your dad's. Yi Qian spoke calmly with a faint smile on his face. His words carried a hint of killing intent. It easily frightened Luo Ran. His face was full of horror. The silver thread in his hand tightened. Luo Ran, who had just escaped from suffocation, once again experienced death. Through his enlarged eyes, he saw Yi Qian's smile deepen. At the same time, his killing intent deepened. Do you know why beasts like to bite the neck? It's because the neck is the most vulnerable part. Biting off the cervical vertebrae will kill the prey. Biting off the aorta will also kill the prey. Biting off the windpipe will also kill the prey. Luo Ran, who was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, shook his head violently. He refused to listen to the bloodthirsty voice. Yi Qian, you can't kill me. I'm a student, and you're a student too. You can't kill me. You can't. Why can't I? Just now, you said you wanted to kill me. You, who can't kill, said you wanted to kill me. I have the ability to kill and can easily get rid of you. Why can't I kill you? Look around you. The first 7 hooligans who rushed out, which one of them didn't have a knife in their hand? Take a good look. Where are their hands now? Take a good look and you'll know if I have the ability to kill you or not. Yi Qian grabbed Luo Ran by the collar and dragged him to the front of a few thugs who were lying on the ground and whimpering. He lifted his leg and hooked the right arm of one of the thugs that was clasped behind his back. It was soft, as if it had no bones, and it was hooked out by Yi Qian's leg. The moment he did, Luo Ran saw the strangely twisted right arm. He saw a small knife piercing through the gangster's palm. It went in from the back of his palm and came out from the center of his palm. Blood was still flowing along the tip of the knife. The drops of blood caused Luo Ran to scream in horror. He wanted to retreat, but Yi Qian pressed him to his knees. He looked closely at his palm that had been pierced by the knife. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Let go of me. Let go of me. He wanted to retreat, but Yi Qian wanted him to clearly understand that if he wanted to fight with her, the consequences would be very tragic. He even called the people of the underworld over. If he didn't bleed them and dye them with some color, then it would be a waste of Luo Ran's efforts. 7 people, 14 arms, 2 joints from the elbow to the shoulder. I unloaded one in a straight line and the other in a reverse direction. Then, I stabbed the knife into the right palm where they threatened me with the knife. Before I came out, I brought a small weapon with me. It was convenient to use, so I stabbed it into their left hand. Chapter 832. His voice was very soft, even fainter than the wind, but every word carried a thick stench of blood. Very, very heavy. So heavy that when Luo Ran saw the dart in the gangster's left hand, he was so scared that all the muscles in his body spasmed. A knife in the right hand and a dart in the left. TSK, TSK, TSK. It really hurts. But I don't want to hear them scream in pain, so I stuffed their mouths with their own clothes. The whole process didn't take much time. Yi Qian smiled as she spoke. Her expression was calm, but the words she said were hair-raising, making Luo Ran feel despair. I didn't even need much time to take care of 7 people. Taking care of you, I think. Her gaze fell on Luo Ran's neck, and her smile deepened. It will only take about 2 minutes. Don't you think so? Yes, she wasn't wrong at all. If Yi Qian wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Luo Ran regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. In the face of life and death, his past arrogance and smugness were nothing. They were just for show. They couldn't protect his life. I was wrong. Yi Qian, let me go. I was wrong. He begged for mercy. His throat was itching to cough, but his survival instinct kept him begging Yi Qian to let him go. Luo Ran, who used to be so arrogant that he didn't even look at the ground, who used money to solve every problem, fell hard this time. He fell so hard that it left him with a lifelong psychological shadow. He begged for mercy so quickly, but Yi Qian wouldn't let him go so easily. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Such a fatal place that needs to be protected is entangled by the treasure in my hand. I'll have to use my strength slowly. First, I'll break your throat, then your aorta, then your cervical vertebra, and then your entire head. Her voice was soft and gentle. As Yi Qian tightened the silver wire in her hand, Luo Ran, who had failed to beg for mercy, screamed, "Help, help, help." If he could even make a sound, then he would have to use a bit more strength. The silver thread in his hand tightened a little to ensure that he could breathe, but also to make him more afraid. Stop shouting. It's useless. No matter how rich your father is, he can't save your life immediately. By the time he finds out that he needs to save your life, it's a pity that you're already dead. Yi Qian spoke slowly. From his actions and words, he did not show any mercy to Luo Ran. She could easily take Luo Ran's life, but she could not really do it. Right now, Luo Ran was just a student who spoke arrogantly and acted arrogantly. However, he was not the enemy she wanted to deal with. He was just a high school student that she needed to teach a lesson to. She needed to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. From now on, he would be obedient whenever he saw her and just take a detour whenever he saw her. Luo Ran's 4 limbs were struggling. Although he could no longer speak, his throat was still letting out muffled and terrified cries for mercy. "Let me go. Help, help." His fluttering hands clung tightly to the dry grass that had withered in autumn. He broke a few strands, but he continued to hold on until he had no more strength. He could no longer hold on to anything. His 2 black eyes rolled upwards, and he completely fainted from fear. Before he fainted, Luo Ran saw the figures dragging Brother Huang and the others away in the strong light. Every figure was like the king of hell in the hall of hell, making him afraid. Brother Huang and the others, who were being dragged away with 1 leg, let out screams that made him feel like he was in the hall of hell. Screams filled the air. Chapter 833. Brother Huang and the other hooligans were dragged by Ho Zi and the others. Their backs and heads had been cut by the stones on the ground, and they were screaming in pain. As for Luo Ran, who had fainted, he was naturally picked up by Boss Luo himself. In the end, Yi Qian put away the silver wire. However, the frightened Luo Ran did not know that the reason he could not make a sound was because he was scared and not because he was unable to make a sound because of the silver wire in Yi Qian's hand. Fainting from fear was the result Yi Qian wanted. He wrapped the silver wire back into his arm bit by bit and looked at Luo Ran, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. He sneered, "How dare you talk about killing people when you have so little courage? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. You can only blame yourself for being so easy to talk to and giving people the wrong impression that you're easy to bully." Xia Jinyuan rubbed his forehead gently when he saw that she had scared a boy unconscious. He said helplessly, "Usually, all you have to do is show a little bit of ruthlessness and you'll definitely be the #1 bully in school." Little Fox had always been an obedient girl in front of her classmates. She was easy to talk to, modest, and polite. This was why she gave people the wrong impression that she was easy to bully. Yi Qian blinked and shook his head. With a serious expression, he said, "That won't do. Special Forces soldiers need to know how to disguise themselves. My public image is that of a high school student. How can I do something that will ruin my own image in school? If he goes back to school and tells everyone about what happened tonight, it will also ruin your image as a good student." As Xia Jinyuan spoke, he waved one hand behind his back and the silent motorcycles all started moving. After the rumbling sound, the barren land returned to darkness and only the 2 of them existed. As for the unconscious Luo Ran, he pretended that he did not exist. The cool night breeze carried the sounds of the night insects. A minute ago, the scene was filled with murderous intent, but a minute later, it was quiet. As the night breeze blew, it was as if nothing had happened. Yi Qian walked towards the road step by step. His voice was as calm as water as he replied calmly, "No, he won't dare to say it out loud. He definitely won't say anything bad about me in school." "Why?" Xia Jinyuan took a few steps forward and held her hand accurately and naturally. He asked with a smile, "I heard it just now. This boy is still so arrogant even when he's at death's door. Who knows when he'll start to face you in school." His hand was very warm and dry. When he held her hand, warmth and security came together, causing the corners of her mouth to curl up slightly. No, he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare. He repeated his words and said it with certainty. He was confident and certain. Xia Jinyuan's hand was very soft, as if he could hurt her bones if he used a little more force. He kept holding her hand and smiled faintly. "What do you mean?" "I think he has guts." "He doesn't have the guts. Trust me, after tonight, he will be completely honest in front of me." Yi Qian returned his grip. His hand was slender and strong, full of strength. I just told him that he was someone who didn't have the ability to kill, yet he went around saying that he wanted to kill. For someone like me who has the ability to kill, killing him would be a piece of cake. That's why he's afraid. He's afraid that I'll really kill him. As for guts, he really doesn't have the guts. A person who doesn't have the ability but is arrogant is usually very timid. A person who has the ability but is arrogant is usually only arrogant when they kill. Chapter 834. He is the former, and I am the latter. If Luo Ran was arrogant because he had no ability, he was naturally timid. If Yi Qian had the ability but was not arrogant, he was naturally daring because he was skilled. It was just that she usually hid it well and would not let others find out that she had the ability to kill. This explanation made Xia Jinyuan laugh. Indeed, people who had the ability to kill, such as himself and his comrades, usually hid their ability to kill and did not want others to find out. Those who kept saying, I'm going to kill someone, 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 I'm going to kill someone. The little fox who belongs to the latter category seems to be very afraid of me taking action. Okay, your reason has convinced me. Why did she say so much? She just wanted to stop him from taking action. She also wanted to tell him that although the boy was bad, he was not as bad as the hooligans who were sent out to deal with him. Once he was taught a lesson, there was no need for people from the underworld to deal with him. There was another important reason why Yi Qian liked to talk to Xia Jinyuan. She did not need to say too much because he could always understand her. Brother Huang was from the underworld. Fighting, robbing, and bullying students were common occurrences. She would not stop him from letting people from the underworld teach him a lesson. However, Luo Ran was different. He was a high school student from the province. If Xia Jinyuan were to take action, it would not be appropriate. He was a soldier, while Luo Ran was a problematic student. There was a huge gap between their statuses. Regardless of whether Luo Ran was a problematic student or not, as long as Xia Jinyuan took action, if there were any mistakes in the future, it would become a criticism that could not be washed away. It was more appropriate for her, who was also a student, to take action. Moreover, the people who appeared tonight were all Ho Zi's people. She did not trust them. Stopping Xia Jinyuan from taking action was the only thought in her mind at that time. It did not take too long to walk from the wasteland to the main road. A few minutes later, the two of them were standing under the misty streetlights. Yi Qian pointed at the Venus Hotel across the road and said with a smile, Captain Xia, you can't continue dragging me along. I have to go back to this hotel. Tonight is a senior brother's birthday party. Help me book a room in the Venus Hotel opposite the Caesar Hotel. I have to go there now. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. No wonder I couldn't find you at school. Uncle Chen said he didn't see you either. So you came here to play. If you don't mind, can I accompany you? I don't mind, but I'm afraid that Captain Xia will mind. Yi Qian's smile had a hint of mockery, and even his gaze had a hint of meaning. There are dozens of students playing inside. Xia Jinyuan is an adult, so I'm afraid you'll feel awkward if you come over to play with a bunch of students. What a little fox. She used another way to say that he was old and old. Captain Xia, who was not discouraged, straightened his clothes and smiled slightly. He said elegantly and reservedly, will my appearance steal the limelight of the host? I think so. After all, I was born with a handsome face that even a little fox would occasionally be entranced by. If I really went with you, I'm afraid the host tonight will be embarrassed. She had her normal social activities. As long as there was no danger, he had no right to interfere. No matter how much he liked her, he still needed to set her free. Especially when the little fox in front of him did not like to be restrained and only wanted to fly alone. Chapter 835. That's indeed possible, so all the more reason I can't take you there. Yi Qian raised her hand to let go of their tightly clasped hands. Standing in the dim light, she smiled gently and said, can you let go now? I have to go back to the hotel. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his deep eyes slightly. Not only did he not let go, he tightened his grip on her hand, and his thin, sexy lips curved into a faint smile. He chuckled softly and said, "We can't stay together tonight, but I think you won't mind if I walk you to the hotel entrance. This is what a gentleman should do. I can't let a girl walk alone in the middle of the night." Since he said so, there was no way she could refuse. "If I refuse a gentleman's request, it seems very impolite. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Captain Xia." It was difficult for her to refuse him. She didn't know when he returned to the southern province, but he came to look for her at school in the middle of the night. Did he go to school right after he got off the plane? Although the street lights were a little dim, Yi Qian could still see the tiredness between his eyebrows when she looked up. No matter how tired he was, he came to look for her at school. No matter how cold his heart was, a corner of it would melt. Xia Jinyuan was indeed very tired. This was a decapitation operation. After the members of the Snowfield Brigade finished their mission, they didn't even return to the base. After they returned to the country, they immediately scattered and erased all traces of their departure. This was because the target of the decapitation operation had a special status and enjoyed an international reputation. However, his criminal activities had reached China and endangered the stability of China's borders. It was inevitable that China would take action. Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't slept for a few days, walked Yi Qian to the hotel entrance and took the initiative to let go of her hand. "I may not be able to come to you until around 11:00 tomorrow morning. I need to get a good night's sleep. Maybe you can come to me and go to the front desk to get my room card." He was too tired. If his brain didn't relax and rest well, his nerves would be in a long-term state of depression, and all his bodily functions would be affected. Although he wanted to be with her, he had to ensure that he had a healthy body first. "Rest well. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it tomorrow." When Yi Qian saw that even his voice was a little hoarse, his heart ached a little. He couldn't even bear to look at him. "See you tomorrow, Captain Xia." Waving at him, Yi Qian walked back to the hotel with big steps. The sooner she got back to the hotel, the sooner he could leave and go back to rest. She left in a hurry. Xia Jinyuan's gaze was so gentle that it was as if there were ripples in his eyes. His gaze was so gentle that anyone who could receive his gaze would feel blessed. The hotel lobby was brightly lit. When Xia Jinyuan saw a few people who looked like students appear in the hotel on Yi Qian and walk over, he walked away. He really couldn't play with a group of students. He didn't know how little Fox got along with them. They seemed to get along very well. Even though they were far away, he didn't see the indistinct loneliness that existed in the outside world. It had been more than 3 years. Little Fox had matured day by day. She was also getting along better with people day by day. This made him feel reassured, very reassured. He had once told Uncle Chen that Yi Qian had a deep repulsion towards the opposite sex. If this repulsion was brought to the military, it wouldn't be obvious on the surface, but in reality, it would affect her overall performance in the military. Chapter 836. A warrior could not only fight alone, but they also needed to fight in a team. Rejecting the opposite sex would affect the team and make other comrades feel awkward. Over time, Yi Jian would be isolated and helpless, becoming a comrade who did not have good comprehensive abilities. The final result would be the worst. He had the ability, but he had to retire. Now that he saw that she was getting along well with her classmates, he did not have to worry about her not cooperating with the group. The figure outside had already left, and Yi Jian, who was secretly watching, also withdrew her gaze. She smiled at Yang Heng and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just that something urgent came up, so I went out. It's good that you're back. If you came back any later, my dad's people would have gone out to look for you." Yang Heng let out a long sigh of relief. It had only been half an hour since Yi Qian left. Why did he feel like he had been waiting for hours? Wang Jin patted Yang Heng on the shoulder and joked with Yi Qian. "Yang Heng was worried sick when you went out for half an hour. We almost thought that you were kidnapped by human traffickers. We were looking for you all over the hotel. He even said that if we couldn't find you, we would immediately tell his dad so that he could send people out to look for you." After that, he pretended to be shocked and added, I was scared to death. I just found out that Yang Heng was the director's son. When I saw someone call him Director Yang, I was so scared that my knees went weak. At that time, Wang Jin raised his hand and gently patted Director Yang's abdomen. He smiled and said, Uncle Yang, look at your good figure. You must be working out regularly. In the end, someone came over and respectfully called him Director Yang. He was scared out of his wits. Yi Qian laughed, what are you afraid of? Director Yang is Director Yang. Yang Heng is Yang Heng. You don't look for Director Yang often. He then said to Yang Heng, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to cause you trouble. Don't be so polite. I definitely wouldn't be worried if you went out for a while in school. But I brought you here today, so I have to be responsible for the safety of you girls. No matter who leaves early, I will be worried. Yang Heng glanced at Wang Jin, who was trying to sound flirtatious, and explained to Yi Qian, I treat everyone equally. Don't misunderstand. Wang Jin laughed out loud when he heard that. He was not the only one who laughed out loud. The other boys who were standing by the side also laughed out loud. Yang Heng, oh Yang Heng, don't you know that the more you explain, the worse it gets? As Wang Jin spoke, he wiped a piece of cream off the cake in his hand and suddenly reached out to wipe Yi Qian's face. The change only took half a second. Wang Jin's screams could be heard from the hotel lobby. Fuck, it hurts, it hurts. My hand is broken, my hand is broken. Fuck. The laughter of the other boys stopped abruptly as if they had been strangled. They stared at Wang Jin's arm that was twisted so much that the back of his hand was twisted backwards. They couldn't help but touch their own arms. Although he didn't twist them, it still hurt a lot. Looking at Yi Qian, who was holding onto his arm, the boys took a small step back. That. Previously, Yang Heng had said that if a girl went out in the middle of the night, wouldn't it be dangerous if she bumped into hooligans? Yes, it was dangerous. But they guessed that it was the hooligans who were in danger, and not Yi Qian. At this moment, Wang Jin's right hand that was trying to attack Yi Qian with the cream, was being twisted backwards. At the same time that his arm was twisted, his acne-covered face was also twisted in pain. Chapter 837. It was really dangerous. Who would have thought that applying cream would be so dangerous? Did Wang Jin's arm get dislocated? Yi Jian withdrew her hand quickly. She immediately withdrew her hand when she realized what was going on. However, Wang Jin still felt the pain. She patted Wang Jin's hand awkwardly and said softly, sorry, I was a little too nervous and accidentally made a move. It's not dislocated, just a little bit of pain. It'll be fine soon, it'll be fine soon. Why don't you shake your arm? Or move it a little? If it's really dislocated, I'll fix it for you immediately. Wang Jin was shocked, junior sister, if it's really dislocated, I'll go to the hospital immediately. Ouch, 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 don't tell me it's really dislocated. Seeing Wang Jin's face contorted in pain, Yi Qian was so embarrassed that even her white jade-like face was flushed red. She had indeed overreacted, mainly because Wang Jin had suddenly attacked her face, and she had subconsciously reacted. This was a subconscious reaction. The hand's reaction was faster than the brain's reaction, and by the time she realized something was wrong, she had already twisted his entire right arm. She had acted so quickly that even someone like Yang Heng, who had some martial arts skills, couldn't react in time, let alone Wang Jin. It's probably not dislocated. I didn't use too much strength, and I loosened it quickly. It's probably not dislocated. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Yi Qian explained in a low voice. It was her fault, so how could she still be confident? Junior sister Yi Qian, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? My arm isn't crippled, is it? Wang Jin, who didn't dare to raise his arm at all, said in pain. His voice was miserable, I was just applying cream on your face, but you acted so quickly and ruthlessly. It hurts, it really hurts. It was obvious that it was very painful, but his emotions were still stable and he wasn't angry. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Yi Qian sighed in relief. I'm sorry. I learned some self-defense skills, and everyone in class knows that I'm not used to sudden physical contact. It's mainly because I know that sometimes my reflexes can be too fast and accidentally hurt others. Yang Heng knew that she didn't like to have physical contact with people. Her explanation also cleared up the doubts in Yang Heng's heart. No wonder her reaction was a little cold when he wanted to pat her shoulder when they first met at the convenience store. It turned out that there was such a relationship. Women's self-defense? It should be to guard against wolves. I'm so unlucky. I don't have the heart of a wolf, but I'm being treated like a wolf. Wang Jin was indeed not angry. What was there to be angry about? Yi Qian did not do it on purpose. It did not matter if he did not apologize. The boys next to him patted their chests and put their palms together. They said to Wang Jin, who had sacrificed himself for everyone, "Brother, we will thank you. Otherwise, I don't know how many arms will hurt tonight. I can't thank you enough. If your arms really break, we'll feed you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner next week." So close, so close. Wang Jin had risked his life. They were just laughing and talking about how they had to put more cream on Yi Qian when they saw her later. Now, there was no need. They didn't dare. Yi Qian's awkwardness dissipated a lot when he joked about the pain. I've learned my lesson tonight. I'll be more careful next time. I definitely won't let you suffer like this again. I'll learn my lesson too. Next time, I'll only talk to you and won't touch you. Wang Jin didn't dare to move his arm. He said to Yang Heng, "Come on, brother, help me lift my arm." Chapter 838. Yang Heng gently touched Wang Jin's arm and carefully held his wrist. He used his eyes to ask Yi Jian if he could lift it up. Seeing Yi Qian nod, he slowly lifted Wang Jin's arm. As he did so, he asked softly, "How is it? Do you feel anything else? Is it painful? Is it bone pain? Or muscle pain? Don't move, don't move. Let me rest, let me rest." Wang Jin felt pain in his shoulder. He moved slightly and smiled. "My shoulder joint is not dislocated and my arm is fine. It's just pain. I think it's a muscle sprain. I've never had a muscle sprain before. Now I know what it feels like. It doesn't feel good, especially. We agreed to fight together, but I ended up fighting alone. You guys are too disloyal." Yao Jing walked out of the banquet hall and happened to hear Wang Jin's words. Her eyes lit up as she looked carefully at the boy who spoke. Seeing him holding his arm in pain and saying, "We agreed to fight together." Yao Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. She immediately scanned the hall and saw that Luo Ran and the others were not there. Only Yang Heng and a few other boys were surrounding Yi Qian. Yao Jing smiled coldly. It seemed that Luo Ran and Yi Qian had indeed fought tonight. Just as she thought about it, her heart skipped a beat and her expression changed. She jogged over and grabbed Yang Heng's arm, asking anxiously, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Yi Qian's gaze suddenly turned cold and landed on Yao Jing's face. She seemed to think that Yang Heng had gone to fight. His clear eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately took the initiative to speak. "Other than Wang Jin, everyone else is fine. Yang Heng's skills are good, so it's impossible for him to be hurt." "How do you know he's not hurt?" "Some injuries are more serious than external injuries." Yao Jing's voice suddenly became extremely sharp. She glanced at Yi Jian with a fierce gaze. "Don't act like you know everything all the time. If Yang Heng is hurt, I won't let you off." Wang Jin and the other boys were all confused. Why were they so confused when they heard that? Yang Heng, who could tell that something was wrong, said to Wang Jin and the others who didn't understand at all, "Go back to your room and take a shower first. Remember to come down and sing a song later. The fruit platter and other things are all ready, just waiting for you." Wang Jin helped the boys and said with a smile, "All right, you guys can chat first." We'll go upstairs and take a shower before coming down. Hey, why are you leaving? Yao Jing tried to persuade them to stay. She wanted to call Uncle Yang and Auntie Song over. As soon as the boys left, Yi Qian's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "What does it have to do with you whether Yang Heng is hurt or not? It's not like I got hurt because of you. Among them, only Wang Jin's arm is injured. Yao Jing, I advise you to stay out of my business." He wanted to see if it was as he thought. If that was the case, Yao Jing would be another headache for him in school. Yi Qian, you're so shameless. Do you want to see all the boys get hurt for you so badly? How can you be so shameless? Does it feel good to let the boys stand up for you? You provoked someone you shouldn't have and even pushed Yang Heng out. You're so disgusting. Under Yi Jian's deliberate lead, Yao Jing, who was prejudiced by first impressions, spoke more and more. Naturally, she revealed more and more information. Chapter 839. Yi Jian's eyes turned cold when she heard Yao Jing say, "shameless." She stared at Yao Jing coldly. "You're so filthy that even your thoughts are dirty. Every word you say is not only nonsense, but also stinks. Yao Jing, if you have any sense of shame, you'll be ashamed of your actions." She couldn't tolerate Yi Qian's insults. She had tolerated enough in her previous life. How could she tolerate it again in this life? Being scolded in front of Yang Heng made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Just as Yao Jing was about to retort, she saw Yang Heng looking at her coldly from the corner of her eye. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her, drenching her completely. He was angry with her. He was angry with her because of Yi Qian. He was angry with a friend whom he had known since childhood. Yao Jing, whose heart had turned cold, was fuming with rage. "Yang Heng, how could you do this to me? How could you do this to me?" Yang Heng's handsome face was covered in dark clouds. He looked coldly at the girl who had said that she was thinking for him, but had slandered Yi Qian under the guise of caring for him. Not only was there coldness in his eyes, there was also deep disgust. Yao Jing wasn't an honest and upright person. Her behavior alone made him feel even more ashamed. "I'm friends with Yi Qian. Since someone is making things difficult for him, what's wrong with me stepping in?" He didn't know what Yao Jing knew, but judging from what Yi Qian had said, Yao Jing had done something very sinister tonight. As for what it was, he could only slowly tempt her to say it herself. Yao Jing, who had deep feelings for Yang Heng and was exceptionally stubborn, was furious when she heard this. She glared at Yi Qian like a poisoned arrow. "Yi Qian, you're too despicable. You even instigated Yang Heng to stand up for you." Stand up for what? The people who spoke were none other than Director Yang and his wife, who were sending their family and friends back to their hotel rooms to rest, and Deputy Director Yao and his wife, who were preparing to go home. Director Yang first looked at Yi Qian. When he spoke, he did not put on any airs of an official. He said cordially, "Just now, you had some urgent matters to attend to, so you went out. I told you, you are a child with a sense of propriety. It is impossible for you to go out without a reason. Even if you went out, you must have some matters to attend to and will be back soon. Look, he came back in half an hour. Uncle Yang, Auntie Song, you came at the right time. Yi Qian got into trouble outside, and when I came out, I saw Yang Heng fighting for her. There are also a few boys from their class who play darts." Yao Jing had been worrying about how to inform Chief Yang and his wife, so how could she let go of this opportunity? She quickly reported everything to them. Director Yang was clearly asking Yi Qian, but she beat him to it. Director Yang's expression turned a little cold. Little girl Jing is really much more active than before. She's also more impatient. Old Yao, girls shouldn't be like you. That's why I'm worried. The older she is, the livelier she is. But she said something about Yang Heng fighting for her. I think this girl is anxious. She's afraid that Yang Heng will get hurt. Deputy Director Yao, who was on his daughter's side, spoke even more eloquently. His daughter didn't follow the rules and interrupted others, so he made it sound like his daughter was worried about Yang Heng and was impolite in the heat of the moment. In other words, she wouldn't usually act like this. She would only act impolitely when it came to Yang Heng. Chapter 840. Director Yang, who still had a smile on his face, said coldly, "Come on, Jing, tell me what's going on." "Uncle, I don't know what happened. I only heard that it was because of Yi Qian. They fought for her. I saw that one of the boys' arms was injured. I was afraid that Yang Heng would be injured, so I came to ask." Yao Jing was indeed smart. She didn't insist that Yi Qian asked Yang Heng to fight. When she saw the adults, she always prefaced it with, "I saw it when I came out." This sentence meant, "I saw it, but I don't know." She didn't know, which meant that she wasn't sure. If she was wrong, it was because she only saw it and didn't know. Yi Jian's lips curled into a smile. Yao Jing was such a scheming person. Whenever there was a problem, the first thing she would think of was to push the blame onto others so as to clear her own name. She also loved to talk with two sides. She said one thing at the beginning, but after meeting different people, she said another thing. This kind of person could be said to be tactful, but in fact, she lacked sincerity. She didn't even have the essence of sincerity. So what if she was tactful? Others weren't fools. Couldn't they see it? Mother Yang was more and more displeased with Yao Jing's way of handling things. No matter how much she disliked her, she was still someone else's child. She wouldn't care. At most, she would treat her indifferently. She smiled and walked to Yi Qian's side. She said kindly, "Auntie wants to apologize to you. I said something I shouldn't have said at the banquet. I hope you can forgive Auntie this time. Tomorrow, Auntie will cook a table of good dishes at home and apologize to you." Her daughter's indifference made Mother Yao's eyes flicker slightly. She secretly glared at her husband and walked to Yao Jing's side. She said softly, "What do you want to say? Look at the situation. Is there something wrong with your brain? Go and apologize to Auntie Song." It seemed that Huiying treated Yi Qian differently. The more it was like this, the more she couldn't let her daughter be disrespectful. She only had one precious daughter. As long as she married into the Yang family, who was tolerant and generous and wouldn't mistreat her baby, she could truly be at ease. Therefore, she absolutely could not let Yi Qian stand in her daughter's way. "Auntie, I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now and spoke without thinking. Please don't be angry." Yao Jing's reaction was so fast that she realized that she had made a big mistake. She immediately hugged Mother Yang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "Auntie Song, can you forgive me? I was really anxious. I was afraid that Yang Heng would get hurt." Mother Yang wouldn't do anything to a child. She smiled and said, "Jing girl, Auntie is talking to Yi Qian. If you interrupt, Yi Qian will also be unhappy. Be good and go home with your parents. It's getting late. Rest early." Hearing this, Yi Qian immediately shot a glance at Yang Heng, who was suspicious of Yao Jing. He wanted him to make Yao Jing stay for the time being. "Mom, Yao Jing said that I was fighting for Yi Qian. I haven't asked her how she found out." Even without Yi Qian's signal, Yang Heng would let Yao Jing stay. He hadn't asked clearly, so how could he let her go? Yi Qian also said to Mother Yang, "Auntie, I'm not unhappy. We just talked to Yao Jing about something. If it's convenient, you can listen. If it's not convenient, you can go back to your room and rest. I promise that Yang Heng and I won't do anything that will make you worry." Chapter 841. Seeing Yi Qian's calm expression and not afraid of what her daughter had said, Mother Yao's heart sank. Her many years of experience in politics made her have a vague premonition that if she continued, it would be very bad for her daughter. With such a premonition, she made a prompt decision and said, "In my opinion, it's not a big deal. Maybe it's just a quarrel between children. Jing, why are you butting into other people's business? Your Auntie Song and Uncle Yang know how to deal with it. Quick, say goodbye to them. We have to go home." Last time at school, the couple couldn't get off the stage. This time, they couldn't let a child do the same in front of Huiying and her husband. Mother Yao was afraid of Yi Qian. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao always listened to his wife on family matters. When he received the hint, he laughed and patted Bureau Chief Yang's shoulder. Boys are much more mischievous than girls. Ask them what happened. Jing won't say anything out of concern for Hang. It's getting late. Let's go home. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, this matter has something to do with Yao Jing. It has nothing to do with Yang Heng, Yi Qian said calmly, but it made the Yao family's expressions change. Yao Jing stared at Yi Qian with a piercing gaze. What does it have to do with me? You caused Yang Heng to fight and you still have the face to say that? She even knew that she went out to fight. It seemed that Luo Ran didn't appear at the hotel because Luo Ran found out that she was here, but because Yao Jing tipped them off. Although he wasn't afraid of a snake that showed its fangs from time to time, it still affected his mood. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and said guiltily, "How did you know that we went out to fight? Now you know you're guilty. It's too late. You've messed with someone you shouldn't mess with. Don't even think about having a good time in school." How could I not know? That senior brother Wang Jin already said it. Yao Jing sneered. Her gaze towards Yi Qian was filled with disgust. Senior brother Wang Jin said, "We clearly agreed to attack together, but in the end, I'm the only one who's going. You guys are too disloyal." Yi Qian, Wang Jin has already said it himself. Are you still trying to deny it? A girl like you actually lured a few boys to help you fight. You have no shame at all. Not only was he rude, he had even lost the most basic morals as a human being. Yi Qian's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Yao Jing and scolded, "A girl is slandering another girl for her own selfish desires without any basis. Yao Jing, not only do you have no shame, you don't even have the most basic morals as a human being." She usually had a slight smile on her face and a gentle expression on her face when she interacted with others. But now, her expression suddenly turned cold. The aura she exuded was so strong that even the adults were stunned. Her originally gentle and beautiful face instantly turned extremely cold. No one dared to look her in the eye. Yi Qian had been on the battlefield with a gun, carried out countless missions, and eliminated countless enemies. The aura he exuded was not something that a flower in a greenhouse like Yao Jing could compare to. She was immediately scolded by Yi Qian. She took a few steps back and fell into her father's arms. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had been stunned by his daughter's bump, came back to his senses. When he thought of the army behind Yi Qian, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. After a while, he sneered and said, "You're so sharp-tongued to bully a schoolmate. I think you're just a so-so. Jing, let's go." Chapter 842. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, your daughter tipped off a boy from our school who has been hanging out with gangsters all year round. She got him to bring a bunch of gangsters to the hotel to cause trouble for me. Yi Qian's words had just started when the couple's faces changed. Without waiting for Mother Yao to step forward to stop him, Yi Qian's voice was as cold as a blizzard. Every word he said was heavy and cold. "Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, you and your wife promised in the principal's office that you would discipline your daughter and not make things difficult for me, much less do anything against me. It hasn't even been a month since the promise was made and you've forgotten it completely. You didn't even restrain your daughter's words and actions." At that time, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao said that if Yao Jing were to cause trouble for me again, you would take the initiative to transfer her to another school. Now, I'd like to ask, can a dignified government official's promise be confirmed one by one and live up to it? His stern voice and imposing manner were majestic, like the raging waves on the surface of the sea beating against the shore. It agitated the Yao family to the point that their complexions turned from deathly white to miserable cold, and even more so, they couldn't conceal their monstrous rage. Mother Yao, who wanted to hide her daughter's actions from the Yang family, asked sharply, "Yi Qian, don't think that just because you're the daughter of a martyr, you can humiliate my daughter 3 times. Even if you want to, I won't let you off so easily." Her daughter had been at a disadvantage in front of Yi Qian and had even been exposed by Yi Qian. How could Mother Yao hold herself back? She shielded her daughter behind her and yelled even louder, "Jing Jing, stand still for mommy. I've taught you since you were young that you can admit defeat, but you can't lower your head. If you're bullied, then you have to bully back. Very good. Since you don't want to deal with the aftermath, then I'll have to file a report to the police. You want to pretend that you didn't scheme against me? Yao Jing, I'd like to see if you're smarter than the police." Facing Mother Yao, Yi Qian's expression didn't show any signs of fear. Every word he said made the hearts of those listening tremble. Call the police. What exactly happened? Why did they need to call the police? Bureau Chief Yang realized that this matter wasn't a small one, so he said in a deep voice, "Go to the tea room and explain what's going on. If it really escalates to the point of calling the police, old Yao, you're going to be tested soon. Don't embarrass yourself." Yi Qian's words made the Yao family tremble in fear. Then, Chief Yang's words made the Yao family calm down. The domineering mother glared fiercely at Yi Qian and said stiffly, "Old Yang, no matter how big the child's matter gets, it won't go to the police. Don't be scared by her." How could the director of the Transportation Bureau be intimidated by a little girl? Director Yang smiled and shook his head. Old Yao and his wife had been promoted quickly in the past few years. They were a little arrogant and lacked a peaceful heart. They began to use their power to oppress others when things were not going well. If this continued, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Old Yang is right. Let's sit down and talk. I like Yi Qian very much. He has a sense of propriety. I believe that he won't speak without evidence. Mother Yang didn't like adults being aggressive to children. When she saw Yi Qian standing alone facing the Yao couple, she sighed in her heart. She gently held Yi Qian's hand and patted it. She solemnly said, "Don't be afraid. Anything can be solved. As long as you have evidence, no matter how difficult it is, it won't be a problem." Chapter 843. Yi Qian, who was not afraid, pursed his lips and smiled. "Auntie, I'm not afraid. I won't be afraid of things that I'm sure of. If I'm not sure of something, I won't use the excuse of, 'I only saw it, I don't know,' to slander others and clear my name." When Yao Jing heard the word, "call the police," she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Deputy Commissioner Yao's arm. Her lips trembled slightly, but her voice was still steady. "Dad, we can't let her call the police. Let Mom calm down and not blow this matter up. I know you and Mom don't want me to be wronged, but I've implicated you and Mom in this matter." She was just a child, a tactful student. She was usually not afraid of trouble, but when trouble came, how could she not be afraid? Although Yao Jing was afraid, she wouldn't hide behind her parents because of fear. Calling the police was the last thing she wanted to see. It was also the thing she was most afraid of. Once the police were called, with Luo Ran's cowardice, he would definitely tell the police everything she had said and suggested to clear her name. Even if Luo Ran wouldn't, his parents would find a way to make him say it. Hearing his daughter's words, Deputy Commissioner Yao's heart felt as if a huge rock had smashed into his chest. He couldn't help but close his eyes slightly. "You're too impatient, Jing Jing. Too impatient, too narrow-minded, too impatient for success." Yao Jing pursed her lips, her eyes filled with tears. "Dad, I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. She didn't give anyone a way out. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it." She really didn't expect Yi Qian to mention calling the police. She also didn't expect Uncle Yang and his family to stand by Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, Yao Jing gently tugged at her mother. "Mom, don't say anything. Let me handle this. This matter is between Yi Qian and me. I can't let you be implicated. This is my own matter." Jing Jing. Mother Yao, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly heard her daughter's words. Her heart sank and tightened. "What are you hiding from us? It's the matter between Yi Qian and me that's hidden from you and Dad. Please calm down." After Yao Jing finished speaking, Mother Yao's heart ached and felt waves of bitterness. Her daughter was actually a sensible person. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yi Qian, a strong opponent. She didn't have the ability to deal with him. She didn't have the ability to defeat him. Why did I know that you sent Yang Hengs? Because I know that you and Luo Ran had a duel at the back alley behind the bar street. Yao Jing stood up and stood in front of Yi Jian. She straightened her back and said coldly, because I know. That's why I guessed that Yang Heng and the others went out to fight. Yi Jian smiled. No wonder. No wonder. I was wondering why I saw Luo Ran appear in the hotel with more than 10 hooligans as soon as I walked out of the banquet hall. I didn't even have to rush over. It turns out that you were the one who tipped me off. I was wondering why you avoided me every time you saw me in school. It turns out that you were afraid that I would suspect you. What a pity, Yao Jing. You're so smart, but you still miscalculated. Yi Qian, don't try to quibble here. You dragged a group of boys out to fight. How shameless are you? Was last Jing going to insist that Heng Heng went out to fight in a gang fight? She was going to insist that Yi Qian provoked some shady people and even dragged Heng Heng into it as well? Chapter 844. Mother Yang's originally calm expression turned cold. Even her voice was filled with displeasure. Jing girl, you really have no evidence to back up your words. When you made a mistake in junior high school, I thought you were young and ignorant. Who would have thought that you're still in your second year of high school? Shu He, you know that I don't like adults interfering with children's matters. A few years ago, in order to let Jing girls study in peace, you pulled some strings to get the girl who hosted the program with Heng Heng kicked out of school. I didn't say anything, but that doesn't mean I didn't know. Shu He, Mother Yao's name. They're both students, but you clearly know that there are bad people in society who came to bully your students. Not only did you not tell the adults, but you were also afraid that they wouldn't spread the news. Jing girl, Auntie doesn't understand what intentions you have. You're actually this ruthless. It seems that fortunately, I came forward and sent that girl to the capital to study. If she were to study in the provincial capital, with Jing girl's ruthlessness, she would have killed her. When she was really angry, the words she said weren't so pleasant to hear. Hui Ying. Mother Yao screamed. She couldn't believe that her old neighbor would say such things about her daughter. When the junior high school incident was mentioned, the Yao family of 3 was shocked. Now that they heard Mother Yang say ruthless, the one who couldn't accept it the most was Yao Jing. She originally maintained a proud expression, but now her whole body was shaking a few times. Auntie Song, who liked her, actually said that she was ruthless. She even knew about the junior high school incident. How could it be? How did Auntie Song know? What about Yang Heng? Yang Heng? Yao Jing's pupils suddenly shrank. She looked up and stared at Yang Heng. She wanted to see a clue from his face, but she didn't dare to hear him say anything that would embarrass her even more. She just stared at him. Mother Yang had already moved her gaze away from Mother Yao. She had been holding Yi Qian's hand. From her behavior, it could be seen that she was standing on Yi Qian's side. Her behavior made Mother Yao's mouth burst with bitterness. It was as if she had eaten Chinese goldthread, but she couldn't say anything. Looking at Mother Yang, then looking at the indifferent bureau chief Yang, and finally seeing Yang Heng, Mother Yao's eyes flashed with splendor. That's right, as long as Yang Heng was with Jing Jing, everything would be fine. Heng Heng, you grew up with Jing Jing. She's a soft-hearted child who cries when she sees others cry. You, tell me quickly. Don't let your mother misunderstand Jing Jing. As long as Heng Heng showed up, no matter how deep Hui Ying's misunderstanding of Jing Jing was, it would definitely be resolved. For a moment, Mother Yao placed all her hopes on Yang Heng. However, only when Yang Heng opened his mouth did he know what a blow was. Yao Jing, Wang Jin and I have been looking for Yi Qian in the hotel. We don't even know where she went. Yang Heng spoke coldly under Mother Yao's hopeful gaze. His clean and handsome face made Yao Jing extremely flustered. At that time, I didn't understand why you came over to blame Yi Qian. Now I know. You came to the hotel to block Yi Qian. After seeing that Wang Jin was injured, you tried to turn Yi Qian into a bad girl who only knows how to coax boys to stand up for her. I can tell you seriously and responsibly that we didn't even know what Yi Qian was doing outside. Luo Ran brought people to the hotel, and we didn't know at all. If I had known, I would have taught Luo Ran a lesson myself. I definitely wouldn't have chosen to stand by and watch. As for your actions, I only want to say, Yao Jing, you are despicable. Chapter 845. She had hoped that Yang Heng would put in a few good words for her daughter, but in the end, he actually called Jing Jing despicable. Mother Yao's expression was torn apart. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Yang Heng. Word by word, she said coldly, Heng Heng, you disappoint auntie. Shu He, this is my son. Mother Yang would not allow anyone to bully her son like this. She glanced at the old neighbor who was still worried about her daughter. The disappointment in her heart was so deep that Mother Yang's face showed alienation. After Yang Heng finished speaking, Yao Jing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Yang Heng said she was despicable. In order to protect Yi Qian, he hurt her like this. Her face was pale as she stared blankly at Yang Heng. She didn't hear anything. She didn't hear anything. Yang Heng wouldn't say that about her. He wouldn't say that about an outsider. Why would he say that about her for an outsider? Who does Yi Qian think he is? She had only known Yang Heng for less than 2 months. She had grown up with him and had known him for more than 10 years. Yao Jing clenched her fists as she stood beside her mother. Her mind was blank. The more she tried to calm herself down, the more she couldn't control her urge to cry. She didn't understand. She really didn't understand why Yang Heng would help Yi Qian. Why, Yang Heng, why are you doing this? Tears fell from her eyes. She had never shown weakness in front of others, but now she was crying because of the boy she liked. Moreover, she was crying in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian, what bad things did Yi Qian say to Yang Heng to make him hate her so much? Was it because she secretly warned the students who tried to get close to Yang Heng? Was it because she had once begged her parents to kick out the girl who practiced her lines with Yang Heng every day and chased Yang Heng out of school? Why didn't he say it before? Why didn't he stand up and say that he hated her? If you don't like it, why didn't you say it? Since you don't like it, why didn't you tell me yourself? At this time, Yao Jing only wanted to ask Yang Heng why, but Yi Qian put it aside. Everything she did was for Yang Heng. Now that he said that, she was not reconciled. Mother Yao saw that her daughter's attention was on Yang Heng, but Yang Heng was helping Yi Qian to bully her daughter. She glared at Yi Qian anxiously and angrily. Yi Qian, what did you say about Yao Jing to Heng Heng? You're just a girl, but you're actually so vicious. For your own despicable motives, you didn't hesitate to abandon the most basic morals of a human to frame Yao Jing. Tell me now, Jingjing's father and I are listening. What do you want to achieve? What do you want? Tell us. As long as we can satisfy you, we will satisfy you. I only ask that you be magnanimous and let my Jingjing go. I will be forever grateful to you. Mother Yao's words were a disaster. She wanted to put all the blame on Yi Qian, but she had seen Yi Qian's ability to deal with every move, so she spoke quickly and hurriedly. She wanted Director Yang and Mother Yang to hear her words and stop Yang Heng from standing up to criticize Yao Jing. What she wanted now was for someone to stop Yang Heng and stop him from saying things that her daughter couldn't accept. Her daughter had already been wronged by Yi Qian, so how could she bear Yang Heng's criticism? Chapter 846. She didn't want her daughter to be wronged and Yi Qian to be accused of something he didn't do. Yi Qian's eyes darkened as he stared at the heartless Mother Yao. His tone was flat as he said, vicious people always judge others by their own standards. They always think that others will do the same bad things as them and live in fear. Once something really happens, they will immediately jump out and righteously accuse them of being the vicious ones. Facing Mother Yao's accusation, Yi Qian's expression was indifferent as if he was looking at an unreasonable scoundrel. He didn't care much about it, but he didn't let it go either. Although his tone was light, his words were sharp enough to make Mother Yao's heart wrench in pain. You. Mother Yao's heart wrenched in pain for a long time. Her face was ashen as Mother Yang frowned. She finally said, even an adult like me can't win against you. No wonder my daughter has suffered losses in your hands so many times. Deceitful and unreasonable. Mother Yang was highly educated and a very gentle intellectual. When she heard this, she flew into a rage. Shu He, Yi Qian is clearly being polite, but you are being aggressive for Jing. You said that Yi Qian is vicious, but I want to ask. What is it that you joined forces with a bunch of hoodlums and came to the hotel to beat up Yi Qian? Can I say that I'm as vicious as a snake or a scorpion? Everyone has the right to punish me. Bureau Chief Yang had always respected his wife. Seeing her so angry that her shoulders were trembling, he said to Deputy Bureau Chief Yao with a serious face, "Old Yao, I've seen once again how protective your family is. You've really broadened my horizons to such an extent. Using other people's children's dignity in exchange for your own children's laughter. Old Yao, your family really has a good upbringing." It was originally a matter between Yi Qian and Yao Jing. Unknowingly, it became a matter between Yi Qian, Yao Jing, and Yang Heng. Then, with the addition of Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife who were eager to protect their children, the whole matter escalated. Yang Heng had been sneering for a long time when he heard Mother Yao distort right and wrong and accuse Yi Qian of being vicious. When Bureau Chief Yang finished speaking, his voice became colder and deeper. During the military training, Yao Jing instigated Luo Ran to catch poisonous snakes from the mountains and threw them on Yi Qian. She said that since there were many snakes in the mountains, Yi Qian wouldn't suspect Luo Ran even if he bit them to death. On the second day of the military training, one of the instructors caught a snake. Yi Qian happened to be resting with the instructors, so he took care of the snake in the instructor's hands. There were witnesses who saw this and knew that Yao Jing's plan to make Luo Ran catch a snake and bite Yi Qian to death didn't work. Then, Yao Jing found Luo Ran during our lunch break and asked him to teach Yi Qian a lesson. Who knew that after the first plan failed, the second plan failed again? Luo Ran was suspected of causing trouble during the military training and was directly asked to return to school by the army. I think that when Yao Jing found out that Luo Ran didn't succeed again, she must have been very angry. After all, she was the one who came up with the plan in the dark. It was clearly something that could have worked, but in the end, it didn't. Yang Heng never caused trouble outside of school, but he never caused trouble at home. The school was enough to prove his ability to handle things. At this moment, with every word he said, Yao Jing's face turned paler. Even her lips were gradually turning pale. How could it be? How did Yang Heng know? How did he know? That's right, Yang Heng knew everything. Yi Qian was looking at him. These things, she didn't know, so how did he know? Chapter 847. How do you know about this? Yi Qian, what did you say to Yang Heng? What did you say? Yi Qian and Yao Jing asked at the same time. It was such a coincidence that when Yao Jing heard Yi Qian ask the same question, she leaned into her mother's arms. She was a smart person. How could a smart person not know what kind of negative impact this coincidence would have on her? Yi Qian didn't know, which meant that she didn't know what Yao Jing did. Naturally, she wouldn't say bad things about her to Yang Heng. However, Yao Jing said, Yi Qian, what did you say to Yang Heng? While questioning Yi Qian, she also admitted to all the bad things she did. However, she also questioned why Yi Qian told Yang Heng about all the bad things she did. In the end, Yi Qian didn't even know what bad things Yao Jing did. Facing Yao Jing's accusations, Mother Yang could clearly see how vicious Yao Jing was. Not only did she not admit to her mistakes, but she also turned around to bite others. Mother Yang's evaluation of her was that she was as vicious as a snake. An unexpected coincidence made the faces of the Yao family's 3 members change greatly. It also made them even more flustered because of the presence of Bureau Chief Yang and Mother Yang. Hearing this, Deputy Director Yao, who had always been calm, frowned. He stared at his daughter and asked calmly, in other words, what Heng Heng said is true. You did do these things, right? Seeing her daughter's face full of fear and helplessness, Mother Yao, who also wanted to question whether it was true or not, suddenly softened. She secretly glared at her husband. Whether Jing Jing did it or not, how could she let her daughter admit it again? Wouldn't it make the Yang family feel disgusted with Jing Jing again? Huiying didn't like girls who did things secretly. She turned to Yang Heng and said, Heng, Jing, is just naughty. She's usually really. She wanted to continue saying that her daughter was wrong because she was naughty and immature. She wasn't usually like this. Before she could finish, Mother Yao heard Yi Qian chuckle softly. She immediately glared at Yi Qian and reprimanded him coldly. Yi Qian, didn't anyone teach you not to interrupt people rudely? I'm sorry. Everyone taught me to be sincere, to have a pure heart, to be magnanimous at all times, and to do things with integrity. No one taught me that I can use mischievous and insensible as an excuse to avoid my mistakes. Yi Qian said calmly. He was not worried that he would be scolded by Mother Yao for no reason. He looked at Deputy Bureau Chief Yao with a cold smile. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, I'm worried for you. Yao Jing is already 17 years old, but you're always treating her like a 3-year-old retarded child. I just didn't fall into Yao Jing's trap, and your wife said that I'm vicious. It can be seen that Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's way of educating his children is unique. No wonder Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was able to rise in his career. Just by relying on this unconventional way of education, it can be seen. Mother Yang, who was originally angry, couldn't help but smile. This Xiao Yi was indeed interesting. He hid a needle in the silk floss, and every needle pierced into the Yao family's heart. He wanted to let them know that they were not easy to bully. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who was embarrassed by Bureau Chief Yang and Yi Qian's words, could only sigh. If he participated in this matter again, the Yao family's face would be lost. Chapter 848. A dignified deputy bureau chief bickering with a student in the hotel lobby. If word of this spread to his unit, how would he have the face to control his subordinates? Mother Yao's hand clutched her chest. Pain, her heart was in so much pain right now. This Yi Qian was so eloquent that she, a dignified office director, couldn't do anything to him. Yao Jing saw that her parents were forced into silence. She fiercely wiped the tears from her eyes and said firmly, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I admit to what I did. Don't make things difficult for my parents. I made things difficult for your parents? Yi Jian looked as if she had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Her cold gaze swept over them. Why don't we invite Director Yang, Auntie Song, and the staff who are still in the hotel lobby to testify and ask everyone if I was the one who made things difficult for your parents? Yao Jing immediately raised her eyes and looked around. After looking around, she retracted her gaze in panic. Someone was secretly looking at them, someone was looking at her family. No, she couldn't talk here. She had to find another place where others couldn't see her. How could she let others think that her family was bullying Yi Qian? It was clearly Yi Qian who was bullying her. Yang Heng. Yao Jing held back her tears and looked at Yang Heng pitifully. She didn't dare to beg Bureau Chief Yang and his wife anymore. Ever since Yang Heng revealed what she had done, she didn't dare to. She didn't even dare to look at Yang Heng's mother. Yang Heng's heart didn't waver at all when he saw her tears and her pitiful expression. He glanced at her face and turned to the embarrassed and angry mother. Auntie, you just said that Yi Qian humiliated Yao Jing and accused Yi Qian of being vicious for no reason. As a junior, I can't say that you don't know how to distinguish right from wrong, but there are some words that I have to say regardless of whether you are happy or angry. In your eyes, you only see Yao Jing's grievance. You don't know that the reason why she was wronged was because Yi Qian didn't jump into her trap. So, she felt wronged and failed. She felt that she couldn't even deal with a classmate who had no parents. She felt wronged, angry, and unhappy. You and Uncle Yao, on the other hand, think that it's someone else's fault that your daughter was wronged, angry, and unhappy. She instigated a boy to throw a poisonous snake at Yi Qian. Do you think this is kindness or evil? Letting a boy hit Yi Qian on the road, do you think this is kind or evil? Calling the hooligans of society to surround Yi Qian in the hotel, do you think this is kind or vicious? Yi Qian didn't do anything. He didn't even know what Yao Jing was doing in the dark, yet you're saying that she's vicious. Then, let me ask you, Yao Jing has done so many things, is her heart evil? Or kindness? Mother Yao, who was blushing from Yang Heng's words, was speechless for a long time. She clutched her chest and took deep breaths. This child really did not let go of her mistakes. After a long sigh, Mother Yao said earnestly, Heng, Jing is still young and doesn't know anything. As a parent, I can't bear for her to be wronged. Auntie believes that your parents are the same. So that's what Auntie thinks. You can't let your own child be wronged. It doesn't matter if someone else's child is wronged to the point that they have to transfer to another school. In any case, it's not your child, so you don't feel bad. After Yang Heng said so much, even Yi Qian retreated to the side. She wanted to say something, but Mother Yang pulled her and smiled. Let Yang Heng come forward. He knows how to deal with it. Chapter 849. Without his parents' support, Yang Heng wouldn't have been able to face the Yao family. Now that things had escalated to this point, if he didn't draw a clear line between himself and Yao Jing, he wouldn't be able to get rid of her in the future. Thus, he might as well tell them everything that was on his mind. The boy's voice was crisp and clear, indirectly slapping the Yao couple in the face. In your and Uncle Yao's eyes, your own children are treasures that you have to pamper. What about other people's children? They are born to be trampled on. Not only should you not be angry after being taught a lesson by Yao Jing, you should instead thank her for thinking so highly of you. You and Uncle Yao think that other people didn't jump into Yao Jing's trap because they didn't know what was good for them. They shouldn't have not jumped into Yao Jing's trap and made her unhappy. Sentence after sentence, Mother Yao, who was about to faint, couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, Yao Jing, who was standing beside her, supported her and grabbed her daughter's arm. The corner of Mother Yao's mouth twitched, and she squeezed out a smile. Heng, isn't it because Jing? Yang Heng gently interrupted Mother Yao's words and smiled politely. What you want to say is that it's because she likes me, right? Just because she likes me, she can ask Uncle, and Auntie to come forward and kick that girl out of junior high school? Just because she likes me, she can attack Yi Qian as she pleases? Just because she likes me, she can secretly warn all the girls who have come into contact with me? Just because she likes me, she wants to catch a poisonous snake to bite Yi Qian when she sees Yi Qian walking close to me. She also wants to get some hooligans to beat up Yi Qian. Auntie, don't let her like me. I can't bear her terrifying love. I don't have the right to scold your daughter, but I can tell you that if she continues to use the excuse of liking me to make enemies for me and hurt my friends, I won't care how close you are to my family, and I won't give Yao Jing any face. Although he was laughing, the mockery in his laughter made Deputy Director Yao and his wife's ears turn red. They wished they could disappear immediately. Mother Yao was a woman, and as the director, she had real power. Usually, she was treated with respect, and no one dared to say anything to her. Now that she was being mocked by a child that she had watched grow up, her face completely lost, and her face turned to the color of a pig's liver. His face was burning with pain, and his heart was twisting in pain. He had completely lost all his face. Heng, you really don't give Auntie any face. Yes, you're right. Auntie spoiled Jing. It's Auntie's fault. It's Auntie's fault to do. It's Auntie who taught her. She's a good child. She listens to whatever her parents say. It's Auntie's fault. I shouldn't have taught her that. You're right. This isn't for her own good. It's harming her. Harming her. In order to protect Yao Jing's reputation, Mother Yao took all the blame. She just didn't want her future son-in-law to hate her daughter. Chapter 850. Yao Jing, who had been crying, hid behind Mother Yao, not daring to come out. She was so flustered that she didn't even have the courage to speak. She glanced at Yi Jian from the corner of her eyes and saw her standing together with Mother Yang. Yi Jian was wearing a clean school uniform, and the smile on her face was also clean. It was the clearest contrast to her embarrassing appearance. Yao Jing felt as if her face had been slapped dozens of times in an instant, and she felt her face hurt. When everything was revealed, all of her secrets were exposed in front of the people she wanted to attack and take revenge on. It was so embarrassing that all of her pride was crushed into powder. Yao Jing, whose neck felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, couldn't raise her head. Deputy Commissioner Yao and his wife also couldn't raise their heads. Those secret matters, they had solved them in private. They thought that the Yang family wouldn't know, but who knew? Who knew that they actually knew? What a joke, what a joke. They thought that they had deceived everyone, but who knew that they were just pretending not to know? At this time, they were embarrassed by this joke. Yang Heng lowered his eyes slightly, pursed his lips, and asked softly, "Could it be that Yao Jing called people over to beat up Yi Qian because of your orders?" "Auntie, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I understand what you mean, but I can't accept it. Wrong is wrong. What she did to Yi Qian has nothing to do with you. It's her problem." Mother Yao was speechless. She was shocked. Yang Heng, this child, actually hated her daughter to this extent. She was so sorry, but he still didn't comfort Yao Jing. Anxious and angry, Mother Yao, who hated her daughter for not living up to expectations, suddenly turned around and raised her hand. Using all her strength, she gave Yao Jing a tight slap on the face. The slap was so loud that it made people's hearts jump. "Yao Jing, you've disappointed us too much. You've done things wrong again and again. You've disappointed your mother too much." She was too disappointed. Everything she did let Yang Heng know. Not only did she not defeat others, but she also lost herself. Since she was young, she had been taught to do things steadily and surely. She absolutely couldn't be stupid enough to lose herself while doing things. Look at what she did today. As her parents, they had no way to salvage the situation for her. It was a good game of chess, but now, it had become a dead move, a bad move. Yao Jing was stunned by the sudden slap. In all her memories, no matter what she did, she would always be praised by her parents. This time, she was actually slapped. Last time, Yi Qian had hit her. Even though she had apologized to Yi Qian, her parents still made it up to her when she got home so that she would feel better. This time, she actually hit her in front of Yi Qian. "Shuha, why don't you take Jing back home? I think she must have been frightened tonight." Mother Yang was kind. Although she didn't like Yao Jing's behavior, she didn't want to push her too far. "Go back and rest." Heng Heng's meaning is clear. "I don't want to force my son to accept someone he doesn't like. Jing, it's your business who you like. Auntie won't interfere. But if you want to be Yang Heng's girlfriend, let me tell you now, it's absolutely impossible." Huiying. Mother Yao was anxious. She pulled Mother Yang's sleeve and explained with a guilty face, "You know Jing, she's just a little immature." "I will." Chapter 851. Mother Yang, who was quite annoyed, didn't show it on her face. She just faintly looked at her old neighbor who had been with her for more than 10 years. "Yao Jing isn't young anymore. Little Yi is right. You always say that Yao Jing is young and insensible. Then what about Yi Qian, who you scolded for being vicious? Is she an adult? Is she older than Yao Jing? Must she be sensible? Must she give in to Yao Jing? Must she let your Yao Jing ruin her? You don't need to say more or quibble. We've been neighbors for 10 years. I don't want our relationship to be like enemies. Little Jing isn't young anymore. I can't accept what she has done. Vicious, unsympathetic, and irresponsible. Such a child is insensible in your eyes, but in my eyes, I'm sorry. I will never accept such a daughter-in-law." Mother Yang's words were like a real double-edged sword, stabbing into Mother Yao's eyes. "Huiying, people aren't saints. How can you, from 4 years ago until now? Shuha, if you continue to speak, the relationship between our two families will really be broken." Mother Yang shielded Yi Qian by her side, blocking Mother Yao's sharp line of sight. Little Yi, I will protect this child in the future. It just so happens that I have always regretted that I don't have a daughter. She is 1 year younger than Yang Heng and we hit it off very well. I like her in my heart. As for little Jing, it's better if she doesn't interact with Yang Heng in the future to avoid misunderstandings. Mother Yao, who was feeling suffocated, breathed rapidly and made a puff 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 sound. What did Hu Ying mean? What did she want to tell her? Hit it off with Yi Qian? They just met tonight and she said they hit it off. She even said that she regretted not having a daughter. What did she mean? Without a daughter, she recognized Yi Qian as her daughter-in-law? How could she be so careless? They only knew each other for a few hours and they already knew each other. Didn't she say that she wasn't in a hurry? Why was she in a hurry now? No. Li Shuhe was optimistic about the Yang family. She knew them well. They were all good-tempered. With Jing's ability, she could completely control them. They must not fall into Yi Qian's hands. Absolutely not. Mother Yang's words completely stepped on Mother Yao's taut nerves. She winked at her husband, wiped her tears, and whispered, Huiying, I made you so angry that you became muddle-headed. You even said such hasty words. Okay. It's my fault. I'll apologize to you. You. Deputy Director Yao, who was afraid that Yang Heng would expose what Yao Jing had done, signaled him to quickly think of a way to stabilize the Yang family. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao didn't speak again because he was a dignified Deputy Bureau Chief. How could he go against the children of his old friend? If his wife and daughter came forward, at least he could preserve some dignity in front of Bureau Chief Yang. Not only did he have to save some face, but he also had to ask old Yang to calm things down tonight. No matter what his daughter did, it was disgraceful and she would be criticized and looked down upon. Receiving his wife's signal, he looked at his daughter who had a few red finger marks on her face. He pointed to the sofa in the lobby and sighed, Old Yang, let's talk in private. Alas, this matter, I really regret not taking good care of little Jing. It was no longer a matter of bickering. It was a matter of helping his daughter get out of trouble and making Yi Qian give face to the Yang family and not pursue his daughter's mistakes. This was the most important matter. Chapter 852. Director Yang acted as the peacemaker. It was not wise for him to cut off all ties with the Yao family for the sake of his daughter's affairs. As an official, he could be at odds with his colleagues because of work, but he would be too narrow-minded if he drifted apart because of his family's affairs. Okay, let's talk somewhere else. I'm worried about you now. This matter is obviously easy to solve. Look at you. He walked towards the sofa in the lobby, and his voice gradually disappeared from Yi Qian's ears. Yang Heng, who had been standing to Yi Qian's right, saw this and said softly, My dad has stepped in. This matter might have to be put to rest tonight. Yao Jing can't drop out of school like Yi Ying. I'm afraid my dad will ruin it. How do you know that I want Yao Jing to leave school? Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. His eyes were as clear as water, without a trace of gloominess. Yang Heng did not understand what he meant. Yi Qian glanced at Yao Jing, who was pretending to be a quail and trying to calm herself down. He smiled coldly and said, Yao Jing is not Yi Ying. We can't use the same method on her. Yao Jing can endure and will not jump out at the slightest provocation. Yi Ying likes to jump out, so I need to get her out of school as soon as possible. You mean to say that Yao Jing is safer in school? That's right. School is an invisible restraint for her. With her pride, she will be afraid if things get out of hand. She is afraid that people will look down on her and say that she is two-faced. After this incident, she will at least be more honest in school. After she finished speaking, Yang Heng secretly gave her a thumbs up. Good. I've known Yao Jing for so many years, and I've always had a headache dealing with her. You've only known her for a month and you've already found her weakness. Yi Qian, you're amazing. The boy's smile was clean, like the sunlight reflected on the surface of the water in summer. It was so refreshing that people couldn't help but smile along with him. Yang Heng was capable, clean, and resourceful. He was also disdainful of using underhanded means. It was indeed a good choice to be friends with such a man. Yao Jing, who was hiding behind Mother Yao, looked at the two of them whispering to each other. Her eyes were filled with layers of darkness, and there was no light in them at all. It was a darkness that seemed to have broken her core. This kind of person was terrifying. He had a certain level of strength and a flexible brain. He liked to scheme against them in the dark. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Just thinking about it made people tremble in fear. Mother Yao and Mother Yang kept apologizing to each other. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, sat down and sighed with a frown. Old Yang, I've made a fool of myself. I'm ashamed. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao raised his hand and lightly thumped his forehead, complaining about his difficulties. Jing Jing is my only daughter, how could I bear to let her be wronged? Today, Heng Heng's words reminded me that if my own child is a treasure, other people's child is also a treasure. Director Yang had never interfered with these family matters and left it all to his wife to deal with. When he heard this, he only smiled and said, "That's a separate matter. You know that I don't care about the children's matters and don't interfere. It's even more impossible for me to show up for the matters between my children. Old Yao, you and your wife both came out of the education system. I still remember how righteous you were when you criticized a child for stealing. But when it comes to your own daughter. Sigh, let's not talk about it." Chapter 853. If he didn't want to talk about it, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. If he didn't even want to talk about it, then there wasn't much to talk about the relationship between the two families. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's expression changed again and again. He didn't want to give up and said, "Let the two children handle it. As adults, we don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. Yes, we don't care anymore. Heng Heng is already 18 years old and has his own judgment. I didn't care about his matters in the past, and I won't care about it in the future. Let him handle it himself." This old Yao was a wily old fox. He was trying to see if there was any possibility of them becoming in-laws in front of him. Anxious, too anxious. Bureau Chief Yang sighed deeply. He glanced at Mother Yao, who was unable to maintain her composure because of her son's words and still wanted to explain a little more. This matter had come to an end. As for calling the police. He looked at Xiao Yi, who had a calm and indifferent expression from the beginning to the end, and did not take it seriously. An interesting little girl who could control the situation. She had the air of a general. Sigh, it's our fault. We can't raise the children like this. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao sighed. He sighed because his family had made a wrong move. Now, it was difficult to make the two children happy. Old Yang, you have to help me. Little Jing made a mistake. I will definitely teach her a lesson when we get home. But Yi Qian said to call the police. You saw it too. This child is also a person of her words. I'm really worried that she will call the police. I hope you can persuade her to be magnanimous and forgive little Jing this time. She couldn't call the police. If she really did, the whole family would be affected. It would be even harder for Jing Jing to survive in school. Mother Yao waited anxiously and dragged Mother Yang away. Hui Ying, I know you are very disappointed. Believe me, I will definitely criticize her and make sure she doesn't make any mistakes again. Also, she had to make Jing Jing apologize to the Yang family. She couldn't let the Yang family think that Jing Jing didn't even know the most basic manners. Yes, she also had to apologize to Yi Qian. She had to ask him to forgive Jing Jing and not pursue the matter. Just now, he had also made a mistake. He was anxious that his daughter had been wronged, so he had recklessly stood up for her. Not only did he not protect his daughter, but he had also made things more complicated. He had even made Yang Heng say such hurtful words like Jing Jing was despicable. Mother Yang didn't open her mouth and let Mother Yao continue to speak good words. No matter how good her flowery words were, a girl like Yao Jing must be kept away from. Soon, Director Yang walked over. Deputy Director Yao, who was one step behind, nodded slightly to his wife, indicating that the matter was settled. After receiving her husband's signal, Mother Yao, whose back was drenched in sweat, relaxed. That's good. As long as old Yang stepped in, everything would be fine. My dad is here. He's here to be the peacemaker. Yang Heng's teasing made Yi Qian tilt his head and smile. It was late, so it was time to leave. Director Yang walked directly to Yi Jian's side and did not beat around the bush. He sighed and went straight to the point. Xiao Yi, can you let this matter go today for the sake of your uncle? Uncle knows that you have been wronged, but who in this world can have a smooth sailing life? Sometimes, being wronged is also part of your growth experience. Calling the police was just Yi Qian's plan to trick Yao Jing. He wanted her to know if she had leaked information to Luo Ran. Now that the truth was out, how could she go to the police? He had injured 7 hoodlums and scared Luo Ran until he fainted. Thus, he slightly curved his lips and smiled. I will listen to your arrangements. Whatever you say, I will listen. Chapter 854. All right. Then I'll make the decision. Director Yang nodded approvingly at Yi Qian. This child was like a deep pool of water. Deep water was good. Deep water was the best. Deep water was the best. Deep water was quiet, but shallow water was noisy. To achieve great things, one had to be able to pick up and let go. With him stepping in today, no matter how upset Yao Jing was, she had to suppress it. And the Yao family couldn't do anything to Yi Qian. For the sake of the Yang family, they wouldn't dare. Yi Qian also thought of this point. It was inappropriate for the army to step in and suppress the Yao family. It would only make the Yao family more cautious and restrain themselves. Now that Director Yang stepped in, it wasn't just a matter of restrain. They had to restrain themselves. Yao Jing was upset. She had to be. He didn't have to step in to make her accept. It was the Yao family who had to make her accept. Yao Jing, Dad will settle this for you. Mom's slap will calm your Auntie Song's anger and let Yi Qian know our attitude as adults. Now, apologize to Yi Qian. Remember, you have to apologize. Otherwise, she will tell the school what you did. You're finished. Your reputation will be ruined. Mother Yao warned and lectured in secret. Yao Jing, who was stunned by the slap, had no choice but to accept the fact that she had to apologize to Yi Qian again. Remember, what we're doing now is for your own good. Yao Jing, whose tears had almost dried up, lowered her head and listened obediently. However, the viciousness in her eyes was even more obvious. She calmed down a little and nodded. I know, Mom. That's good. That's good. I know that my Jing Jing is a good girl. She won't disappoint us. Mother Yao stroked her daughter's hair. Seeing the handprint she left on her daughter's delicate face, she regretted that she had slapped her too hard in a fit of anger. She should have just put on an act. Why did she really hit her? Yao Jing was furious, and so was Deputy Director Yao. But so what? He still had to apologize to Yi Jian again and again. I didn't expect my insensible daughter to get into trouble again. I still don't know what kind of trouble she got into. What kind of trouble did I get into that you, a student with a heart smaller than a needle, would not let go? It's not a big deal. Your daughter said it very clearly just now, and I also explained it very clearly. If Deputy Director Yao still doesn't know, you can simply understand it like this. Your daughter is in contact with the gangsters in the society, and they want to teach me a lesson. Yi Qian understood what he was implying. His calm eyes even had a hint of a smile. Deputy Director Yao, you should understand what I'm saying. If you still don't understand, why don't you ask your daughter why she knows those gangsters? Deputy Director Yao, who was still able to maintain his composure, sighed. When I get back, I'll definitely ask her properly. I thought she was young and insensible, but now it seems that I neglected to discipline her. Xiao Yi, I'm really sorry. I clearly said that I wouldn't cause you any more trouble. Who knew that she would come again? He spoke bitterly and with deep helplessness. When he saw that his daughter didn't even have the courage to raise her head after hearing Yang Heng's words, he didn't feel any better. All right, we've let Yang Heng down tonight. We made his birthday unhappy. How about this, old Yang? When you're free, our family will come and apologize again. Tonight, we'll go back first. Sigh, I'm worried now. Children are their parents' debts. Sigh. Chapter 855. He was indeed worried about his daughter, but he didn't think that his daughter had made a grave mistake. There was definitely a mistake, but it wasn't entirely his daughter's fault. His daughter had made a grave mistake by going up against Yi Qian. How could Bureau Chief Yang allow the Yao family to visit him? He patted his old neighbor's shoulder and said with a smile, "My family's matter is a small matter. We're old neighbors. Our children can't play together, but we adults can't have a knot in our hearts. However, I want to remind you that little Jing has to apologize to classmate little Yi. I'll make the decision to let bygones be bygones. Don't take it to heart. After all, you're classmates from the same school." Apologizing to Yi Qian was a small matter. Even if it was embarrassing, she still had to apologize to him under such circumstances. She gritted her teeth and walked out with a few red finger marks on her face. Standing in front of Yi Qian, she lowered her head and said word by word, "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I shouldn't have informed Luo Ran and the others to come over. I shouldn't have chosen to stand by and watch. If I see this again, I'll definitely tell the teacher first and let him handle it." That's right, that's right. If you had thought of this earlier, there wouldn't have been any of this. His wife was so embarrassed that she didn't want to speak. Only Deputy Bureau Chief Yao could clean up the mess. Seeing his daughter's voice trembling, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's heart ached for her and he took the initiative to criticize her again. He said to Yi Qian, "She can't be forgiven so easily. I'll definitely give her a good lecture when we get home." Yi Qian sneered. Saying, "I'm sorry," immediately after making a mistake might seem polite, but if she only apologized and didn't improve, her "I'm sorry" was really cheap. It's okay. I have to get used to your daughter making mistakes from time to time. Once I get used to it, I don't think I'll need your daughter to apologize to me the next time. Her reply made Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's smile stiffen. Yao Jing, who had finally lowered her head and bowed, glanced fiercely at Yi Qian. He was so aggressive that he didn't leave her any face. "Yi Qian, you're the real vicious one." Endure, she had to endure. Auntie Yang already had a problem with her. If she couldn't tolerate it anymore and went along with it, it would be difficult for her to get close to Yang Heng. She secretly took a deep breath and walked in front of Mother Yang. Even if she secretly mocked herself for only knowing how to apologize and not being able to correct her mistakes, she still had to apologize to Auntie Song. "Auntie, I'm sorry. I just. She sniffled before she could finish her sentence. She sobbed and said intermittently, "I was jealous of Yi Jian. That's why I didn't inform the Lord immediately. Please don't hate me. I was just being impulsive. Auntie, please forgive me. Auntie, can you forgive me?" "Jing, it's not enough for others to forgive you. I'm not used to your apology, so I can't accept it now." Mother Yang sighed and removed Yao Jing's hand from her arm. She said earnestly, "You need to learn how to be a good person. Even if you have nothing, at least your nature isn't bad." If her nature was bad, would she continue to forgive her in the future even if she forgave her today? After Mother Yang finished speaking, she said to Yi Jian, "Xiao Yi, accompany me back to my room. Your Uncle Yang will make the decision to let bygones be bygones. Nothing will happen in the future, and the things that happened to Yang Heng in junior high will not happen again. Auntie can promise you that you will finish high school smoothly." Chapter 856. Although this child was aggressive just now, she knew when to stop. She said one thing and two things. Her words were sharp, but she had evidence. Even if such a child came from a poor family, she had learned how to be a person. This was a lifetime of wealth, and Yao Jing would never be able to compare to her. The current situation was actually an unexpected gain for Yi Qian. He didn't expect that even Yang Heng's parents would come forward to protect her, which made the Yao family afraid. Hearing this, the smile on his face was brighter than the morning breeze. I also didn't think of mentioning these things in the future. It's not a good thing. Let bygones be bygones. Yang Heng's mother took her hand and turned to walk into the hotel. Seeing this, Yao Jing was so anxious that she wanted to rush over and pull on Yang Heng's mother's sleeve. "Auntie, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't, Yao Jing, my mother's health is not good. I don't want you to make a fuss in front of her." Yang Heng stood up and directly blocked Yao Jing's path. Facing Yao Jing, who had cried until her makeup was ruined, he said lightly, "It's too late. You can go home and rest." Yang Heng bowed slightly to Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife and politely said, "Uncle, Auntie, I won't send you off. Goodbye." "Heng Heng, come here." Yang Heng's mother shouted. She didn't want to see her son have any contact with Yao Jing. The older he was, the more he didn't know how to improve. She was also very disappointed with the Yao family. Bureau Chief Yang raised his hand to look at the time and said to Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, "Okay, old Yao, go home. This matter is over." Yang Heng didn't fight, and his classmates didn't fight either. As for what Yi Qian encountered outside, I don't think it's a big deal. Since everyone is safe, don't think too much. Go back and rest. Let's go, I'll send you off. After that, he made a "please" gesture. The two fathers bowed their heads and walked out of the hotel. Yao Jing stood still and watched Yang Heng walk step by step away from her sight. He walked towards Yi Qian without looking back once. Looking at his thin back getting farther and farther away from her, she felt like her heart was being stabbed by a knife. She lost her voice and shouted, "Yang Heng, I hate you. I hate you." Yang Heng smiled. No matter how much she hated him, it had nothing to do with him. From junior high to senior high, ever since he saw her make a mistake, he had advised her countless times and said many good words. A few years had passed, but in exchange, she had become worse. After so long, she had not changed, so be it. He would let her parents worry about it. Mother Yao covered her daughter's mouth. Her heart ached as she whispered, "All right, Jing Jing, go back with Mom. Wasn't it just Yang Heng? What's the big deal? Our Jing Jing is so beautiful and smart. Is she afraid that she can't find a better boyfriend?" Although she said that, Mother Yao didn't have any confidence at all. Her daughter was smart and beautiful, but her temper was too big. If she didn't find a broad-minded husband who knew her well, how could she be at ease? Agitated, Yao Jing struggled and screamed, "Mom, I only want Yang Heng. He belongs to me alone. I like him, so he can only be mine. Mom, I don't want anyone. I don't want anyone." There weren't many people in the hotel, so her screams attracted a lot of attention. The group of people had been talking in the hotel lobby and didn't go to the side rooms. Mother Yang, who was waiting for the elevator, heard Yao Jing's screams clearly. Chapter 857. When Mother Yang heard these words, the mild-tempered wife of the director was so angry that her face changed. She suppressed the anger in her heart and smiled at Yi Jian. "They are all singing in the private room on the 3rd floor. Go and relax with them. Don't be shy. Yang Heng will come down to play with you later." She had something to say to Yang Heng. Yi Qian understood and smiled, "Auntie, you are too polite." If Yi Qian was really with Mother Yang, she would feel very uncomfortable. It was better to go and play with her senior brothers and sisters. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, Yi Qian walked out and waited for the elevator door to close before leaving. Although it was called a private room, it was actually a bar in the hotel. It could accommodate more than 100 people. The flashing lights were colorful and the songs were all Hong Kong and Taiwan songs. Even the senior brothers who were singing now had a different tune, making the students below the stage laugh. Here, there was nothing to be unhappy about. Sitting here, Yi Qian did not think about what happened just now. Yi Qian, who had beaten up the 7 delinquents, returned to the group of students. She was once again an excellent student in the eyes of the students. She was easy to get along with, had a good temper, and was a strong and beautiful girl. Come, come, come. Drink juice. Other than juice, there is also mineral water. If you want to drink, there is nothing. Yi Qian sat down. The senior class student sitting with her immediately poured her a glass of juice. They were much more familiar with each other and there was less of a sense of distance between them. After a night of fun, Yi Jian's polite attitude won their favor. Compared to Yao Jing, who made her own decisions, Yi Jian's peaceful and polite attitude won them over. Yi Qian smiled and clinked glasses with them. They sat together on the high bar and felt the atmosphere of the students. She had not experienced it in her previous life, but in this life, she felt a sense of novelty everywhere. The senior class was a very tense semester. It was rare to come out and relax. Even the relatively quiet girls in the class were sitting in the bar. They did not have to worry about the class teacher being angry. Before coming, Director Yang had informed the class teacher and promised that he would take care of every student. This could be seen from the dozen or so hotel staff standing around the bar. Some boys and girls were playing a game of finger guessing, each louder than the other. It could be seen that everyone was playing happily. When she saw Wang Jin sitting in the corner and arm wrestling with a few boys, Yi Jian, who felt sorry for him, walked over with a glass of juice. She didn't know if his arm hurt. She had to be more careful with her classmates next time so that she wouldn't accidentally hurt them again. My arm is fine. Why are you still thinking about it? Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Seeing that she was still feeling guilty, Wang Jin swung his right arm high and laughed out loud. I won the arm wrestle just now. It's okay now. Where is Yang Heng? Why didn't he come with you? Did he go look for Yao Jing? Wang Jin had long forgotten about the pain in his arm. Seeing that Yang Heng was not accompanying Yi Jian, he immediately changed the topic. He blinked ambiguously and said with a smile, Junior sister Yi Jian, you have to work hard. Yao Jing is a formidable opponent. Yi Qian smiled. If it was because of Yang Heng, he wouldn't be a strong opponent. If it wasn't because of Yang Heng, she could be a strong opponent. Wang Jin was confused. After a moment of silence, he sighed, a future junior from a top university. Although there is only a one-word difference between a genius and a fool, there is a gap between the two. I don't understand what you are saying. I don't understand at all. Chapter 858. You can ask Yang Heng. He knows. Yi Qian yawned and tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sleepy. I have to go back to my room and sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. His meaning was simple. If Yi Qian really wanted to snatch Yang Heng from Yao Jing would have no chance of winning with such a strong opponent. If it weren't for Yang Heng, Yao Jing would be a strong opponent in Yi Qian's life. A strong opponent that could not be defeated so easily. Wang Jin pointed at the clock hanging on the bar counter and joked, one look and I can tell that you are a good student. You never stay up late. It's not even midnight yet. I'm also staying up late, but I have something to do tomorrow. Have fun. Goodbye. I'll go find Captain Xia early tomorrow. Since I didn't reject his love letter, should take the initiative occasionally. I don't know how long he can stay in Nan province. I feel bad making him run around all the time. If Commander-in-Chief Xia finds out. Fine. She was not afraid of Xia Jinyuan saying that she was heartless. She was afraid that Commander-in-Chief Xia would say that she tormented his son. Behind him, a boy put his arm around Wang Jin's shoulder and laughed. If you are not a good student, how can you get such good grades? Why did Yi Qian ask if your arm is okay? What's wrong? Did something happen? Wang Jin shook his right arm and laughed. I sprained it. It's fine. It's fine. Let's go and sing a song. There was a lot of noise and laughter behind her. Yi Jian, who was smiling slightly, closed the door of the private room that had a good soundproof effect and left with light footsteps. It was already late into the night, and there were fewer cars outside the hotel at 11 o'clock. Yao Jing was screaming like a madwoman in the car, kicking and punching. The little princess crown on her head had already fallen somewhere. Her hair was disheveled, and she was venting her grievances and anger like a madwoman. Let her cry for a while. Don't disturb her. Deputy Director Yao, who was driving, drove steadily and motioned for his wife to sit still and not disturb his daughter's venting. A black car sped past on the opposite side of the road. The middle-aged man sitting in the car kept urging the driver, "Damn it, hurry up, hurry up. Run the red light. Charge through. Old Luo, if anything happens to our son, I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you." There was also a plump middle-aged woman with tears and snot running down her face. There was even a pile of tissues scattered in the car. Boss Luo, whose face was full of fat, glared fiercely at his wife and said angrily, "Spoiled, you only know how to spoil. Look at you now." He had spoiled a person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who is Master Ho-san? If your brother is afraid of him, then I'm even more afraid of him. After provoking Master Ho-san, not only do you have to hope that nothing will happen to your son, you also have to fucking hope that nothing will happen to me? Boss Luo's wife choked. She collapsed in the car and wiped her tears. She didn't even dare to cry too loudly. Who didn't know Master Ho-san? His eldest brother used to work with Master Ho-san. Later, he made a mistake and was kicked out. Until now, he had been hiding in his hometown and didn't dare to come out. Master Ho-san had warned him to stay in his hometown so that he could live. What should we do? What should we do? Hubby, my brother said that if it's third Master Ho, our son will most likely die. What should we do? How can Grandma accept this? Cry, 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 cry my ass. Boss Luo, who was cursing, took out a big cigar. He wore a square ruby gold ring and lit the cigar. He took a deep puff and said in a muffled voice, "If there's no way out, you have to admit it. You have to fucking admit it. As long as they didn't fight in school, the teachers wouldn't care so much. At worst, he would pay more money to the school to keep his son's school status." Chapter 859. Even if he got into a fight or got into trouble, as long as no one was killed and he could settle it with money, it was not a big deal. But this good-for-nothing bastard dared to mess with Master Ho-san. No matter how rich he was not as rich as Master Ho-san. No matter how powerful he was not as powerful as Master Hausen's background in the underworld. When something happened, there was only one word for it: admit it. One car was heading home, while the other was heading towards the Caesar Hotel. Yao Jing was screaming crazily in the car, while the other car had already stopped. Boss Luo and his wife, together with the driver, used a flashlight to find Luo Ran, who had fainted in the withered grass. Son, wake up, don't scare your mother. Son, wake up, don't scare your mother, don't scare your mother. Holding Luo Ran, whose face and lips were pale, Luo Ran's mother cried until she almost fainted. The driver carefully touched Luo Ran's nose and whispered to his boss, whose fat was trembling, "Boss, he's still breathing. I think he just fainted. Let's put him in the car first." "He's still breathing?" Boss Luo was from Guangdong province. He had lost his fertility after a car accident in his early years. Otherwise, his family would not have raised Luo Ran as their ancestor. He was the only child in the family, and there was no way for him to grow a second one. How could he not be a treasure? The driver nodded repeatedly. "He's still breathing, he's still breathing. I checked, and there's no blood, except here." The driver, who was in his early 40s, pointed at Luo Ran's neck. "Someone strangled him here, but there's no other injury." The driver's surname was also Luo, and he was from the same village as Boss Luo. With his reminder, Boss Luo also gently stretched out 2 fingers in front of his son's nose. "He's really breathing. It's all right." Master Ho-san was merciful. Stop crying, what are you crying for? Take him to the car. Call your cousin, who's a medical student, over for a checkup. His son was still breathing, and the Luo family was still alive. Boss Luo was so happy that he pushed his wife away and bent down to pick Luo ran up. He tried twice but was blocked by his beer belly, so he had to tell his driver, hurry up, take my son to the car, get in the car first. As long as his son was still breathing, it was fine. If he really ran out of chi, he could only accept it. At this moment, Boss Luo didn't want to stay here for even a minute. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The black BMW with a local license plate sped away. In less than 2 minutes, Ho Zi, who was wearing a loose bathrobe that revealed a large portion of his strong and muscular chest, received a call from his subordinate. He didn't have much interest in it, so he replied with a soft and hung up the phone. He turned around and poured the red wine into a large crystal wine set. While shaking it gently, he walked to the sofa and sat down. It's settled. I've just brought him home. Tell your little girlfriend not to worry. The red wine in the wine set was slowly poured into a tall crystal glass. Xia Jinyuan, who was also wearing a loose white hotel robe, picked up the crystal glass filled with red wine and gave a slight toast to Ho Zi. Thank you, Brother Z. Don't mention it. Even if I didn't show up today, your little girlfriend would have taken care of it. Ho Zi was no longer drunk. He sat on the dark-colored sofa with his slender legs crossed and sighed with a smile. My men said that those little hooligans were beaten up badly. There were 7 of them in total. 4 of them had brass darts pierced into their left hands and knives pierced into their right hands. Their left and right hands were dislocated and twisted like noodles. Chapter 860. From the moment I saw her to the moment I brought my men over, she managed to get rid of 7 men in less than 15 minutes. She is indeed capable. With such a girlfriend, no matter where he was, he could rest assured. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were sharp. Xia Jinyuan, who had been gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, enjoyed the night view. His thin lips curved into an unusually soft smile. She's not my girlfriend. She's a high school student. She needs to wait. She is quite capable. Her goal is the same as mine. In fact, I'm her target. Ho Zi could hear a hint of bragging in his calm tone. She had to admit that this was something that could be bragged about. Any man would be jealous. The girl he liked had set him as her target. How could he not be envious? Ho Zi, who had just been broken up with, suddenly lost interest in talking to Xia Jinyuan about Yi Qian. She didn't want to hear a man who was so proud of his success to show off in front of her, who was about to fall out of love. She calmly changed the topic. The scenery is good, right? Do you feel like the mountains are small? The Caesar Hotel had 23 floors. Naturally, it was impossible for every floor to be a hotel. The hotel was divided into 2 main entrances. From the 1st floor to the 14th floor, there were hotels. From the 14th to the 20th floor, there were offices. On the 23rd floor, there were 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. For example, Xia Yiwei and Xia Jinyuan. The sofa faced the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Even if one were to sit on the sofa, they could have a bird's-eye view of the southern province. Xia Jinyuan clinked glasses with Ho Zi. After taking a sip, he slowly said, "It's lonely at the top." He wanted to sleep, so he forced himself to wake up. Do you want to hear nice words? Not at all. I asked you to accompany me to relax, not to make things difficult for me. Ho Zi finished the red wine in her glass in a few mouthfuls and immediately poured herself another glass. I've already treated you to such a good French red wine. Can't you give me some face? Xia Jinyuan stretched his long legs and lazily replied, "No, an old man like you doesn't need a young person like me to give you face. Face is given to oneself, not by others." 37 years old. Am I old? You're 37 years old, not old. My sister is 34 years old, don't you think she's old? Xia Jinyuan's voice was a little cold. Brother Z, don't expect me to say something nice to you. My sister wants to marry you, but you don't want to marry her. There's only one result, an amicable parting. It's a relief for her and a relief for you. Ho Zi clenched her teeth so hard that her cheeks tightened. Her red phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent. She said in a low voice, "Tell me, do you think we can get married? Who am I? Who was she? Who is your family, Xia? Could it be done? Can this marriage go through?" She said she wants to get married. Do I dare to agree? Does your family Xia dare to marry her to me? One was the boss of the underworld. His hands were stained with blood and he had countless enemies. He didn't dare to marry her because he didn't dare to take the risk. His phoenix eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xia Jinyuan. He was like a proud phoenix with bloodshot eyes. His wings were gorgeous, but no one could get close to him. Sixth brother, you're a man. Think about it if you were in my position. Would you dare? Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? The person I love and the person who loves me is by my side. Why wouldn't I dare? I would even dare to die. Not to mention enemies and enemies. Chapter 861. The scenery on the 23rd floor is indeed not bad. I should be able to watch the sunrise, but it's not good to be lonely at such a high place. I need someone to accompany me. Xia Jinyuan, who was thinking in his heart, raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled confidently and said, I dare, Brother Z. I won't let the person I love live without anyone to depend on. I will try my best to keep her safe and let her feel at ease when she is in a relationship. The world is big and there are many places with beautiful scenery. It's far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Brother Z, it's actually not difficult to hold the hand of the person you love and take a stroll on a sparsely populated rural road. What's difficult is that you can't give up the status, power, and wealth you have today. So, you don't dare to give it up for Xia Yiwei. Ho Zi fell silent. Xia Jinyuan may be young, but his words were sharp and experienced. It was as if he had dug out Ho Zi's heart and revealed all his misgivings. That's right. It was indeed difficult for him to give up the status, wealth, and power he had today. He started as a poor boy and spent a total of 20 years building this beautiful country with his bare hands. How could he give up 20 years of hard work? If he left, what would happen to his brothers? How could they continue to play this game of chess? Once he left, what would he use to protect himself and his woman if his enemies came looking for him? He had been gambling for the past 20 years. Now that he had settled down, he didn't dare to gamble anymore. He was afraid that he would lose, so he didn't dare to gamble. Brother Z, you have too many misgivings in your heart. They far exceed your expectations of giving Xia Yiwei happiness. I admit that you love my sister, Xia Yiwei, but I want to tell you that there are not so many misgivings in love. Love is a promise. If you can't give her that promise, you can only choose to let go. After so many years, after 17 years of ups and downs, in the end, because of different identities, different statuses, and different misgivings, the people he once trusted became strangers. In the end, they no longer traveled together and their lives no longer intersected. This was a pity, but it also reminded him that he must not let the little fox drift further and further away from him. They must hold each other's hands tightly and walk side by side on the road of the military. They had the same goal, the same duty, the same military uniform, the same military cap, the same steel gun for the country. They would never leave each other in the flames of war. Only then could they continue to walk together and love each other. Ho Zi's red eyes seemed to sparkle with tears, but they quickly disappeared. He asked Xia Jinyuan, do you mean that my breakup with your sister is inevitable and there's no turning back? I'm not a part of your relationship. I have no way of knowing what's going on in your hearts, nor do I know how important this relationship is to you. Therefore, I can't give you an answer. I have no way of knowing what the outcome of your relationship is. Xia Jinyuan had finished the red wine in his glass. He gently placed the glass on the coffee table and rubbed his tired eyes. He stood up and said, I still have to chase after my future girlfriend tomorrow. Good night, Brother Z. Only the two of them understood their relationship. No matter how clear others saw it, they could not tell what the outcome of their relationship would be. There were only two outcomes, break up or stay together. There were also only two choices, break up or stay together. It all depended on which outcome they chose. Jose did not ask him to stay any longer. With a thoughtful expression, he softly said, goodbye. Then he sipped his red wine and quietly thought about it. He needed to think about it carefully. Chapter 862. His lover of 17 years, the only woman he loved in his life, was it possible for him to watch her marry another man? Xia Jinyuan walked to the door and unlocked it. He turned around and saw a lonely figure sitting on the sofa. His elegant and handsome face was solemn, and there was a dark look in his eyes. This was all he could do to help. If Jose couldn't bear to give up his current position, Xia Yiwei wouldn't have a problem marrying his first love. After all, the two of them broke up because of a misunderstanding. One of them was still single, waiting for Iran, while the other was at an age where she had to get married because her relationship wasn't going well. If you fell in love, you shouldn't worry too much. If you really had so many worries, why did you get together in the first place? If you hesitated, you would end up as a loser. If you kept thinking about waiting until little Fox went to college, you'd end up letting those little boys make the first move. The biggest mistake you can't make for someone you love is to be self-righteous. If you don't regret making a move, and if you fall in love, you don't regret it. What's so difficult about dealing with the things around you that might interfere with your relationship? What's really difficult is your own heart. You can't make up your mind, you can't decide what to do, and you have too many worries. He wouldn't have so many worries about his own feelings. No matter how difficult the situation was, it wouldn't stop him from making a move. After pausing at the door for a while, Xia Jinyuan suddenly said, Brother Z, my return this time might bring you a certain amount of danger. But the only person I can think of is you. I, Jose, have been walking on the edge of a knife for so many years. You came to me because you think highly of me and you trust me. If there's any danger, as long as I can handle it, it won't be a problem. Jose, who was still living a life of turbulence, seemed to have known all along. He said calmly with a hint of arrogance, your identity can bring me danger, and it's indeed dangerous enough. I've done so many things, but I've never done anything bad to protect a soldier. There's no harm in giving it a try. In the face of danger, only Jose, who was in the underworld, would dare to say that there was no need to guard against it. Xia Jinyuan smirked and said, Brother Z, if you have the chance to make a serious choice, how do you plan to live with Xia Yiwei? Continue to live your own life and let Xia Yiwei get married? Make a serious choice? Single choice? Jose's gaze froze. She turned her head from the sofa and looked at the young man standing at the door like a pine tree. Are you willing to see your little girlfriend marry someone else? It seemed that the matter between him and Xia Yiwei had not reached a dead end yet. Xia Jinyuan nodded and smiled faintly. I understand. Rest early. If Jose could seize the opportunity, he and Xia Yiwei would have a bright future. If he missed it, Jose would still be the current Jose, while Xia Yiwei would become someone else's wife, Xia Yiwei. What opportunity is it that you can't tell me now? Jose got up from the sofa and stared fixedly at Xia Jinyuan. The opportunity one want is an opportunity that requires me to reshuffle everything in my hands. Can you afford to give it to me? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, working with the territory under your feet, I wonder if this opportunity is big enough? Moreover, Brother Z is the only person I can think of who can help me now. Chapter 863. An opportunity to cooperate with the territory under his feet. Jose swayed the red wine in his glass and stared sharply at Xia Jinyuan for a long time. After confirming something, he downed the red wine in his glass and smiled. I believe in you, old six. I believe in you too, Brother Z. Xia Jinyuan closed the door and left the room of the 37-year-old man who finally understood that Xia Yue was so important that she had become his life. A faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. Xia Yue was really a difficult woman to deal with. A simple breakup was enough to force a mafia boss to this extent. You don't want the world, but you want the beauty. Xia Yue, you've succeeded. Standing by the corridor on the 23rd floor, Xia Jinyuan looked through the glass and his deep eyes flickered slightly. Someone's wish came true, but he didn't know if he would be able to achieve it. The night was not bad. There were no stars or moon, and there was a little wind. It was a night very suitable for Yi Yu. If his wish came true tonight, he would be able to fight side by side with Little Fox and also have a Yi Yu, a night rendezvous. Watch the sunrise. Sit on the sofa in the room on the 23rd floor and watch the sunrise together. He felt that it was not bad. Then, he would wait for the military to call. Although he said that he had returned to the southern province, it was dangerous to return to the southern province. It was dangerous to lure all the snakes to the southern province. He was in the country and the mission was not interrupted. Now, he just had to wait for the military to approve his request. The phone in his bathrobe vibrated. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened, but he didn't seem to notice it. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The man, who was wearing a bathrobe that couldn't hide his elegance, walked back to the room gracefully. This phone was specially modified. There was no one else other than the military and his comrades who would send a message at this time of night. He originally wanted to find Little Fox and drag her to watch the sunrise together, but it seemed that it would be a little later. I'm Q King. Q King, someone from abroad has sneaked into the country to carry out the second plan of the storm mission. The mission of luring the snakes out of their holes has begun. Xia Jinyuan opened the curtains in the room and sat on the same sofa as Ho Zi's room. He looked down at the city from above. Roger that. We've already contacted Ho Zi, the leader of the underworld in southern province. Our identities have been covered. We're ready for action. The phone was silent for a few seconds, but it felt like the entire night was about to pass. Your decision is very dangerous. Whether it's letting Ho Zi get involved or asking Yi Qian for help, it's all very risky. The military department opposes it out of caution, but Commander-in-Chief Xia supports it. Q King, your current identity is too special. We can trust Yi Qian, but Ho Zi, once she finds out and reveals your whereabouts, you should know what kind of trouble you'll be in. The voice on the other side of the phone was low and cold. It was the leader of all the members of the Snowfield Brigade, a major general in the army. Xia Jinyuan met him in Yi Qian in Pakistan. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, I'm sure Ho Zi's file is already on the military department's conference table. Although he's a member of the underworld, he's very principled. There have been people from abroad who have contacted him many times and tried to instigate him by offering him many favorable conditions. All the people sent were secretly dealt with by Ho Zi, and the foreign organizations didn't dare to retaliate. Just based on this, I believe Ho Zi won't reveal my identity. Chapter 864. Why did he come to Southern Province to look for Ho Zi? It was not only because Ho Zi was capable, but also because he trusted her character. Ho Zi was the only person in the country who dared to kill someone sent by an overseas organization. If it weren't for this, the military wouldn't have allowed you to contact Ho Zi, the Major General said solemnly. Although it's great that I'm willing to die in exchange for your life, and your decision is admirable, I don't want to see anything happen to any of you. The military has agreed to all your requests. Yi Qian is approved to join the operation as your second shield. She will be our hidden sword in Southern Province. If a snake comes out of its hole, the hidden sword will be unsheathed and kill without mercy. Xia Jinyuan's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curved slightly in the dark room. Since he had come to Southern Province, how could he not have Little Fox to fight alongside him? If Little Fox wanted actual combat experience, he would give it to her. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely give her actual combat experience. This was because he had promised that he would hold Yi Qian's hand tightly and grow with her. A gentleman's promise could not be bought with money. He had always kept his promise in his heart. At this moment, his wish came true. We still need to see her reaction. We won't inform her directly for now, the Major General said. The military hopes that she can be your support in Southern Province. We'll test her first before informing her. Yi Qian was a student. Even if her file appeared in the military and was recorded in the system, she was still a student. The military did not know her movements at all times. When the Major General said, "See her reaction," it was actually a test. He wanted to see if Yi Qian was qualified to be a hidden sword who could lure the snake out of its hole and kill without mercy. Major Xia, who wanted to hold Yi Qian's hand to watch the sunrise, nodded and said calmly, "Okay, follow the order strictly. G3 will contact you later. Be careful." After the Major General said what he needed to say, he hung up the phone. A text message soon appeared on Xia Jinyuan's phone. It was a text from G3. It was also the text that Xia Jinyuan had been waiting for. G3 sent a message saying that he was rushing to Southern Province. K7, who had not been able to contact him, sent a message at 11:05 p.m. saying that he had entered the country safely. During this mission, K7 was injured and lost contact with his teammates. No one knew where he was. There were still 14 hours before the 120-hour deadline. G3 suddenly received a message from K7 saying that he had entered the country safely. It was good news to receive K7's message, but if he had entered the country, why didn't he give G3 his coordinates? Xia Jinyuan, who was a little worried after receiving the message, sat there quietly until 3:00 in the morning. It was already 3 o'clock. Xia Jinyuan looked out of the window and smiled. It seemed like he could bring little Fox here to watch the sunrise together. At this time, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She had no idea that she would soon be fighting alongside Xia Jinyuan as a student. She was sleeping soundly and maintained her sleeping position. Even when she was sleeping, Yi Qian was very disciplined. When she opened her eyes again, there was a cold glint in her eyes. She pulled out a pillow with her right hand and threw it at the shadow standing beside her bed. She then rolled to the side of the bed and half-squatted to hide. Someone had snuck into her room and she did not notice immediately. She had not trained for half a month and her vigilance had dropped so low. The moment she threw the pillow, she suddenly chuckled. "It's me." Chapter 865. It's me, Xia Jinyuan. It's him, the man she saw tonight, the man she had agreed to meet tomorrow. The man who came to see her immediately after completing a mission. Yi Qian, who had already picked up silver wire, heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down on the carpet and said impatiently, "Major Xia, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you on a mission?" "Yes, I'm on a very important mission." Xia Jinyuan, who had sneaked into the room in the middle of the night, put the pillow back on the bed. He smiled calmly and said, "I'm carrying out orders. In order to ensure Xia Jinyuan's physical and mental health, I have to arrest a little fox to prevent him from going crazy." Yi Qian was speechless. "You win, Major Xia. Also, it's really dangerous to have a special forces soldier as a boyfriend. You have to be wary of him sneaking into your room in the middle of the night to ambush you." Yi Qian, who was rubbing his temples, climbed back onto the bed. He looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in the room and was already standing by the bed. Yi Qian was both angry and amused. He said, "I was still in shock when you went crazy. Captain Xia, don't you feel the slightest bit embarrassed about doing such sneaky things when you're on the battlefield?" "No, I'm very glad that I'm a special forces soldier who can leap onto roofs and vault over walls. And I'm proud of it." Major Xia had always been thick-skinned, especially in front of Yi Qian. It was at least 10 centimeters thick and invulnerable. Other people's boyfriends can only be anxious when they think about their girlfriends in the middle of the night. But for me, I think about them whenever I think about them. It's so convenient. So, I'm quite proud of it. So, having a special forces soldier as a boyfriend, I have to set up many traps in my room before I go to bed in order to prevent him from harboring ill intentions. Yi Qian was so angry that he laughed. He was actually quite proud of something like this. This person, the more he interacted with him, the more he felt that he wasn't an inflexible man. He was just an idiot. She opened the bedside cabinet, turned on the light, and looked at the time. 3:30 a.m. At 3:30 in the morning, Xia Jinyuan appeared in her room. Previously, when he sent her to the hotel, she saw that his face was full of fatigue. Now, when it was time to sleep, he appeared in the guest room of the Venus Hotel. What were the hotel staff and security personnel doing? It was not their fault. How could they have discovered the infiltration of a top special forces soldier? 3:30. You went back to the hotel to take a nap. Are you feeling energetic now? Yi Qian sat on the bed and stared at the man who was smiling elegantly. Then, his eyes widened slightly. You came in a hotel bathrobe? From Caesar Hotel to Venus Hotel? Xia Jinyuan, you. Even if you want to do something naughty in the middle of the night, why don't you change your clothes? Clothes, he had thought of changing, but he really didn't have any clothes to change into. The set of clothes that he had brought back tonight had already been burned to ashes. His tall body leaned over and then he lay down on the bed. Then, he turned to face Yi Qian and supported his chin with one hand. His lazy posture had a casual air of nobility. Even his mischievous smile had an indescribable elegance to it. Little Fox was also someone who could fall asleep anywhere. When he broke into the room and heard her breathing, he knew that she was sleeping soundly. It was the first time he had done something like this. It was actually more stimulating than carrying out a mission. When he opened the door and found that there was no movement in the room, he was quite excited. Picking locks and picking doors was a small part of their training. Even if there was an anti-theft bolt inside a hotel, it was just a decoration to them. Chapter 866. After entering the room, he gently closed the door behind him. He walked into the room, where even the air was filled with her faint fragrance. He felt as if his organs had been cleansed, and all his fatigue and dust had disappeared. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was completely relaxed. He looked at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes. When he raised his eyes slightly, his gaze inadvertently fell on her chest for a few seconds. Yi Qian was still a little angry about his sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. She didn't notice that when Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid across her bare chest, there was a faint light in his deep black eyes. Even through her clothes, Xia Jinyuan was still able to reap the benefits in the middle of the night. The scenery was beautiful. If he stared at her for too long, she was afraid that she would directly raise her foot and kick him in the face. Before Yi Qian noticed, Xia Jinyuan calmly retracted his gaze, although he was reluctant to part with her. He smiled and replied, I fled back to China like a refugee. Every time I went to a place, I had to change into a new set of clothes. Then, I burned the clothes I changed into and completely erased the traces to avoid being discovered. There were a total of 4 sets of clothes. The set of clothes you saw tonight was my last set of clothes. Also, it was picked up from the discarded clothes of a clothing factory. When I returned to the hotel, I immediately cleaned it up. The only thing I could wear was this hotel bathrobe. He spoke in a relaxed and cheerful tone as if he was joking. Yi Qian, who knew why even the clothes had to be burned, shuddered when she heard this. What kind of operation was so strict that even the clothes they wore on the way back had to be burned? Then, when they fought, they definitely weren't wearing our country's combat uniform. While she was still thinking, Xia Jinyuan's slow voice didn't stop. The military uniform I wore that day is still on the ceiling of the utility room on the first floor of the airport. Tomorrow, I'll need you to help me retrieve it. It's not convenient for me to come out in the next few days. Be careful when you retrieve it, and pay attention to your surroundings when you come back. Xia Jinyuan, who had gotten what he wanted, began to talk about the mission without any pressure. He did some small things to let Yi Qian know how dangerous the mission was. You. Okay, I know. I'll get up now. I can take the car there. Yi Qian wanted to ask, are you safe now? But he quickly changed his words. Since he was in front of her now, he should be safe. He stood up and said, there will be a bus from the Caesar Hotel to the airport at 5 o'clock. I can take a ride there. Just wait for me to come back. As she stood there, Xia Jinyuan could clearly appreciate Yi Qian's figure. Her proportions could be said to be perfect. She was tall and well-proportioned, and every part of her body was exquisite as if it had been carved out of jade. It seemed that the benefits of sneaking into a room in the middle of the night were not just a little, but a lot more. If he was outside in the future, should he consider sneaking in a few more times? As he thought about it, Xia Jinyuan furrowed his brows and scolded himself in his heart, dirty. Ever since he met the little fox, his moral bottom line had been lowered again and again. It's still early. You can get up after 6 o'clock. You can get the clothes back in the afternoon. There's no rush. Xia Jinyuan lifted the blanket that she was sitting on and smiled like a gentleman. It's a little cold. You're still wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. You'd better lie under the blanket to avoid catching a cold. I'll wake you up when it's time. Chapter 867. After his reminder, Yi Qian, who didn't feel cold at first, looked down at herself. After she saw it, her white jade-like face instantly turned red. She jumped onto the bed with the same agility as she did during training and hugged herself tightly under the white blanket. Xia Jinyuan, she shouted angrily. The major raised his eyebrows with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is he still pretending to be innocent and unaware? Yi Qian threw another pillow at his face. Do you dare say you didn't notice? You didn't see? No. No. Took a few more glances. Yi Qian, who was skilled in martial arts but had never been in a relationship in her 2 lifetimes, was too innocent to say the rest. Once Major Xia got angry, Yi Qian, who hadn't let loose in front of him, couldn't defend herself. Xia Jinyuan caught the harmless pillow and shook his head helplessly. I noticed, I saw, I even took a few more glances. I really wanted to remind you at the time, but I was afraid you would be embarrassed, so I didn't say anything. Little Fox found out when he said, be careful of catching a cold. Yi Qian didn't want to talk to him anymore. Now she understood why Xia Yiwei said Xia Jinyuan was the most troublesome person in the family. She already felt a headache coming on. This man always made her mad, but she couldn't find a reason to be mad at him. In the end, she just had to hold it in. She was holding it in until she hid under the blanket and didn't want to come out. When it came to these things, Yi Qian was as pure as a piece of paper. It was obvious that she was confused when it came to relationships and didn't know how to get along well with a man. Fortunately, Major Xia was also a blank piece of paper. He had a high EQ, but he had never been in a relationship before. After he met her, he immediately thought of being a gentleman and not scaring the underage little fox away. He softly coaxed her. I really didn't take a few more glances. I'm still a boyfriend, so how would I dare to take a few more glances? I was looking into your eyes and thinking about something else. Don't be cooped up in the blanket. Be careful not to suffocate yourself. If you really don't want to sleep, we can chat. Or you can pack up and we'll go back to the Caesar Hotel. I booked a room on the 23rd floor. We can sit on the sofa and watch the sunrise together. When he coaxed Yi Qian, his expression, voice, and eyes could all be seen and heard. Yi Qian could feel his gentleness and warmth close to her heart. Yi Qian gradually walked out of the awkwardness. She poked her head out of the quilt and looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the bed and talking to her with his eyes closed. She frowned and said, how long has it been since you had a good sleep? There were dark circles under his eyes, which were the result of severe lack of sleep. 4 days and 4 nights. I haven't slept for that long. Xia Jinyuan's fierce expression disappeared when he heard her question. He took a deep breath of her sweet scent and said, when I came back last night, Houzi chatted with me. Time passed by before I knew it. Yi Qian saw his frown and said softly, lie down and sleep for a while. Yi Qian understood how difficult and dangerous their missions were. She couldn't bear to see him like this. It was because she understood that she was especially gentle with this muddle-headed major. Chapter 868. No, I'm not sleepy yet. Although Xia Jinyuan's eyes were closed, his brain did not rest. Talk to me. Maybe I can fall asleep while listening to your voice. Yi Qian pursed his lips. Now that we're back in the country, why do you still look so worried? Did you encounter any difficulties? There was an accident during Operation Decapitation. Xia Jinyuan calmly explained the mission they were carrying out this time. He spoke without any pressure because he had received approval from the military, but Yi Qian, who did not know the situation, was shocked. Li Yan coldly reprimanded, Xia Jinyuan, open your eyes. How could he reveal the mission so easily? Didn't he know who he was? The top 10 confidentiality rules of the military. Look at what you're saying now. First, do not reveal secrets that should not be revealed. Second, do not ask about secrets that should not be asked. Third, do not look at secrets that should not be seen. Fourth, do not bring secrets that should not be brought up. Fifth, do not mention secrets in private letters. Sixth, do not record secrets in unclassified books. Seventh, do not use ordinary mail to transmit secrets. Eighth, do not read or discuss secrets in unclassified places. Ninth, do not privately copy, preserve, or destroy secrets. 10th, do not bring secret carriers to travel or visit relatives and friends. You know all these. Seeing how anxious she was, Xia Jinyuan could not help but laugh. He raised his eyes and said, Operation Decapitation is just these 2 words. You have no way of knowing what kind of operation it is. This operation was called Operation Decapitation. The operation team did not encounter any problems. An electrical engineer in the embassy said that the Chinese side was sending people to repair the aging circuit, and his words alerted the enemy. The security level of the deployment made them squat in a sewer for 48 hours. When they came out, they could not feel their hands and feet. This was also the first time in several years that a comrade in the Snowfield Brigade had gone missing after an operation and had not returned to their positions. Yes, Operation Decapitation was just these 2 words, but what was decapitation? It was to destroy the enemy's leader and their organization. His mission this time was to go abroad and behead someone with a very big background. Yi Qian only thought about it, but his heart trembled. He wanted to warn him, but when he saw that he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, he sighed in his heart. Didn't you say you were tired and needed to go back to sleep after sending me home last night? You didn't sleep at all last night. Go to sleep and stop talking. I don't want to listen to it anymore. Yi Qian forcefully pulled on his arm, wanting him to lie down and sleep comfortably. He was a soldier and a comrade who had fought side by side with her. If she didn't understand his hardships, who else could? A comrade would always be able to understand the hardships of a comrade. Xia Jinyuan, whose arm was being held by her, closed his eyes. He didn't even want to open them. He didn't even want to move. He had a faint smile on his face, and his breathing was shallow. When he spoke, his voice was extremely soft as he coaxed her. Be good, I know you have to keep it a secret. I've never forgotten. You should sleep too. I'll take a nap too. Previously, when I went back to the hotel, I was caught by Brother Z and talked for more than 2 hours. When I went back to my room, I had other things to do. Before I came to your place, I actually didn't sleep at all. Thinking about K7 and reading the message sent by G3, he sat there in deep thought. When he came back to his senses, it was already 3 in the morning. Then, he came to look for her. Chapter 869. With the approval of the military, he could openly look for her when he was on a mission. He could once again hold her hand and fight side by side with her. He had to let her take a breather first and figure out how dangerous the decapitation operation was. Then, he could judge whether she could handle the danger. Listening to her clear voice and smelling her scent in the air, Xia Jinyuan gradually felt tired. He couldn't even open his eyes now. Xia Jinyuan didn't speak again. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Major Xia coaxed himself to sleep. Xia Jinyuan fell into a deep sleep with his back against the headboard, his head upright, and his hands crossed in front of his lower abdomen. Yi Qian couldn't let him sleep like this. She lifted the blanket and gently knelt on the bed. She hugged his shoulders with both hands and held her breath. Little by little, she laid him down on his side. Yang Heng had reserved a double room for Xia Jinyuan, who was 186 meters tall, on the 188 meters wide bed. The space instantly became much smaller. His feet were still outside, so he had no choice but to lie on his side. The bed was only so wide. The blanket gently covered him. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, quietly looked at the young major who was sleeping. He couldn't sleep well, and his expression was still as sharp as a sword. Yi Qian sighed softly in the room. The decapitation operation was the most dangerous operation. No wonder he felt tired. Look, he was so tired that he was frowning even when he was sleeping. Sleep well. Since you're back in China, sleep well. Yi Qian reached out and stroked his eyebrows. She focused on him until she smoothed his eyebrows. Then, she gently got up from the bed. She had to rush to the airport to get his military uniform. When she left that day, the uniform was still wet. It had been left in the airport's utility room for more than half a month. She didn't know if it had gotten moldy. The sooner she got it back, the sooner she could wash it and iron it. When he woke up, he could wear it. Yi Jian got up and changed her clothes. When she was about to go out after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she saw Xia Jinyuan, who was frowning in his sleep, moving his body uncomfortably. From his expression, she could tell that he was in a deep sleep and had no intention of waking up. She guessed that he wanted to sleep in a more comfortable position. Looking at his frown, Yi Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. She walked to the bedside and wanted to pick up the short-sleeved shirt and shorts she had just thrown on the bedside, folded them, and put them aside. Who knew that just as she was about to make a move, she saw his long arms wrap around her clothes and blanket, directly covering his face. She even heard an extremely soft, yet exceptionally deep, comfortable sound. At that moment, Yi Qian almost ran. He covered his face with her clothes and by the sound of it. All the way to the hotel lobby, Yi Qian's face was still hot. Her eyes were so hot that they were like pools of spring water, revealing a touch of seduction. "Hey, aren't you Yang Heng's classmate?" Someone asked softly from behind, followed by the thump-thump of high heels. "What's the matter? Are you not used to sleeping here?" The person who spoke was Yang Heng's aunt, the boss of Venus. One of the hotel staff who was working next to her saw this and said softly, "President Song, I'll drive over now. Please wait for a moment." President Song recognized Yi Qian at a glance because he had a deep impression of Yi Qian. A clean and beautiful girl would leave a deep impression wherever she went. Chapter 870. Is the room not good? If it's not good, Auntie will change it for you immediately. She walked directly to Yi Qian and smiled kindly. "You are all guests, we have to make sure you sleep comfortably in the hotel." She was a capable woman. Yi Qian quickly composed himself and politely said, No, I have to go to the airport. That's why I woke up early. I slept very well and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She could fall asleep anywhere. It was just that the hotel security personnel had sent a special forces soldier over. She was startled awake at 3:30 in the morning. "Going to Jiang? That's great, I also need to go to the airport to pick someone up. Take my car." Manager Song, with her exquisite makeup, laughed heartily. She must have just woken up, as her eyes were still bloodshot. "The staff helped me get the car. Let's go and wait outside." She turned to the front desk and said, "Xiao Fang, prepare 2 sets of breakfast for me. 1 set with coffee and the other with fresh milk." Yi Qian's indifferent face lit up with joy. He quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Manager Song. I won't stand on ceremony then." This way, she wouldn't have to wait until 5 o'clock to take a ride from Caesar Hotel. She could pick up her military uniform earlier. Aya, child, you can just call me Auntie. Why are you calling me Manager Song? Manager Song, who still had a stern expression, couldn't help but laugh. This child was really polite. Don't blame me for making the decision alone. Let's go, the car is here. Yang Heng's Auntie Song was a divorced woman. They divorced 8 years ago, and her daughter was awarded to her husband. Now, she was going to pick up her daughter from France, whom she hadn't seen for more than 2 years. The car drove over. Yi Qian's gaze fell on the 1997 red Ferrari. He saw that Auntie Song was yawning several times. Yi Qian, who originally wanted to say that she could drive to the airport, silently shut his mouth. Auntie, did you not rest well last night? Yi Qian sat in the front passenger seat and couldn't help but ask. When she was training with the motorists, the most common thing the instructor said was, "Don't drive when you're tired." Looking at Auntie Song, who looked rather tired and yawned non-stop, Yi Qian was still a little worried. It was not good to drive while tired. President Song smiled as he started the car and slowly drove into the entrance of the lobby. You didn't sleep the whole night. Are you worried that I can't drive well? Don't worry, I still have the skills. I used to be able to drive steadily even if I didn't sleep for several nights in a row. Throughout the journey, Manager Song's driving skills were indeed not bad, but every time she yawned deeply, Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. When the motor vehicle soldiers were assigned to night training, if they were really tired, they would eat morning peppers to refresh themselves and apply cooling ointment to resist fatigue. They would use all kinds of hard methods to keep their minds clear all the way. However, Director Song and the others were different. It was impossible for them to use such a ruthless method to refresh themselves. If they were so tired all the way, there would definitely be problems driving. Yi Qian didn't care about the value of the car anymore. He simply smiled and said, Auntie Song, let me drive. It will take an hour to get to the airport. I'll drive. Why don't you sit and rest for a while? Just as Yi Qian finished speaking, a strong light suddenly shone from the opposite side. This was not the strong light of a small car, but the strong light of a large truck rushing towards them. President Song, who hadn't had a good rest, couldn't help but squint when the strong light shone on her. She didn't even realize what was happening in front of her. Chapter 871. Yi Qian, who had been paying attention, didn't even have time to say, "Be careful." He released his seatbelt in a second and leaned toward the driver's seat. His hands gripped the steering wheel and turned it quickly. As the bright light rushed toward them, Yi Qian said calmly, "Step on the accelerator." Quick. In that second, Director Song's brain still reacted. She stepped on the accelerator as low as possible, and the entire car was like an arrow released from a bow. Under Yi Qian's control, the car made a beautiful drift on the road. The rubber wheels rubbed against the ground, making a sharp squeaking sound. Amidst Song's screams, Yi Jian completed the second lateral drift in a row, causing the entire sports car to rush forward with a boom, thus avoiding the rampage of the truck. Fortunately, it was a Ferrari sports car. Its refueling speed and control were top-notch. That was why it could complete 2 drifts in such a situation. Bang, bang, bang. There were several loud noises. From the rearview mirror, they could clearly see that the truck on the opposite side of the road had crashed into the guardrail in the middle of the road. It continued to sweep forward, breaking several lamp posts, and finally rushed into the green belt. After avoiding the danger, Yi Qian turned the steering wheel and said in a deep voice, "Auntie, let's park the car and get out to check the situation." No matter what she learned was useful. If she hadn't trained with the auto soldiers, this would have been the second time she had lost her life. Compared to Director Song, who was scared stiff, Yi Qian was unbelievably calm. She didn't even have a trace of fear on her face. Even her eyes were as calm as a mirror. Director Song, who was scared out of her wits, didn't even know how she lifted her foot to step on the brakes. She even forgot to pull the handbrake. It was Yi Qian who pulled it and turned off the engine. Auntie Song, calm down first. I'll get out to check the situation. Yi Jian had encountered accidents like the one just now when he was training. His brain and his hands reacted together. His brain thought of a way to avoid the accident in the first place, and his hands reacted quickly with his brain. Thus, he could nimbly and calmly avoid the sudden accident. In the car, Manager Song was still in a daze. When Yi Qian spoke to her, she turned her neck stiffly and looked at Yi Qian in a daze. Although he said he was looking, his pupils were dilated. His gaze was not focused on Yi Qian, which meant that his brain could not keep up. He did not know what Yi Qian had said, nor did he know what he was doing. After getting out of the car, Yi Qian saw that the front of the truck that had rushed over from the opposite side of the road was twisted out of shape. Car parts were scattered all over the road, and the long truck compartment was overturned in the middle of the horses, blocking the road to the airport. Yi Qian's first reaction was to look across the road to see if any cars had been hit. A gust of wind blew past, bringing with it the smell of gasoline and paint. These were all very pungent smells. Yi Qian, who was sensitive to smells, wrinkled his nose uncomfortably. Something happened. Something's wrong. Quick, call the police, call the police. On the opposite side of the road, the two private cars that had picked up people from the airport stopped one after another. Those with cell phones quickly called the police, while others called the ambulance. Then, another car sped into the city without stopping on the opposite side of the road. The speeding car meant that the traffic on the opposite side of the road was smooth, and no cars were hit. On her side, the scene was very tragic. Car parts were scattered everywhere. 5 lamp posts were knocked down, and the lamp post at the edge was lying on top of the truck compartment. The cables buried in the ground were dragged out. Yi Qian looked at the cables carefully. He did not see any signs of wires being torn. Chapter 872. The cars heading to the airport saw this from afar and stopped on the side of the road. The large truck in the middle of the road blocked their path. Yi Qian had already run to the front of the deformed truck and realized that the front tire was missing. The pungent smell of gasoline wafted from the front of the truck. The engine of the truck had shut down after the collision, and the entire engine had stopped working. The truck was too high, so Yi Qian jumped on the road and shouted, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you tell me how many people are in the truck?" The smell of blood mixed with the smell of gasoline and gradually drifted into her ears. It started faintly and grew stronger. Yi Qian, who did not hear a reply, took a deep breath. She needed to climb onto the truck to see what was going on inside. When she saw that the fuel tank was intact, she did not hesitate to climb onto the side of the humongous truck. Using the dim street lights in front of her, she looked through the broken windows and saw that there were 3 people in the truck. The driver was the most seriously injured. The lower half of his body was stuck in the deformed front of the truck. Blood flowed from his head down his face to his neck. In addition to the bleeding from his head, the driver's lower body was more seriously injured. However, there was no way to save him in a short time. Yi Qian pulled on the door with a heavy gaze. In fact, the door was already deformed, but she did not give up and wanted to try. She pulled a few times, but the door did not move at all. Yi Qian could only give up trying to open the other door. "Yi Qian, get down." Manager Song, who had calmed down, came over with weak legs. When she saw Yi Qian standing beside the deformed truck, she was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. "Get down, get down. The gasoline is so heavy. Be careful of the explosion." Just now, it was this young lady who saved her life. She really saved her life. If she hadn't suddenly leaned over and agilely turned the steering wheel to make 2 drifts, the car she was driving would have been completely deformed by the head-on collision. If she had not met her tonight, her life would have been over. Completely over. Seeing her climb onto the big truck that had already been scrapped despite the danger, her knees went weak. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Get off now. It's dangerous. Get down. Quick." She used too much force and choked on the wind. Manager Song, who had always paid attention to her image and was now coughing in a sorry state. "It's okay. The fuel tank is not damaged. The engine turned off automatically and there is no flame. There's no danger of an explosion for now. Yi Qian, who had jumped of the truck, frowned and said to Manager Song, the driver's life may be in danger. There are 2 people in the front passenger seat. Yi Jian did not dare to rush to the rescue. She was afraid that if she acted rashly, it would worsen the injury of the injured. She had to observe carefully first. Director Song, please call 120 and the fire department. Someone needs to come over for the repair of the power supply. People had already surrounded the truck. They all stood about 2 meters away from the truck. No one dared to come up. When they saw a young lady like Yi Qian jump out, they thought she had come out of the truck. Someone shouted, "Young lady, what's the situation with the truck?" Chapter 873. It's not good. There are 3 people in the car. The lower half of the driver's body is stuck, and the front of the car is deformed. The injured person sitting at the side of the front passenger seat should have lighter injuries. Yi Qian gave them a simple answer. She climbed to the front passenger seat and tried to open the door. The car was locked from the inside, so there was no way to open it. She took off her school uniform jacket and wrapped it around her right hand. She grabbed the broken glass and quickly pulled off one piece after another. She needed to reach into the car to unlock the door. Yi Qian pulled off the sharp glass piece by piece until she found the small lever to unlock the door. She pulled it, and with a click, the locked front passenger door opened. Does anyone have a flashlight? Can you lend it to me? When the door was pulled open, Yi Qian turned around and said to the pedestrians who were blocking the road, I need a flashlight to check the injuries of the trapped people. The onlookers realized that the girl was not from the truck, but a passerby. 2 drivers did not hesitate and immediately ran back to their cars to take out flashlights. Some hesitated and chose to stand aside to watch. Chief Song was on the phone with his brother-in-law, Chief Yang. He said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, there was a car accident at the intersection of Zhongjin Road near the airport. A truck came from the opposite side of the road, and the front of the car was deformed. Yi Qian, this brave girl, is rescuing people by herself. Get someone here." Chief Yang was the chief of the Transportation Bureau. The traffic accident happened to be the traffic police department's responsibility. Hearing this, he was not sleepy anymore. He did not even bother to ask why Yi Qian was with his aunt at night. He got out of bed and said, "Have you called the police? What's the situation? Give the phone to Yi Qian." "I called the police, I called the police. I also told the fire department." "Wait a moment, I'll give the phone to Yi Qian." Chief Song walked around the back of the car with the phone and saw a few people shining flashlights into the car. Yi Qian was holding onto the car door with one hand and peeking his head into the car to observe. Her heart was still palpitating as she trotted over. Before she could pass the phone to Yi Jian, she was shocked by the tragic situation in the car. She stopped in her tracks. Under the flashlight, the car was covered in blood. The 3 people inside were lying on the ground like they were covered in blood. None of them had any reaction. Brother-in-law, it's very bad. Yi Qian is saving people." She didn't dare to hand the phone over. No matter how strong she was in business, she had never seen such a bloody scene. Chief Yang had already put on his clothes with the help of his wife. After hearing this, his expression became even more serious. "Remind Yi Qian that the car has an oil leak and caught fire. Tell the people participating in the rescue not to bring any fireworks. No smoking at the scene." Chief Yang instructed on the phone. At the scene, Yi Qian said, "The driver's right leg is stuck. We need to stop the bleeding. Who has a jack or a wrench in the car? Let's save the injured people on the outermost side first." Although Yi Qian had never participated in a rescue before, he had learned how to participate in a rescue when he was training with the soldiers. With a calm gaze, she calmly ordered the adults around her. She followed the rule of observing first before rescuing. After giving the instructions, she checked the condition of the injured people on the outermost side. Female, about 40 years old, slightly plump. Unconscious, breathing, pulse strong, head hit, no signs of bleeding. There was no major bleeding on the upper and lower body, but the person fell forward. There was a possibility of internal injuries or broken ribs. Chapter 874. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? After observing that there was no obvious serious injury, Yi Jian pressed her finger on the middle-aged woman's philtrum. Her voice was slightly cold as she calmly called out each word clearly. After about a minute, the middle-aged woman let out a low moan and regained consciousness. Do you feel any pain in your chest? Yi Qian immediately asked after the middle-aged woman opened her eyes. Professional terms came out of her mouth one after another, making the people involved in the rescue think that she was a medical student. No, I was knocked unconscious. My husband. The middle-aged woman said and turned to look at the driver's seat. She saw that her husband's head was bleeding and he was sitting quietly with his head lowered. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman suddenly became agitated. She grabbed Yi Qian's hand and begged, save my husband, please save my husband. Two trucks on the opposite side of the road suddenly braked and stopped. The two drivers in the trucks jumped out and ran over. Old Guan. Before they arrived, they were already shouting, Old Guan. Old Guan was the driver of the accident. They were a family. The middle-aged woman was Old Guan's wife, and the one sitting in the middle was Old Guan's partner. With the help of the driver's friends, the rescue operation progressed even faster. The driver's friends kept saying with trembling lips, Daughter, you have to help us. Old Guan can't die. He can't die. Uncle, everyone is working together now. We don't want to see the worst outcome. You should comfort the anxious woman first. We'll use the tools to save her. Yi Qian held the flashlight and confirmed that Old Guan's wife's left leg was stuck and that the blood supply to her left leg was normal. Only then did he start the rescue operation. Straighten the woman's body. Stabilize her neck and spine. Give me the jack. At this time, Yi Jian had undoubtedly become the temporary commander-in-chief. She used what she had learned in medical school and what she had learned in the army to start the rescue. There was no way to completely stuff the jack under the car. Half of it was still outside. Even so, it played a rescue role. With the addition of the wrench, the first person rescued was the emotional middle-aged woman. After being rescued, no one dared to let her get out of the car. Instead, they carefully carried her out. After Old Guan's wife was rescued, she collapsed on the roadside and cried loudly. Someone gave her water and a clean towel to wash her face. Before the traffic police and firefighters arrived, the people who participated in the rescue were all silently contributing their own small efforts. 5 minutes later, 3 doctors who had entered the village for a volunteer medical consultation drove past. When they saw the situation, they immediately participated in the rescue. Stop the bleeding first, then inject the intravenous injection. The rest of the people can rest for a while. These 2 injured people need to be rescued by the firefighters. Prepare the tourniquet and intravenous injection. Quick. With the presence of professional doctors and their medical supplies, the whole wait was no longer as stressful. When Old Guan's wife saw the doctors, it was as if she had seen hope. She cried until her voice was hoarse. She sat weakly and did not even feel the needle pricking the back of her hand. With the tourniquet in hand, Yi Qian slowly climbed into the deformed car. With the help of the doctors, he first wrapped the tourniquet around the driver's injured right leg. Then, he took the intravenous needle and inserted it into the driver's arm. Chapter 875. The drip was still flowing, proving that the driver's vital signs were still there. Here, young lady, give this patient an intravenous injection. The doctor handed the intravenous needle to Yi Qian, who had ignored the danger and crawled into the car to save the person. He said to her calmly, "We'll watch from the outside. Be careful inside." Thanks to this brave young lady, who was petite and extremely agile, they were able to carry out the follow-up work. Otherwise, even if they had the medicine, they were all male doctors. Without a nurse by their side, they wouldn't have been able to climb into the deformed car to save the person. When Yi Qian came out of the car, his clean school uniform was stained with blood. Even his face was stained with blood. The driver's life is in danger. The car is too tight and the injury is too serious. She lowered her voice and whispered to the doctor, his pulse isn't strong. It's very likely that he won't make it. The injury was very serious. Not only were his lower limbs severely injured, but there was also blood flowing out of his mouth. All signs indicated that the driver's injury was very serious. The doctor sighed softly, let's see if he can overcome the heavens. Young lady, are you injured? Chief Song, who had been waiting by the side, watched as Yi Qian whispered to the doctor. Even a businesswoman like her, who was used to seeing all kinds of people, applauded Yi Qian's courage. This young lady, other than what her elder sister said about her being pure, she was also kind. If she hadn't been the first to stand out and participate, she dared to say that the onlookers would have done the same thing as her. A terrible car accident and unknown danger. Everyone had an instinctive fear in the face of such things. This fear was self-protection. Once they entered self-protection, they wouldn't easily step forward to help. However, she stood up and calmly commanded them. Wrong. Before the doctors arrived, she was the one who commanded and arranged the entire scene. She also strictly and professionally asked about the situation of the car accident victims. With someone taking the lead, more and more people came to help. Ambulances, fire engines, and police cars arrived one after another half an hour later. Yi Qian didn't stay at the scene. There were 3 doctors at the scene. They would inform the relevant personnel of the injured one by one. A kind-hearted passerby took out a box of mineral water from the car for Yi Qian to wash the blood off his face and hands. Director Song opened another bottle for Yi Qian to wash his face. You must be tired. You've been rescuing people for half an hour. Yi Qian said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Auntie Song. I was so busy that I forgot. If you're embarrassed, I'll be too ashamed to show my face. Director Song sighed. She had helped out earlier by putting her shawl on the middle-aged woman who was the first to be rescued. Then, she called the hospital and used her connections to greet them. Other than that, she did nothing else. Compared to Yi Qian, who had been busy since the beginning, she really couldn't help at all. There are clothes in the car that I usually wear after work. If you don't mind, you can change into them in the car. They're all clean, so don't worry. Manager Song's attitude towards his savior was definitely not the same as how an adult would treat a child. There was a sense of familiarity and respect in his attitude. Yi Jian looked at the bloodstains on her body and thought of Manager Song's expensive Ferrari. She felt that she really needed to change her clothes because of the bloodstains on her body. Director Song's sports car appeared at the 1995 Beijing Auto Show. As a manufacturer, Ferrari made its first appearance at an auto show in China. After that, several mysterious rich people bought the Italian sports car, which had a sky-high price. Chapter 876. Manager Song's sports car appeared at the 1995 Beijing Auto Show. As a manufacturer, Ferrari made its first appearance in China's auto show. After that, several mysterious rich people bought the Italian sports car, which was sold at sky-high prices. Manager Song was one of the mysterious rich people. She took out 6 paper bags from the back of the car. They were all branded with the logos of luxury brands. She searched through the bags and said, "This one won't do. The color doesn't suit you. It's too old. This one won't do either. It's an evening gown. This one seems okay. Oh, no, it's an A-line dress set. It's not suitable for students." Manager Song nodded in satisfaction after searching through the 5th bag. "This one will do. This one will do. The long-sleeve dress is perfect for this time of year. You won't feel cold." She took out a custom-made, lake green linen long-sleeve dress. It had ethnic elements. Peony flowers were embroidered with colorful silk threads. It was refreshing and enchanting. The style and style were rarely seen in the market. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was expensive. After searching through several bags, she was satisfied with this dress. Manager Song didn't feel bad at all. She directly stuffed the dress into Yi Qian's hands and said firmly, "Don't be polite with Auntie. You saved Auntie's life. Not to mention one dress, I'll give you hundreds of dresses. Go change in the car. I'll keep a lookout for you." She didn't give Yi Qian a chance to be polite. She said, "Auntie isn't afraid that you'll dirty the car. Think about it. When we arrive at the airport, why would the airport staff let you in when you're covered in blood?" Indeed, there was no reason to refuse. If she entered the airport with a bloody uniform, it would scare others and the airport staff. Manager Song was slightly shorter than Yi Qian. When Yi Qian put on the ethnic autumn cotton dress, her facial features were beautiful. She was tall and slim, so the dress came alive. It was a combination of innocence and enchanting. Large peony flowers bloomed alluringly from the side of the skirt to the waist and then to the chest. A few branches with vines curled up and then delicately extended to the neckline. A clear and seductive temperament assaulted one's senses. She was an obedient female student in her school uniform. Once she changed her clothes, her temperament changed so much that even Mr. Song was amazed. "Beautiful, beautiful, so beautiful. My friend said he's going to Hong Kong and Taiwan to hire a model. He doesn't need one, he can just ask you." Yi Qian couldn't see the effect of the dress, but he could only see President Song praising it. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Auntie Song, it's your dress that's beautiful. No matter how beautiful a dress is, someone has to wear it. The person who wears it has to have a temperament to make the dress beautiful." CEO Song's complexion had yet to recover, and his voice was still a little hoarse. He had shouted Yi Qian so loudly just now that his throat was filled with blood. He took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the car and handed 1 bottle to Yi Qian. Instead of driving immediately, he raised his head and took a big gulp of water. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Yi, you drive. My legs are still a little weak. I don't even have the strength to step on the accelerator." Her legs went soft and she felt nauseous. Whenever she thought of the bloody scene in the carriage, she felt nauseous. Behind her, police lights flashed. The traffic police came over to direct traffic, the firefighters started the rescue, and the medical staff sent the injured to the hospital. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. A car accident happened suddenly. Fortunately, it was around 4:00 in the morning. If it was daytime, the entire truck would have been driven from one side of the road to the other. The scene would have been even more tragic. Chapter 877. As for the driver, Old Guan, no one could guarantee that he could be saved. Yi Qian said softly, "It's all over now. I'll drive. You should rest for a while." The scene was indeed tragic, but on the battlefield, it was even more tragic. "You don't seem to be afraid at all. Your reaction to avoid the car was also very fast. Xiao Yi, Auntie is a little curious about you." Yi Qian was the one driving the Ferrari. It was her first time driving such a luxury car, so Yi Qian was not unfamiliar with it. In her previous life, she had worked in a car shop that specialized in luxury cars. She had seen and touched luxury cars like Ferraris and Maseratis. Hearing this, she started the car and answered with a faint smile, "I grew up in the army. I'm bold and a little wild. I often see motor vehicle soldiers training on the field. Sometimes, I would shamelessly sit on them. After a long time, I'm quite familiar with cars." No wonder she was so calm. She grew up in the army. Big Sis said that Xiao Ye's mother was a martyr, and both of her parents were dead. It made sense that she grew up in the army. If it wasn't for you tonight, Auntie wouldn't have been so lucky. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Manager Song, who was still in shock, leaned back in her seat weakly. Looking closely, her fingers were still trembling. Escaping from death, this mental journey was not so easy to recover from. In the future, you really have to behave when driving. "I think my driving skills are not bad, but compared to you, it's too far away. Manager Song said half jokingly, half seriously, Xiao Yi, are you interested in driving Andy's car or something? I'll definitely pay you well. If it's a long trip, I'll pay you 3 times the hourly rate. How about that? Manager Song was not entirely joking. She really wanted to ask Yi Qian to drive for her. Of course, if Yi Qian did not agree, she would not force it. After all, Yi Qian was still a student. However, her years of successful business experience told her that some things had to be tried. Only after trying would she know if it was possible. Yi Qian laughed. Even though she had just walked out of the car accident, her expression was still calm. The bloody scene did not cast any shadow on her. She smiled and said, your suggestion is indeed very tempting, but I'm still a student. I don't even have a driver's license. But don't worry. Although I don't have a driver's license, I'll drive very seriously so that both of us can arrive at the airport safely. Her words were calm and composed, with a hint of teasing and a hint of playfulness. When he spoke, his voice was very steady. It sounded like spring water flowing gently from the mountains. It had a mysterious power that calmed people's hearts. Director Song was already laughing out loud. She was a strong career woman. She was never stingy with her praise for the people and things she admired. Yes, it's a pity that you're still a student. People like you, in our words, are hard to come by. No wonder her sister was so relaxed about Heng making friends outside. Even though Heng sometimes went to the internet cafes outside and occasionally got into fights outside, her sister and brother-in-law never cared. It turned out that they trusted Heng's judgment and his ability to make friends. To have a friend like Yi Qian, even if she was the only friend in her life, was a lifetime of fortune. As they chatted and laughed, the car accident scene got further and further away. Under Yi Qian's clear voice, the fear on Director Song's face gradually dissipated. The fear in her heart also gradually disappeared. Soon, this strong career woman in the business world gradually calmed down. Chapter 878. The car drove into the parking lot of the airport. Yi Qian parked the car and handed the car keys to President Song. Auntie Song, I might have to leave in a bit. I have to rush back to the hotel for something, so I can't wait for you. Be careful on your way back. If there's really no other way, you can ask a friend or the hotel's driver to pick you up. President Song's daughter arrived at the airport at 7:45 p.m., and it was only 5 p.m. Yi Qian didn't want to keep Xia Jinyuan waiting for too long. She wanted to send the military uniform back as soon as possible. He had to have something to wear. Also, he was in her room. What if a classmate from grade 12 came over and saw a grown man in a bathrobe in her room? What would they think? After considering everything, the military uniform had to be sent to him immediately. She looked down at the long dress she was wearing. It was expensive. She had to wear it. Forget it, she could only wear it first. After saying, thank you, again, Yi Qian headed to the first floor of the airport. Yi Qian walked very quickly and disappeared from President Song's sight in the blink of an eye. Watching the slender and delicate figure disappear before her eyes, President Song of Southern Province's second-largest hotel, Venus Hotel, sighed softly. This little girl was extraordinarily capable. She was so capable that even an adult like her felt a little inferior. Her phone vibrated. President Song looked at the caller ID and answered, hello, brother-in-law. Me? I'm at the airport with Yi Qian. Yes, we're fine. No, I should say that if it weren't for Yi Qian, you might have seen me and my wrecked car at the scene of the accident. President Yang rushed to the scene of the accident. He heard people saying, if it weren't for the little girl in the school uniform, the 3 people in the car might not have survived. They were all talking about the little girl in the school uniform. Even the 3 doctors who participated in the rescue said that it was all thanks to the girl in the school uniform. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to climb into the car. President Yang was deeply moved. Needless to say, the little girl in the school uniform they were talking about was Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was full of courage, had a strong sense of righteousness about her. She was clear about good and evil, and she was flexible. Huiying said that she wanted to take her as her goddaughter. This was a good decision. Yang Heng had a younger sister, and Xiao Yi had an older brother. Both of them were sentimental people, so it was best for them to be brother and sister. It was a good thing to go back and ask his wife to settle the matter. He supported it wholeheartedly. Why is Yi Qian at the airport so early in the morning? Why are you two together? Feeling emotional, Director Yang asked his wife's sister, I'm at the scene now. There are 2 traces left by drifting cars. Did you drive? Mr. Song let out a long sigh. He still had some lingering fear when he mentioned the incident. No, Yi Qian was the first to notice the abnormal situation on the opposite side of the road. She reacted quickly and snatched the steering wheel from me. She drifted twice to avoid the truck that was rushing towards us. Yi Qian grabbed the steering wheel and drove his sister-in-law Song Tinglan's car, quickly avoiding the oncoming cars. Even Chief Yang found it unbelievable. He asked, "Are you two really okay?" President Song rolled down the car window and rubbed his forehead with one hand. "We're fine. We're really fine. Yi Qian came to the airport to do something. I didn't ask what it was about. Now that she's gone, I'm still waiting for my daughter to come back. As long as they were fine, as long as they were fine." Director Yang didn't ask any more questions. He said, "Okay," and hung up. Chapter 879. Chief Song wanted to talk about how scary the car accident was, but her fingers were still rubbing her temples when the phone beeped. Her brother-in-law would never take the initiative to wait for someone to hang up. She threw the phone aside and closed her eyes to calm her mind. The driver had not been rescued yet, and the road to the airport was blocked. The traffic police cleared the fence in the middle of the road and made a road to the airport on the opposite side of the road to avoid the traffic jam. When the sun rose, it was even more dangerous. Everyone was secretly glad that the accident happened in the early hours of the morning when there were fewer cars. This big truck had crossed the road directly from the opposite side of the road. If it had really collided, all the cars would have been crushed into scrap metal. "Chief!" A traffic police ran over. Chief Yang kept his phone and immediately went into the emergency rescue. "We were checking the broken wheel of the truck just now. We took out 4 steel nails from the front wheel. The preliminary judgment is that the driver was negligent and did not notice the nails, causing the accident." The traffic police reported their findings one by one. Beside him was the driver's friend, an old friend who drove together with him. After we got off the highway, we specially checked at the repair shop at the intersection. We rested for a while before driving again. "Chief, we can pat our chests and say that there are absolutely no steel nails in the wheels. We have been driving for 6 or 7 years. We definitely did not miss such big steel nails." The driver was from Hunan and had a heavy hometown accent. The traffic police added, "The 4 steel nails are the most common too. 4-inch steel wheels. Once they pierced the inner tire, it would cause the tire to burst during high-speed driving, causing the truck to lose balance and causing the accident." "That's right. We are experienced drivers. Our lives are in the car. How can we be careless? Before and after getting off the highway, we have to stop and check." The driver said with red eyes as he wiped his tears, "Old Guan is our master. I always follow Old Guan when I go out. How could he not notice it? How can he be so careless?" Last night, Old Guan also checked himself with a flashlight. Chief Yang took a steel nail and looked at it. This was a brand new one and was the most common steel nail. He thought it was a car accident caused by a burst wheel, but after listening to the analysis, it did not seem like a normal car accident. "Bring the people from the repair shop here and ask the driver's wife. Also, call the police station and ask them to send someone over." Director Yang quickly made arrangements and took control of the entire situation so that his subordinates could carry out their work in an orderly manner. After waiting for someone from the Public Security Bureau to arrive, Director Yang called Director Song again. He wanted to ask if there were any other discoveries at the scene of Yi Qian's car accident. After all, Yi Qian had a photographic memory and had helped solve major cases before. Yi Qian, who had already arrived at the airport, was standing on the first floor of the airport, looking at the distribution map. Suddenly, she heard the announcement that someone was looking for her. When she heard the last line, "Your friend, Miss Song, is waiting for you at the reception desk," Yi Qian moved over to the reception desk. Miss Song, that would be President Song. When he walked to the service desk, he saw President Song holding a phone in his hand, looking around to see which side he could appear from. Yi Qian walked quickly and raised his hand to greet her. "Auntie Song, I'm here. I'm sorry for calling you over again. Yang Heng's father is looking for you urgently. He said that he wants to ask about the car accident." As she spoke, she dialed the number and passed it to Yi Qian. "He insisted that I come over. Don't be afraid. Just say whatever you want to say." Chapter 880. Director Yang's voice came from the phone. It was different from last night's friendly tone. He asked, "Xiao Yi, did you notice anything unusual at the scene of the accident early this morning?" "Unusual?" Yi Qian's expression turned cold when she heard that. She recalled the moment before the accident. The scenes before the car accident seemed to have been frozen in her mind. As she recalled them, they slowly moved like a film. At that time, she first heard a loud bang, followed by a huge bright light shining from the front. She didn't have any other thoughts. She subconsciously grabbed the steering wheel from Director Song's hands and quickly completed 2 drifts to avoid the large truck that was rushing over. Then she got out of the car and rushed to the front of the stalled truck to check the situation. This was done by herself. As for the other side of the road, if there was anything unusual, Yi Qian closed her eyes and once again fixed the scene of her getting out of the car. Her gaze swept across the road. In her mind, she saw a car driving across the road. Because it was early in the morning, there were very few cars. There were only 2 cars in total, and both of them stopped at the same time. Wait, there was another car coming from behind. As she ran to the truck to check the situation, another car also drove across the road but didn't stop. After she finished recalling, Yi Qian said to Director Yang, who was waiting for her to speak, "At that time, there were 3 cars across the road. 2 of them stopped, but the other gray car didn't stop. I'm not sure about the license plate number. You can check the nearby electronic cameras and see if you can find the car that appeared at this time and what the license plate number is." After such a big accident, logically speaking, the car would stop to take a look. Even if it didn't stop, it would slow down before driving over. However, in Yi Qian's memory, the gray car kept speeding by without stopping. Therefore, this was the strange thing about this car. Since Director Yang asked her this, it meant that there was something different about this accident. What exactly was different? Yi Qian pursed her lips and asked again, "Can I ask if there was something wrong with the scene of the accident?" Bureau Chief Yang paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "There are 4 steel nails in the front wheel of the truck. But from what we know, when they got off the highway, the repair shop checked the wheels. The repair shop workers also confirmed that they did check every tire and did not find 4 steel nails." "You mean to say that the 4 steel nails were actually inserted by someone? Am I right?" Yi Qian's voice was slightly tense. "If that's the case, then the car accident was caused by someone, right?" This was also the reason why Chief Yang had called Yi Qian. Moreover, he trusted Yi Qian's judgment. "For now, we can only suspect it, but we can't confirm it. We still need to go through a thorough investigation. All right, little Yi, you can go back to your work. I've already understood the situation. Thank you for your cooperation." After Director Yang said that, he added, "Maybe he'll contact you. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely do my best." If it was man-made, she would definitely help if she could. Director Song, who was next to her, got goosebumps when she heard that. She took the phone and said in a trembling voice, "Little Yi, my brother-in-law told you that the accident was man-made? Someone wanted to kill the truck driver?" Chapter 881. They said they found 4 steel nails in the wheel, but they don't know the details. Yi Qian couldn't answer clearly. They still had to investigate the scene to confirm whether it was man-made. The only thing that made her feel strange was the gray car that drove past the scene of the accident without slowing down at all. At that time, she only paid attention to whether there was an accident on the other side of the road, but she didn't notice the license plate of the car passing by. It was easy to find out, all she had to do was use her electronic eyes. President Song sighed and felt that it was better not to talk about this topic. Her mood was heavy when she talked about it. It was already 5:30. Yi Qian remembered that there were 4 utility rooms on the first floor of the airport, and Xia Jinyuan only said that his military uniform was placed on the ceiling of the utility room, so she had to search for it one by one. She said to President Song, who still didn't look too good, "Auntie Song, why don't you go sit in the lounge? I'm not done here, so I can't accompany you." Hey, you don't have to accompany me, I'm just scared. Go do your work, go. She was already an adult, so why would she need a child to accompany her? No, she really couldn't treat Xiao Yi as a child. This child saved her life. As she watched Yi Qian leave, President Song prayed in her heart, "God bless me." Luckily, she met Yi Qian before she left, otherwise, she would be in trouble. At 5:30, the airport was empty, especially on the first floor, where there was no one for a long time. Yi Qian went straight to the first restroom. The 4 utility rooms were distributed on the sides of the restrooms, so it was easy to find. When she found the 3rd utility room, Yi Qian carefully opened the ceiling and saw a black plastic bag in front of her eyes. She took the plastic bag down and opened it, and a moldy smell directly hit her in the face. Just as she had guessed, the military uniform was already moldy. The military uniform, military cap, and shirt were all neatly folded. Even though there was a moldy smell, it didn't affect the prestige of the military uniform at all. At that time, Xia Jinyuan left in a hurry, but his military uniform was folded neatly. From this, it could be seen how much a soldier cherished his military uniform, which represented the dignity of the country. Yi Qian gently stroked the national emblem on her military cap and smiled. In less than 2 years, she would also be able to own such an impressive military uniform. It's time for the next shift. Team leader, I'm off work. A woman's voice came from outside. Yi Qian quickly hid behind the door. 2 middle-aged women in airport cleaning uniforms walked in. Team leader, we don't have any more disinfectant. We need to replenish it for the day shift. Last night. The night shift staff handed over their work. When the 2 of them walked to the counter, Yi Qian quickly left the storeroom without alerting them. At 5:00 in the morning, buses had already started coming in and out of the airport. Yi Qian didn't stay for even a minute. She took the 5:40 bus to the city and returned to the Venus Hotel around 7:00 in the morning. As soon as she stepped into the hotel lobby, Yi Qian bumped into a few seniors from Class 3 who were preparing to go home. Yi Qian, who was originally fine, suddenly tightened her grip on the bag in her hand. She inexplicably felt guilty. Luckily, she was wearing the dress that Director Song lent her and not her school uniform. Lowering her head, Yi Jian, who felt inexplicably guilty, slightly avoided them and quickly walked to the elevator door before they noticed her. Chapter 882. After entering the elevator, Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't run into any other students. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain herself. Actually, it didn't matter if she didn't explain. Who would ask her where she went? Guilty. Yi Qian didn't know why she felt guilty. In short, when she saw someone familiar, she would think of Xia Jinyuan's military uniform in her hand, and that there was an adult man hiding in her room. She would. Ding. When the elevator opened, she wouldn't stop thinking. Yi Qian was so shocked that she looked up abruptly. She watched the elevator slowly open and saw a few boys from Class 3 walking in, talking and laughing. Hey, Yi Qian, you're up so early? The boys didn't come in immediately. Instead, they reached out to block the elevator door. The breakfast is good. It's much better than the one in school. The pastry chef from Harbor City is really good. The baked cakes are delicious. They didn't notice that the elevator was going up from the bottom. They thought that Yi Qian had gotten up early for breakfast, so they enthusiastically introduced the food. There's a type of crystal dumpling that's not bad. It's transparent on the outside, but we don't know what's inside. We're a little embarrassed to eat it again. Roast pork buns are also good. You can try it. Yi Qian, who didn't plan to come out but was scared, came out of the elevator. She smiled at her seniors and said, "Thank you. I'll try them all later." It was only 7:14 a.m. The grade 3 students did get up early. They had already finished breakfast. Yi Qian walked faster with a smile on her face. Guilty. She felt guilty even when she was holding a military uniform. She felt guilty when she thought of Xia Jinyuan sleeping in her room. A student woke up. What if he went to her room and knocked on her door? What if Xia Jinyuan opened the door in a bathrobe? What if? Thinking of this, Yi Qian, who had always been calm, felt her breathing quicken. She walked faster and faster. If Xia Jinyuan opened the door in a bathrobe, she didn't know how to deal with it. She still had to take some breakfast back. She wanted to eat, and so did Xia Jinyuan. The cake was fine, but not the crystal dumplings. The skin would harden if it got cold. The rice cake was not bad. It was easy to absorb. Give me a bowl of porridge as well. Plain porridge can be eaten even when it's cold. After all, they were all soldiers. If they were hungry, they could even eat raw snake meat. Yi Qian, who was carrying breakfast for two, stood by the elevator. She prayed that she would not bump into any more students so that she could return to her room safely. In the elevator, Mother Yang was talking to her relatives. You don't have to eat out for lunch. Come to my house. Ting Lan picked Anqi up at the airport and asked her to come to my house directly. I haven't seen Anqi for a few years. Let's have breakfast first. If we wait any longer, Hang Hang's classmates will have woken up. Let's eat first so that these children won't feel uncomfortable when they see us adults. As the elevator next door opened, Yi Qian looked at Mother Yang, who was the first to walk out. His eyes twitched. The more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. Mother Yang was very happy to see Yi Jian, especially when she saw that Yi Jian was wearing a traditional dress. There was a smile in her eyes and she laughed out loud. Good morning, Xiao Yi. You're so beautiful today. Auntie almost didn't recognize you. She then said to her relatives, don't you think she's prettier? She's wearing a school uniform and a long dress. She's obviously the same person, but I still like Xiao Yi in a long dress. She's so beautiful that it makes people's eyes light up.